take shots. Big shots at any men. Many men that's on my team. Many men should know what I mean. How? Have seen what I seen. Not too many been where I been. Kinda obscene. Things men to do to get the cream. Many men jukes things. How many crooks locked in the beam? Shot and drop from the beam. Many men say not, you get pop, you go scream. This is not complex index. Many men can't catch my intellect. I said I send many men at your neck. X any men, who's next? Nigga too close. Many of my men hold toast, no butter, no gin. Head butter if the gun jam. Tell Michael Nettle many men throw this program. We don't want to hold him. I got no friends, many of my men is pro heads like.
Sound like money, baby.
Guess who's back on the scene? Coming strapped for my team. Don't make me black for the spring. Let's get him. Yeah, I'm back on the strip. Guess who's back for this? Don't make me clap on you kids. Like this. Yeah, I'm back on top. Make me pop a nigga top. Cause you try to take shots. If you ain't around 30 and from Jersey, many men might have never heard of me. Many men's not worthy to step through the dirty. Then again, many too dirty. I make many men run the derby. Like Jackie Jordan currency. Many men curse me. Why many men? Wanna verse with a G, converse with me, bang they check, rip their shirts at me, like they gon' hurt a gat. I rat attach a man to many, give me so many burnt with the iron like penny. I'm taking every penny from any man like I'm stingy. I wonder how many, if any men, can't catch my literal. Sometimes it's almost biblical, how I touch so many mental, get it? How I touch so many mental. Guess who's back on the scene? Coming strapped for my team. Don't make me black for the spring. Let's get him. Yeah, I'm back on the strip. Guess who's back for this? Don't make me clap on you kids. Like this. Yeah, I'm back on top. Make me pop a nigga top. Cause you try to take shots. Old style, original style. Many men have one style, or really no style. Why? Only sitting profile. They just itty bitty many men the old style. Original. This track here original. Not many men like old style. Not too many. Don't like old styles. Many men know old styles will go guys. Sign up on the whole crowd. Too many men done bow. Makes me feel proud. How I wasn't loud to style. Many men and women all around the town. Feel like how I get down. Many men wish death on a G, so I spit many runs of niggas that's around me. Underground via me and my crew are many. Watch for old styles cause he spits like a semi.
Wish death for me.
DJ J.
My variables will bury you and any nearer you then sip a beer or two. Cutting you like caribou, then tearing you like a bear or two. Red and blue like I stepped on a Smurf of you. Buy two so I can rob one. Meet the robbing son, cause when I'm robbing sons, I'm robbing bastards. Ask for funds. Ask to hack your lungs and tongue for some. Playing dumb will get you slain some. You shoot our rain guns. Pain numbs when the brain stung. Shane sung and change one. From behind, not your rise high, but you not. You're in a fine spot, pine box needs a refill. Rob Phil Banks and chill. Jeffrey make me a meal. Deal or no deal, I hit the damn button. I'm tired of damn mutton or nothing. I need stuffing. Big ain't been buffing. I ain't buy a tank for nothing. Shoot at Will so Smith. Stand still. Smoke spliffs on anthills to fill the full effect. Toad exhaust from a jet.
You know I don't feel nothing yet.
You let the next neck and peck your eye said. If I ain't high yet, how high can I get? I poke your man's pet. I bet you wet still. I still kinda feel like give me cold chills. Good thing I hold pills.
Amateur, ain't no amateur.
I snap you like a camera. Get broke as MC Hammer was. Stressed to kill for $1 bill. Hottest radiator grills. Going in dinners, Joe to still free will.
Off the top like windowsills.
Then I wrote it down. Destroy person, places, and things and all nouns.
Give the counsel to the crown.
Pound the ground and mud mounds. Look where my scud found a clown in ghost town. I found a spit a hook somewhere, but where I don't care. So share the Lord's prayer, then shed like spread near. Aware I'm unfair. Bomb shares in Times Square. Forgot that I'm there. Your death ain't so rare.
I'll be the back and blue into the back of you when I'm attacking you. It's feeling like I'm hacking you or I'm attacking you.
I crack a cat in two, cashew edible. I'm a better you. Best man, open chest. Destroy the rest, employ the best. It's messed up the way you dressed up. It's warfare here. The more here's, the more fear. I shot for a deer to test aim on running game. You'll be running just the same when I'm gunning for your brain. Maim a lame dame who named the gang's name. Then blame a strange man who came for spare change. Lay your claim to your property. Going on a shopping spree. And if you think of stopping me, I spin it, then I pop it. Grab a couple hundred, yelling, your monopoly. Even on my shoulders ain't no hope hoping of you topping me. Joe's moving slow motion, sloppily lazy. Pat Rigdon, I'm Swayze. Carjacked the dude that's driving Miss Daisy and pray that she pays me. Been through the whole thing like A to Z, but still amaze me.
Get so high, I need rehab for long drags.
Assed out like pants sags.
Like fat dogs.
Hold up, yo, that's
You
bad.
think that's bad? Look at your toe tag. Sat the bad clowns and rams, sedan vans. I was so bad, understand why dad ran. I kick like can-cans, my clan can scam plans. Hispanic scam fans of yours for more jams. I gotta hand it to you since you thought you can't take it. I can make it sure that you will not make it. Rum of it, baby, take it out, now that's perfect. I make you another, but son, you're not worth it. Ride my way for surfing.
Safe driving is saving you from me driving into
I'm
you.
really into you, I did it all to injure you. Oh, just to mention you, you're a pissant, distant kind of dude I knew who kissed
I'm about to spit a hook somewhere, but where I don't care. So share the Lord's prayer, then shed like spread near.
I'm in your bed, bear, your girl bear, bringing breakfast. I break fast and take ass and head to the next
Not
X.
even next best.
Next test is stress fest. I could deal with less sex, but I'm used to success.
Wish that you could suck less.
But impossible's impossible. I drop the clip and toss your hip straight up till you go opposite.
Lolly for a pop a lip.
Sick with it like I'm living with it, giving when I'm getting it. You get it when I'm giving it.
You ain't stopped living yet.
Walking day like Emotep, Psycho they ain't seen yet. Land on Mars while Venus slept. Been the best since the best has been. We get next to kin, next to them when my finger flexed again.
Walk from here to
Just
Texas.
take Chuck off my checklist. I'm from Psycho
You can
Records.
see, I'm about to spit a hook somewhere, but where I don't care. So share the Lord's prayer, then shed like spread near. Crisis.
Yeah, you ain't real, man. Talking shit that I cannot feel, man. Walking around like you made it still, man. You had guns, but your bitch ass still ran. You ain't real, man. You ain't real, man. Talking shit that I cannot feel, man. Walking around like you made it still, man. You had guns, but your bitch ass still ran. You ain't real, man. I got a bullet with your name on it. So when you look at the wall, you seeing pieces of your brain on it. My main point is stop the tough talk, the rough walk. I splatter your body, you niggas cannot use enough chalk. Put a bag over your head, you fall dead, and I stomp on your body, jumping off a bunk bed. That's enough said. Yet I can't say enough. Can't stand little niggas walking around like they buff. I call you bluff collect, strangle your neck with barbed wire, throw you in the trunk with mad junk and spare tires. I'm deceiving, believing, leaving mothers for grieving. Kick your knees and backwards till you're walking uneven. And my niggas is ill for real. Y'all know the deal. Mean enough to knock a 5-year-old off his training wheels. Still flowing like a troubled man. Bust your bubble, man. You see me approaching, move it on a double, man. Cause you ain't real, man. Talking shit that I cannot feel, man. Walking around like you made it still, man. You had guns, but your bitch ass still ran. You ain't real, man. You ain't real, man. Talking shit that I cannot feel, man. Walking around like you made it still, man. You had guns, but your bitch ass still ran. You ain't real, man. I make your life past tense. I jump fences for defense. Nigga ain't been seen since. Washed up like you got rinsed. Raising hell like some bad kids. I smashed your goddamn ribs. Got you pissing like a drug test. In a slug fest. Your life is loveless. Laying where the thugs rest. Take your last breath and sell it to you. Or mail it to you. Before I knew you, I hated anybody like you. Let piranhas bite you. Show's over, you're no soldier. Stick my arm in the freezer and give niggas cold shoulder. Cut your head off your neck. Sew it under your nuts. And when you put your foot in your mouth, you can kick your own butt. What? Blast you with an everlasting cane. Before you know you in danger, we form up like Power Rangers. Cold Conway the hanger. Head banging with mad anger. And I'm cool enough to have your kids talking to strangers. Cause you ain't real, man. Talking shit that I cannot feel, man. Walking around like you made it still, man. You had guns, but your bitch ass still ran. You ain't real, man. You ain't real, man. Talking shit that I cannot feel, man. Walking around like you made it still, man. You had guns, but your bitch ass still ran. You ain't real, man. Now you laying under your blanket, snoring and ignoring any kind of danger or anger. My mind is pouring. I'm creeping through your window, smacking your kids up, hacking your bitch up and taping your lips up, irritating like a nasty hiccup. Try to stop me, I leave your face looking like the last scenes of Rocky. Got your mama mad, your girl screaming she hate me. But if only you knew that them two wanted to date me. I got a great shot, aiming at your tank top, making a bass stop, blowing up the safe box. I'm leaving bad boys with no hope like the lot, shooting missiles through your tissue while you still shooting rocks. Now look out below, because I'm aiming above you, and when I'm finished, I make use of this fucking shovel after I stab you through your drag and your abs. Pour the load in your scab, and watch you scream like a fat girl. You ain't real, man. Talking shit that I cannot feel, man. Walking around like you made it still, man. You had guns, but your bitch ass still ran. You ain't real, man. You ain't real, man. Talking shit that I cannot feel, man. Walking around like you made it still, man. You had guns, but your bitch ass still ran. You ain't real, man. You ain't real, man. Talking shit that I cannot feel, man. Walking around like you made it still, man. You had guns, but your bitch ass still ran. You ain't real, man. You ain't real, man. What's up? Talking shit that I cannot feel, man. Walking around like you made it still, man. You had guns, but your bitch ass still ran. You ain't real, man. You ain't real, man. Step back. LOA on this track, got my back. You ain't real, best to get back before I react. Christ is #1 nigga on this track. What? Bring it back. Yo, you ain't real. Talking shit like you made it still. Never that. Christ is. What?
Here we go. It's your boy Old Styles. I'm in the building, y'all. We about to do it up. It's what y'all been waiting for. It's the first semester, volume 1. Underworld Officials. Shout out to the Underworld Official Squad. K-Smash, Twisted Slim, Frames. We about to show y'all something, man. It's the new age of hip-hop, y'all. Underworld Radio putting this on blast for y'all. Underworld shit, let's go!
You're rocking with the most downloaded mixtape series in the world. Coast to coast mixtape.
Government, dirt.
Tomorrow I could be gone.
Government, dirt.
Gotta get it how we live. Gotta get it how we live. Gotta get it how we live.
Government, dirt. Government, dirt.
Tomorrow I could be gone.
Government, dirt. Gotta get it how we live. Gotta get it how we live. Gotta get it how we live.
Are y'all paying attention? Look at the earth, it's gone to dirt. Let me explain the worst. The man won't stop till we dead in a hearse. Our race, not black but moles. Kings and queens who stood here first. So what's happening in Ferguson is just a part of the curse. Our moles must die and the thought of it hurts. We lurk, stay alert, that's the way that we work. Shout out Mike Brown, another brother that's lost the same way. Rich Dunn died from a cop's gunplay. 2 shots to the chest, 7 to the back as he ran away. Trayvon Martin was a child and he's seeing peace today. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Fred Hampton all died in a lethal way. That's all I can say. The events of the past and tell the events happening every day. And everybody dies the same way. It's foul play.
Government, dirt.
Tomorrow I could be gone.
Government,
So
dirt.
I live.
Gotta get it how we live. Gotta get it how we live. Gotta get it how we live. Government, dirt. Government, dirt.
Tomorrow I could be gone.
Government,
So
dirt.
I live.
Gotta get it how we live. Gotta get it how we live. Gotta get it how we live.
Black Panthers didn't make it cause they said they were black. By law, only gave the man the right to attack. They gave you a name on cats and telling us that we got rights. And then taking them back. It's facts, harassing people so they can react. Take a step, his hands up, how he posing a threat. This the issue that the courts seem to neglect. Only think about themselves, not the people it affect. Now the children that's left, we need to protect. They got the future in their hands, and they seem to forget until the young is gone. At an age of regret, and everybody starts to regret.
Government, dirt.
Tomorrow I could be gone.
Government, dirt.
So I live.
Gotta get it how we live. Gotta get it how we live.
government is
So I live,
gotta get it how we live. Gotta get it how we live. Gotta get it how we live.
I mean, all I know is that what happened to these young fellas that died is fucked up, and it's time for us to start standing up for each other. It's standing up for the people that we really love. Our Moors, our brothers, our kings, our queens, our princesses. You dig? Your boy K Smash, I'm out of here. You heard? Huh? Your boy K Smash. I put on for my city. You dig? I put on for my city. I put on for my city. Tell them niggas don't trip, don't trip. Tell them niggas don't trip, don't trip. I put on for my city. I put on for my city. Tell them niggas don't trip, don't trip. Tell them niggas don't trip, don't trip. Smash in the building, clash like the Titans. Niggas don't want this beef. My niggas all fighting my city, all Titans. We ready? Let's roll. No thugs, all gorillas. The guns will blow. Consists of that cash paper, that yayo. You can't stop us, please. I mean that Poppy probably pop his knees. Probably thinking he got it, probably pop and squeeze. But what you mean? That's what he mean. Will probably pop his team. I holds it down with the crown, explosion with the sound. I mean, you bring that thing around, I bring that thing down. I make that thing ring after I make it bang. Them bullets hit his brains, and you can watch him hang. I put on for my city. I put on for my city. Tell them niggas don't trip, don't trip. Tell them niggas don't trip, don't trip. I put on for my city. I put on for my city. Tell them niggas don't trip, don't trip. Tell them niggas don't trip, don't trip. Let me lose what you mean. I rap, got that mean plan. Harmonize on any beat, any beat. You just put it in front of me, in front of me. I mean, I go hard, that's what it is. You can't say it cause I handle biz. I lay each track. He smash, just bring it back, bring it back. Then you got Rhino when he goes in. I move and never see again. But you telling me you need what you need. I mean, I hop on everything, make them scream. I put on for my city. I put on for my city. Tell them niggas don't trip, don't trip. Tell them niggas don't trip, don't trip.
I strive to be the best. I step above the press. I strive to be the best. I step above the press. I strive to be the best. I step above the press. I strive to be the best. This my testimony, had to get this off my chest. I have hustled every day of my life, every day of my life I dealt with pain, heartache, and strife. Decisions dark and light, night and day. Too much to talk about, too much to say. If I dare to be the biggest snitch in NJ, got burnt in the fire, face look like Ghost Rider. Thought at 13, youngin' would expire by 18. Tired of crackheads, tricks and liars. Brick City the movie, I lived in the wire by 21. Here I come, wild style gon' set this whole world on fire. Before I retire, be admired. The coast to coast, hood to hood rider. Street unity inspired. I made this underworld shit transpire. Still I rise like Maya, director, editor, and writer. Put this underground shit together like MacGyver. Where's the screwdriver, hammer, nails, and pliers? I built the empire. This my testimony for all the great drive for the home. This my testimony, surrounded by fans and crowds, but I'm still lonely. This my testimony, never sold my soul for money, always stay hungry. This my testimony, I never been a fall, fake or phony, but the tape is still on. I strive to be the best. I step above the rest. I strive to be the best. I step above the rest. I strive to be the best. I step above the rest. I strive to be the best. This my testimony, had to get this off my chest. I done moved all type of rocks, through all type of blocks. Suit and tie guys' house while the jocks get served for the guap. Never forget, stab the shop for the guap. For that I thank God a lot. Real rapper, only link with squads that's hot, and a lot of not. I gotta speak my mind, I testify and rhyme. Every time I spit a line, it's mine from my mind. In real time, I'm on my grind, eating like it's meal time. Let's make a deal time, cause I got some artists about to put them on the market. If you're killing hip hop, you a target. I got a lot of dogs that ain't barking. Up the wrong tree, we be sparking. Million man marching, generals, lieutenant, sergeants. Ride for the cause, cause you're fucking up this culture of ours. And I really mean this, I'ma do this thing till I see Jesus. This my testimony for all the great drive for the home. This my testimony, surrounded by fans and crowds, but I'm still lonely. This my testimony, never sold my soul for money, always stay hungry. This my testimony, I never been a fall, fake or phony, but the tape is still on. I strive to be the best. I step above the press. I strive to be the best. I step above the press. I strive to be the best. I step above the press. I strive to be the best. This my testimony, had to get this off my chest.
Support the bricks, I make a quick flip. Ice the shit, slice the shit. What you know about putting that rock in the mic, bitch? Y'all all putting that rock in the mic shit. Can't play, I'm too hype for this. Got these fleas tripping like Peter Griffin fighting the chicken. I get nice when I'm ripping. I just might slip the clip and might just bring the $25 clips again. Holla if you're listening. Hustling is infinite. No one's innocent in the Star Wars. I came to open all doors of all haters like Princess Leia. I'm the new Darth Vader. Spark a Vega like a player. Lark a trader like a game. Shake and thank ya. I grew up on the wrong side of town. Ghost town, throwdowns and showdowns. Niggas blow rounds, dirty. I rep dirty Jersey. Stepping through dirty Jersey, get done dirty. Be ugly, unjustly. Hip hop ain't dead, these niggas flow rusty. I'm adjusting the malfunctioning Brick City shit. We've been doing this for a little bit, trying to get a little bigger, make a little flip. Shout the lines and you got it moving. Irving the park full of narc shooting. My way to movement, I'm saluting. Even though Prince is past tense, no PJ today went harder since I reminisced the figures. Snitch ass niggas taking pictures, then you wonder why they pull the triggers. Follow Keith out back, meet the feet, I doubt that. Need to stop. I got the keys to unlock the block new combination. My congregation is like a couple nations waiting for confirmation. I tell them stop pacing. Be patient, snitches stop making statements. We make snitches hospital patients, waiting for their awakening. Then we taking it back to war. The fate for those that act like Billy Bathgate. Nigga try to bite my style, said I left a bad taste. Said that's why you in last place. Got the gas face, we don't talking no. I left her with the smash face. Your hate on me is energy, feedback, I need that. Combine it with the weeds that. Yo, hip hop, I believe that. My rhymes score the most MCs can see that. Flip the page, don't be amazed if you can't read that. JFK read rap. Young cats want a couple G's stat, want a couple fleas scratch. I'm catchy. This is that disease rap.
Yeah. Alright, give me just a minute.
There's a song right here?
Now ain't no song, I'ma talk. Let me just jump in it. To begin it, I'm pissed off at what I'm hearing now. I feel like Simon Cowell, man, I'm throwing in the towel. I flipped the radio station on and then I heard this.
92.5 is where hip hop lives.
I was like, hell yeah, and I'm waiting for things to show was sponsored by. Some guy was talking about how his law firm can't lie. And then the first track began, it was like a techno rap blend, but I swear on all my friends, Gaga was spitting at the end. Then the next song started playing, it was Young Money. That's good, at least this track's kinda hood, something that I understood. But that one went off, and they played another one.
Yo, was they playing another Young Money track, son?
Yeah, they was, and another one, then another one after that. And then Rihanna was singing about how she loved the way you slap. Then a Justin Bieber rap with Snoop singing in the back. And then a DJ cut the music and said,
hip hop is
WTF? They made me LMAO. I'm looking for who's in charge. Where the hell is Scott Mayo? So it was time to flip the station. I was on a hip hop binge looking for something so hot it could singe, yo. Let's get it in. I switched the station. Young Money. I switched it again. Young Money. I switched it again. Lil Wayne was singing. It kinda sound funny. I ain't no dummy, man. I'm underground where hip hop's always found. If all the hungry MCs die right now, you couldn't climb the mound. So with thousands of lyricists that spit around the globe, why the radio make it where only certain stories get told? How Gaga spit with 50 Cent and we find it okay. Yeah, when we feel something's real, the man is like, now Ludacris going country, man. Hip hop's got me pissed. If this here's the class we in, this class should be dismissed. I couldn't take it. I turned it off and powered up the box. Television gives a vision that I'm living what I'm not.
Yo, this track here is hot. I didn't know they had a video. The lyrics just okay, but I like how the beat flow. Damn, look it on the booty, it's bouncing there in the back. But I thought this track was about him growing up and selling crack. I said it was broken in the hood and made it out like big and juicy. So why everything he wearing in this video is made of Gucci?
I don't know, cousin, they bugging. Where did hip hop go? I'm looking everywhere. Yo, where's Carmen Sandiego?
For real?
Damn, it's hard to Lego like Egos, but if they say so, we'll just have to lay low when keeping underground flow. So keep that on the down low. I'm so angry it makes my skin green. No hip hop for my ears. There ain't no hip hop on this screen. No hip hop to be seen anywhere. I've been everywhere. I took this trip on Con Air to see what I could find there. I ain't trying to say every track that's out is garbage. It's just trash and stink till you think I just passed gas and farted. I'm mad like my car ain't started.
That makes me mad too.
We can help them out, but they don't want us. What are we to do? MP3s get downloaded cause it was worth it to buy. You don't believe us? Check the album sales. The numbers don't lie. Y'all put on your dancing suits, sing the blues and tune your autos. Now y'all living in the age where auto-tunes is like your motto. Sipping $1,000 bottles like that's gonna make you drunker. Thinking that it's safe till the grenades up in your bunker. I ain't trying to punk them. I ain't trying to make them mad. But hip-hop ain't all I got. It's just all that we used to have.
Yeah. Why don't you just put in the Crisis CD?
Oh, I forgot all about that.
Turn off that radio.
True that.
My turn, now you'll see Christ is true mentality.
This is it! I know y'all been waiting for it, right? But it is here! Crisis. He about to bring it to y'all. You never seen it. You never knew it was coming till it was too late. This is it! Old Styles co-signs it. Old Styles co-signs it. I put the whole underworld on it. Yes! Get him, Christ. We about to take y'all into a new era. A new age. This is where real hip-hop went. Back to the underground. Christ, mayhem.
It's my turn, now you'll see Christ is true mentality. Follow me through my world. Boys and girls, you gon' need fatality. If you bad to me, I'm gon' need laughing after victory.
Detroit is in the fall.
Yeah, THC, underworld shit. Springs, baby. Let's get it. I'm young and I'm reckless. My niggas is hectic. Don't fuck around, get smoked. They take your life, no joke. Don't play around. Don't play around, don't play around. My hood ain't no playground. My young niggas, they spray around. These pussy niggas, they lay down. Bitch, you love them gun sounds. Don't play around, don't play around. My hood ain't no playground. Where I'm from, let's get down or lay down. See where you got me, this life out cake now. Work for myself, cause half my niggas is fake now. It's bad when talking to your niggas ain't safe now. Too many niggas snitching, ain't really real. Just to get out of a case, these pussy niggas squeal. That's why I keep me a small circle. I be stressing, clear my mind with a blown of purple. Fuck with art, man, tell them free the guys. We gon' be friends, hope you bitches realize. I'm THC and bitch, that's till I die. When my squad never snitch, never ride, but I will lie. Cause I'm a real nigga, always down the ride. For you niggas that be playing around, keep that 30 on my side. My niggas get the shooting out where you reside. Man, fuck niggas keep talking, boy, it's suicide. I'm young and I'm reckless. My niggas is hectic. Don't fuck around, get smoked. They take your life, no joke. Don't play around. Don't play around, don't play around. My hood ain't no playground. My young niggas, they spray around. These pussy niggas, they lay down. Bitch, you love them gun sounds. Don't play around, don't play around. My good ain't no playground.
Like to speak frequent. Never talk, never see it. But this is how we roll. And we rap and we clap and we blow and explode with the gap, nigga. Head hard and red when it rolls. Shoots through the eyes and it starts to explode. Who's the man now? Rhino here, stand down. Shots fired, and down. You already know where I'm coming from. My hood ain't no playground. You niggas play like you stupid now. You die where you stand now. I'm a beast where I land, man. But never talk, never stand it. I'm here, I see it. Believe it, this is where I'm at.
I'm young and I'm reckless. My niggas is hectic. Don't fuck around, get smoked. And take your life, no joke. Don't play around. Don't play around, don't play around. My hood ain't no playground. My young niggas, they spray around. These pussy niggas, they lay down. Bitch, you love them gun sounds. Don't play around, don't play around. My hood.
I'm official, the resistance. Underworld shit, you should never question. We always gone and never resting. Never catch me stressing. Medications and smoking sessions got me writing confessions, setting straight this offensive attack from every direction. Lyrical onslaught, reserve your grand plot, cause your name on a tombstone is the heart of your alphabet. Realistically, I'm Venom, see demented, twisted, same two personalities. Psycho off his meds, here's Johnny shining shit. These sneaks on the ground and shit, but I'm dropping idiot, no sweating it. Fear the reaper, bitch. It's Mortal Kombat. Fatality. You ain't relevant, you don't want none of this. Twisted Slim, Underworld official. Yeah, bitch, I'm packing missiles. Wow.
I'm young and I'm reckless. My niggas is hectic. Don't fuck around, get smoked. They take your life, no joke. Don't play around. Don't play around, don't don't play around. My hood ain't no playground. My young niggas, they spray around. These pussy niggas, they lay down. Bitch, you love them gun sounds. Don't play around.
This game is mine. It was meant to be. Meant to be. This game is mine. It was meant to be. Meant to be. But all I see is dollar signs. Dollar signs. 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 Dollar signs. Dollar signs. I wanna get it like you want yours. I want mine. Never flow, never see what you mean, man. I do it for my team, man. Under officials, KCMG, feeling like I gotta do it, stay with me. Everybody get the rapping, get the flowing, feeling how I'm getting money. I like to blow it. All I see is dollar signs. All I see is dollar signs. Dollar signs. All I see is dollar signs. Dollar signs. All I see is dollar signs. Dollar signs. I love to get the paper bag money. Fuck you haters saying that they want it. Stay in your lane, cause I will have to blast it. Take out your lane, cause feeling how I'm moving, how I do it. Do it what you talking about, nigga, that's my movement. And I feel it, I'm about to kill it. Spit that real shit, everyone is feeling. All I see is dollar signs, dollar signs. All I see is dollar signs, dollar signs. All I see is dollar signs, dollar signs. All I see is dollar signs, dollar signs.
I'm about to blow my own mind like suicide. Loading down the slow, the brain fried, trying to top time. You would not find a solid mind in your lifetime. But spark the lead sound like white wine, get the point like them arrows. My sound dirty like Jack Sparrow. Fame give them something they can feel. Hater when the rappers battle in the battle. Beef with the cattle, have you running from your own shadow. Now you know you fuck like an asshole. I can make you keep it real and tell the truth. Once the one been last hole. Assassin flow. Blasting hoes, outlasting foes. Who knows when it's my time to go? I get Malcolm X. Like the sunshine, I'ma shine. Hit you with a hit one more time. Watch me now, I'm about to. Man, I do this thing all the time. Sometimes I spit a rhyme, be like, damn. My people, I'm back online. You can tweet me at the JFK. You know I blow your mind all the time. So now I take recline, roll it down, bout to.
NJNYPAFLA, 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 NJNYPAFLA.
Like the sunshine, I'ma shine. Hit you with a hit one more time. Watch me now, I'm about to. Man, I do this thing all the time. Sometimes I spit a rhyme, be like, damn. My people, I'm back online. You can tweet me at the JFK. You know I blow your mind all the time. So now I sit recline, roll it down, bout to. Niggas about as scary as a cup of Ovaltine. Mean Gene Okerlane back on the scene. I commentate everything I bring. Killer style, winner into every ring. If I blow your mind on the big screen, you might know everything there is to know about anything. I don't fear no gates and no king. I'm a baller, no ring, but my Jews will find ya. Never find my one-liner, made in China. I'm the headliner, co-signer. I could make you look inside yourself. My words heartfelt, top shell. Alpha will never be rich if you alpha dope. Old and young, get hung where I'm from. For them fresh Air Force Ones, I'm hot. Neighborhood watch, blasting shots like they cops.
leaving bloody skittles on that block. That shit really hurt a lot, blew my fucking top. Like the sunshine, I'ma shine. Hit you with a hit one more time, watch me now, what about the... Man, I do this thing all the time. Sometimes I spit a rhyme, be like, damn. My people, I'm back online. You can tweet me at the JFK. You know I blow your mind all the time. So now I 65 rolling down about the... Like the sunshine, I'ma shine. Hit you with a hit one more time. Watch me now, what about the... Man, I do this thing all the time. Sometimes I spit a rhyme, be like, damn. My people, I'm back online. You can tweet me at the JFK. You know I blow your mind all the time. So now I sit recline, roll it down, bout to... It's for all of y'all like my status on the wall. Last men standing, still standing tall. They thought that I was gone, never vanished at all. I was on the world tour with my homeboy. My man checked the rhyme, a tribe on the west. DJ Khaled, yo, we the fucking best. Put your money to the test. My team lyrically blessed, intensively, physically wrecked. Any sense that you wreck. Who's next? Don't be trying to hate. Cry me a river, Justin Timberlake, cause we dominate. Earthquakes, baby, stay. And I'm so high, I believe I can fly jet blue airlines. I spit red rhymes, say the shit fast 8 times, it'll blow your mind. Gotta spit a line for them thug gangsters is really scared to die. Shine bright like a deer life up behind. Like the sunshine, I'ma shine. Hit you with a hit one more time. Watch me now, what about the... Man, I do this thing all the time. Sometimes I spit a rhyme, be like, damn. My people, I'm back online. You can tweet me at the JFK. You know I blow your mind all the time. So now I sit recline, roll it down, bout the...
Coast to Coast Mixtape.com. DJ J Million. Sound like money, baby.
Like the sunshine, I'ma shine. Hit you with a hit one more time. Watch me now, what about the... Man, I do this thing all the time. Sometimes I spit a rhyme, be like, damn. My people, I'm back online. You can tweet me at the JFK.
We who right here, by my side. Only you, let me right there. When I die here. Only you, when I have you, bullets fly. Only you, will be my gun.
Had the cock back the blicker on the nigga. I'm like, click, clack. Shotty got crazy kickback. Made this lazy boy, kick back. Yo, you brought me mad stacks. Keep my enemies way back. Stay strapped since way back. Street sweepers, spray cats, 44s and Galagos for 30 hoes. Get those rip souls out of assholes for being assholes. Ass sounds and hoodies and black holes. Case smash, can you show them how that Mac flows? Y'all battle rap foes, we attack hoes. Those who pull Joseph up, hold, or who really roll, pull this gold. Nosy niggas blasting they nose, blast up they clothes. Who really knows when them strays go? Fuck what you know is pay what you owe, brother. I will take another for my many brothers run for cover. This gun
Hit your wife, hit you, and then aim where your kids at. Niggas know me. Man, I'm never phony. You already know how I do, nigga. Just ask my homies. Screaming AK, don't give them 47. Scrap, leave them alive. 4-5 is guaranteed a nigga die. When I'm gripping this Eagle Smith and set for jumping, they leave you dead. Rip through the skull. After that, we can see your head or see your brains. This nigga's insane. Case smashes in the game, nigga. You niggas lame. We go right, side by side. Only you will be right there when I die. Only you, when I got you, bullets flying. Only you will be my gun for all I need. Only you.
I eat breakfast 300 yards from 4,000 Cubans who are trained to kill me, so don't think for 1 second that you can come down here, flash a badge, and make me nervous.
Ripping the ones and twos with the hottest new joints. Coast to coast.
As the real walks before you, I ask that you look down on us and bless us. Let us pray.
Oh, Lord, please walk with me. Walk with me. Dear God, please talk to me. Talk to me. 'Cause we need you now. Oh, Lord, please walk with me. Walk with me. Dear God, please talk to me. Talk to me. 'Cause we need you now.
The Lord is my shepherd, but I shall not want. You are the Almighty Father, so I shall confront you to make me lie down in green pastures beside the still waters and block the evil presence with your borders. And help me restore my soul. Lay your hands upon my life to get it back in control. You already know the main reason why I'm writing this is so you can lead me in the paths of your righteousness. Though I walk through the valley of death, I shall fear no evil. I always believe you will art with me. You're riding your staff, they comfort me. And with this knowledge, I sit comfortably. Prepare a table in the presence of my enemies and let them acknowledge the essence of my energy. Goodness and mercy follow the days of my life, and I will dwell in your house every day of my life.
Oh, Lord, please walk with me. Walk with me. Dear God, please talk to me. Talk to me. 'Cause we need you now. Oh, Lord, please walk with me. Walk with me. Dear God, please talk to me. Talk to me. 'Cause we need you now.
Father, I pray forgiveness for my lonely sinners, for my bad ways. Looking through these holy scriptures, you can see my soul. I'm unfaithful. I got my plate full, trying to be grateful. But my back's down when my tears fall. Where I hear scream, see that's as pears crawl. How the blood runs full of envy. The revenge took a dam on my enemies. If I take a life, lay passed away. This is the afterlife. Me, dog, I cast away to a place where evil earth demons run. I got my vest on, stay with a heated gun. This is the reason, son. My redemptions, the confessions, the lies, the conniptions, repercussions. Play strong part of me. On the blocks, pushing box with the armory. So call for me when the chips are down. Me standing up saying, brother, get down. You're my wish now. It's my heart to be in the Lord's hands as He walks with me.
Oh, Lord, please walk with me. Walk with me. Dear God, please talk to me. Talk to me. 'Cause we need you now. Oh, Lord, please walk with me. Walk with me. Dear God, please talk to me. Talk to me. 'Cause we need you
Here
now.
are some words to Jesus. looking down. I know you see us, the only soul on this whole globe who won't deceive us, even non-believers. And reapers couldn't stop the speaker. That's why we trying to reach it. Preach on. The reason I can ask forgiveness in the song. Although I was wrong all along. My vision impaired, it's the truth for dead out here. These cold streets ain't fair. Plus I was scared and didn't care. I felt I had to. Plus I was mad too. Now my battle scars are tattoos. I pray to you with gratitude. And hopes I reach a latitude. Not the baddest dude. I'm more like a radical. It never ever matter who they ran and tattled to. I was flatter food. Now I just battle crews. I won't rattle tools, hard cattle dudes and rap feuds. First I do is get sued. Yeah, for speaking views on the news. You know how I do. Reality's true. I know a lot. I seen a lot from you. You had my back when I had to flee the block, and it mean a lot. Like when I got mistreated and beat by cops. To my knees I drop. Rest in peace to all the deceased.
Oh Lord, please walk with me. Walk with me. Dear God, please talk to me. Talk to me.
Cause we need you now.
Oh Lord, please walk with me. Walk with me. Dear God, please talk to me. Talk to me.
Cause we need you now. I need everybody in the building to get on their feet, man. I'm from Jersey, you know? Jers. But like my people in DC, I don't stop, man. I go, 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 go. I'm out in DC on my promo tip, rocking a tee and a fitted on some logo shit. While my cuz Johannes out on that go-go shit. I'm trying to hop on some ass like a pogo stick. Pause. Cause it's bras and booties all around, and this joint got one leg up and a booty on the ground. I don't dance, I two-step, I'm just grooving to the sound. 4 floors plus a deck, so I gotta move around. Yeah. Cause I'm trying to meet some freaks, so while y'all trying to beat your feet, I'm trying to beat some cheeks. Flannel shirts, skinny jeans, and some throwback sneaks. Not worry about my competition, they all look like geeks. Girls looking for something new, and I got up top swag. You know my style is ultra hefty, cause I'm in my bag. It's Chocolate City, yeah, they say that it's sweeter when it's black. So sweetie, I see you open, you can come and get this rap. We in our DC bag with an up top swag. Ho, ho, we don't stop like this beat, we go, go. We don't stop like this beat, we go, go, go. We in our DC bag with an up top swag. Ho, ho, we don't stop like this beat, we go, go. We don't stop like this beat, we go, go, go. Yeah, I'm the feces of a maggot's daddy. Baby, I'm fly shit. I'm so fly, should be living in the sky, chick. Yeah, I said I'm so fly that I gotta come down just so I can get high. Fuck swagger, baby, I'm so spiffy. Smoother than a peanut butter in a jar of Jiffy. I'm looking for a girl who can jiggle like jelly, so we can make a sandwich when we get back to the telly. Smell me? You know Dre's about getting dough and pimping hoes, all because the way that he spittin' flows. And baby, you know how the saying goes. After I come, you gotta leave and don't forget your clothes. I don't mean to leave you exposed. I'm sorry, but that's the way that a player rolls. Here's a tissue to wipe your tears and blow your nose. It's not in your destiny, child, and you're not Beyonce. We in our DC bag with an up top swag. Ho, ho, we don't stop like this beat, we go, go. We don't stop like this beat, we go, 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 go. We in our DC bag with an up top swag. Ho, ho, we don't stop like this beat, we go, go. We don't stop like this beat, we go, 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 go.
To all my sexy, fly single ladies in the building, I appreciate you rocking with me, got me feeling like a superstar. Bouncing and shaking to the beat, I see you moving your feet, I love it when you get out your seat and dance. Wish I could step with every last one of you, please believe I already got my eye on some of you. And later on we can pop a bottle, get it crackin', fall back and get the rapping, let whatever happens, happen. I love a diva with a sexy little build and a voice that'll hold me back, home against my will. And when she talks, I look in her eyes, my temperature rise, her body's calling, and my blood starts to boil inside.
We in our DC bag with an up top swag. Ho, ho, we don't stop like this beat, we go, go. We don't stop like this beat, we go, 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 go. We in our DC bag with an up top swag. Ho, ho, we don't stop like this beat, we go, go. We don't stop like this beat, we go, go, go.
Pictures don't do me justice, mirrors give up like fuck it. I'm pretty girl, bad, Halle Berry
be Lauren London, and I can take your husband, but only if he hustling. Cause if it ain't about money, it's nothing for discussion. I hear them chickens clucking, but they ain't saying nothing. They see me on the TV and claim me as their cousin. I heard my name was buzzing, bad for a skinny girl. I would shit on any girl, Jersey's own pretty girl. Hey, and that pretty girl rock out. Layla Ali on these hoes, bitch, knock out. Boss bitch, and I'm making any girl clock out. Pregnancy back, cause my bitches will pop out. G-Shock, watch out, running this game, ho. Get your gym socks out. 2 words when you're fucking with me. Opt out, and I'm guessing that my style is P. Locks out, got your sting like
Ripping the ones and twos with the hottest new joints. Coast to coast mixtape DJ.
Let me keep this 100. I'm gonna keep this 100, man. If you ever see that it says freestyle from Old Styles, just know I just hit record and did that shit, man. I ain't write it or nothing, man.
Yo, we going hard right now. This is Underworld right now. We going hard right now. This is Underworld right now. We going hard right now. This is Underworld right now. New age of hip hop.
I'm bringing y'all what y'all missing, man, the new age of hip hop. You're gonna see a lot of artists coming through doing anything in this Underworld Officials movement. This is the Underworld movement. We back in the building, man. 2014 is a definite takeover. Underworld Officials, World on Fire, man. Shout out to the brothers doing what they do, man. This is what it is, y'all. Let's get back into some music.
What? When we in the club, then we hit them like what? Yo, I got them dubs that I hit them like what? You think you tough? Catch up because to your guts like what? Like what? Like what? Like what? What? When we in the club, then we hit them like what? Yo, I got them dubs that I hit them like what? You think you tough? Catch up because to your guts like what? Like what? Like what? Like what? Old style, original style, been original from then till now. Rip about, spit it out, more shit than bows. Forfeit, go in the down, cause I go in pal, lock and low, rock and roll. Stop and go, got the dough, I back the flow, lock and show. For show. Got the hip-hop spot, you can all hit up. Thugs and gangsters get big up. Live niggas get up like the pip up. We scoping big cups enough to make you spit up. Dedicated to my niggas like throwing chin up. Pour it out for those who went up, went down. No need to frown. Since I wear the crown, I'm going down for all my gangster niggas not around. We are original style like wood. When we in the club, then we hit them like wood. Yo, I got the dubs that'll hit you like wood. What you think you tough? Catch up because of your goods like wood, like wood, like wood, like wood. When we in the club, then we hit them like wood. Yo, I got them dubs that'll hit you like wood. What you think you tough? Catch up because of your goods like wood, like wood, like wood, like wood. When we in the club, then we hit them like wood. Yo, I got them dubs that'll hit you like wood. What you think you tough? Catch up because of your goods like wood, like wood, like wood, like wood. What? It don't stop. New age of hip hop, my reign is dirty as pig slop, dirty as kid rock. If I did rock, I rock heavy metal. Since I carry heavy metal, get an MTV slot. I'm the remedy of hip hop. Let's go the enemy on the block. I'm simply that hot. Al Green grits in the pot. Hot is the anthem in the club dancing. Cheers like they're dancing. Some say I'm a beast. Chicks think I'm handsome. Beans need to fix a handsome. So my man's got them brands moving random. Heard the feds camping. Keys to the abandoned. Then I'm ghost like the Phantom. Alpha blood vamping. I'm underground lamping. Reppin' Brick City back to Camden. It's the JFK, stop rambling. Y'all niggas don't want none. Like wood. When we in the club, then we hit them like wood. Yo, I got them dubs that'll hit you like wood. What you think you tough? Catch up because of your goods like wood. Like wood. Like wood. Like
wood. When we in the club, then we hit them like wood. Yo, I got them dubs that'll hit you like wood. What you think your tub catch uppercuts and your guts like wood, like wood, like wood, like wood. When we in the club, then we hit them like wood. Yo, I got them dubs that'll hit you like wood. What you think your tub catch uppercuts and your guts like wood, like wood, like wood, like wood. When we in the club, then we hit them like wood. Yo, I got them dubs that'll hit you like wood. What you think your tub catch uppercuts and your guts like wood, like wood, like wood, like wood. When we in the club, then we hit them like wood. Yo, I got them dubs that'll hit you like wood. What you think your tough catch uppercuts and your guts like wood, like wood, like wood, like wood. When we in the club, then we hit them like. Yo, I got them dubs that'll hit you like. What you think your tub catch uppercuts and your guts like.
This original shit right here. Yeah, I need a little more original styles in this game, man. Wild style became old style. JFK changed the game, nigga, with attitude. Running 100 miles before my crack came in vows. It's formed the verbs and nouns. Proclaim the original styles, aka. Yo, I drink from this big cup, my pimp cup. Take a big gulp, turn the bass up before I turn the place up. If you ride with the squad, know you safe enough. Tell me rolling with the big homie. Get it up, how you live it up? Cause I'm coast to coast. Shouts to all my coast that I'm picking up. Happy to see my G's live it up. Y'all can see me cause you not quick enough. Keep an eye out for. And the underworld team seldom seen on the screen when you see us on your big screen. Getting green. Still on the block surfing fiends with that rock. Shit don't stop. See me on the block, say what up, You need original styles in your life. Original styles in your life. Get up, get out, and get something before you die. If you fail, at least you try. You should just enjoy the ride. Shit, I glide while others slip and slide. Never get it like I told you till I die. Who am I done told ya. If I don't know ya, I got 3 words for ya. Fuck out of here. We're taking over this shit. Underworld is in your ear. Raise them glasses in the air. Engineer on this track here, bringing hip hop back here. Like, where'd it go? Y'all pussy cats is too sexual, so homo. Leave dudes chopped and screwed like slow-mo. It's too many lanes in the game. Original style, too much fame. Time to change things like rearrange. We the game. Remember the name. Underworld is taking over the world like Pinky in the Brain. Know what I'm saying? Original styles in your life. Me to watch you.
What's that on that beat? Oh.
I like how you move with them jeans on. That ass is type huge with them jeans on. I'm like, what it do with them jeans on? Look right with them jeans on. I'm trying to get them jeans off. I like how you move with them jeans on. That ass is type huge with them jeans on. I'm like, what it do with them jeans on? Right with them jeans on. I'm trying to get them jeans off. Work something for a nigga. Work something for a nigga. Twerk something for a nigga. Twerk something for a nigga. I'm back in this bitch. Old styles MOB, that's money over bitches. I still love it when them chicks twerking on the hits, left to right all night. You can twerk up on this bitch, break gooses, all that I sip. I'm getting cash always on point, cause these thugs trying to trip in the club on some gangsta shit. I call it hater shit. I'm trying to see these chicks twerking like they put in work for this grip. Looking right with them jeans on, all Molly Duck, smelling good, getting your lean on. Looking like an angel if I ever seen one. Say the word, baby girl, we gone. Do some things you never seen done. We could chill the whole week on. Have your speed gun, tongues like a D gun. I can have you leaking, that's just literally speed gun. Come on. I like how you move with them jeans on. That ass is type huge with them jeans on. I'm like, what it do with them jeans on? Look right with them jeans on. I'm trying to get them jeans off. I like how you move with them jeans on. That ass is type huge with them jeans on. I'm like, what it do with them jeans on? Right with them jeans on. I'm trying to get them jeans off. Twerk something for a nigga. Twerk something for a nigga. Twerk
twerk, 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 twerk. Something for a nigga, twerk, 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 twerk. Something for a nigga, twerk, 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 twerk.
I like how you move with them jeans on. That ass is type huge with them jeans on. I like what you do with them jeans on. Look right with them jeans on. I'm trying to get them jeans off. I like how you move with them jeans on. That ass is type huge with them jeans on. I like what you do with them jeans on. Right with them jeans on. I'm trying to get them jeans off.
Twerk something for a nigga. Twerk, 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 twerk something for a nigga. Twerk, 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 twerk something for a nigga. Twerk, 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 twerk something for a nigga. Twerk, 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 twerk something for a nigga.
Let me keep it real with y'all. I know a lot of people been doing the same thing for over 20 years. Man, I know homeless people been homeless for 20 years. I know crackheads been crackheads for 20 years. Hustlers been hustling for 20. I mean, like, times ain't changed much. People do what they do to survive in this world, man. So I just happen to use the art of rap. You know, I got the talent, so I use the talent. And I speak through it, you know, I spit what I know. So that's basically what it is, man. I still get my hustle on. I still be out there. I still be in the streets going through shit with niggas and blah, blah, blah. And I happen to just throw it in the mix. So that's all it's really about. That's like me in a nutshell. Your boy Sticky Old Styles. I'm doing this underworld shit and I'm bringing it straight to y'all. So fuck with me. Fuck away from me. That's what it is. Let's get it. Yeah.
This a DJ Whiteout exclusive.
Get 'em!
Let's get 'em!
Magician go hard, spitting with the veterans. They rockin' jackets, no they're not letterman. All about the calcium, give me my chatterman. Underworld the team, yeah we crushing all competitors.
Let's get 'em!
Magic, let me get 'em too. And if you already got 'em, let me get 'em after you. It's going down like a frown, I could go around it too. I'm underground but over you, striking like a cobra do. Let's get 'em!
Strong, so much diversity. Rolling with the guys, got me feeling like I'm Hercules. Standing in the booth, smoking on the purple trees. You can find me on the plot of smooths on the ecstasy.
Hit you when the person standing next to you. If my mercy's given, leave you living as a vegetable. You behind like something was in front of you. Your life is done for you. Some battles can be won, but this was not the one for you.
Let's get 'em!
So hot, I burn calories. You can lose it all, but that's dependent on your salary. Get back like an allergy, value flow first. I turned over a new leaf, but the other side was worse.
That wasn't going hand for. Yes, industry, that's underworld knocking on your damn door. This is our game, underground hip hop. And that's what we stand for.
Stand up, hold up, hold up. Let's get 'em. You should put your hands up. If you're planning out a war, you should give your plans up. Let's get 'em. Suspected like the dancer. I'm bad at storms, raining chloroform. Have been forewarned. I pop corns and make your pops mourn. Leave your top torn like hot porn, sharp as rose thorns. Jump the broom just to jump the groom. You were just a cartoon. Gangsta Sailor Moon's about to replay your doom. Let's get 'em. The underground to rise soon. Let's get 'em. Let's get 'em. Magician. Underground. Overground.
It's for y'all. Told you I was going up, straight to the top. Let's go. Mark of the King, I was told I was destined to rise. I told my pops don't go, I seen death in his eyes. Bigger problems, bigger issues make it hard to decide. You let it build until it fill or you erupt inside. Either the problems get bigger or you drink and you drive. 6 shots to spin the barrel, guess I'm wanting to die. The burden on my back is bigger than what I'm feeling inside. Won't tell myself the truth, so I'm believing the lie.
Man, I got issues with all this competition around. Man, I got issues. I find it hard to hold it down. Man, I got issues. When your family's not around, man, I got issues. To overcome this, stand your ground. Man, I got issues. 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 Man, I got issues.
Left for dead to put thoughts in your head. Could have been weak. I watch the streets and make competition instead. Knowledge I never lack when you constantly fed. Snakes always get caught cause they constantly shed. The real nigga not gon' bitch if he making his bed. The real nigga not gon' snitch if he know what he did. Weak niggas is small talking. Man live how we live. Raised by grandmas and pops, so it's hard for the kid. Turn boys to men, now I see what you did. And since both of you gone, I'ma have to finish the trend. I gotta stay strong, even though I'm dying within. Pause, I can't pause with so much on the fence. I give my word to big stage. Pop, let's make this dent. The time we now losing is gone. That's the time I'm missing we spent. I'm sick, I feel like I hit with a brick. And since I can't say it to you, this my time to vent. No more jail, no more pain. Life is what you gain. The legend deserve fame. The world you bought changed. The reason is for my name. This leather is straight to heaven and it's already sent.
Man, I got issues with all this competition around. Man, I got issues. I find it hard to hold it down. Man, I got issues. When your family's not around, man, I got issues. To overcome this, stand your ground. Man, I got issues. Man, I got issues. Man, I got issues. Man, I got issues.
Oh, and on a long journey, after take my hand, lead me on. All my riders shout, underworld, 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 underworld. All my real riders shout, underworld, underworld. As I sit and smoke on this cig, I think about when I was a kid trying to do it big, trying to be in them streets. Now underworld is how a nigga eat, never meet defeat, always stand on my feet. When niggas try to compete, the niggas straight get beat on the concrete. You fuck around with that nigga Keith, aka Old Styles, just to be brief. A nigga straight knock out your teeth if you fucking with my fleet while my fleet trying to eat. I just do what I does cause the founder of the shit bring the buzz. Shouts to all my thugs. Love is love, niggas in the street trying to grind hard. Catch me on the boulevard chilling with my squad. It's underworld for life, bitch. Fuck with this shit, you might get rich. That's some real shit. Salutes to the underworld. Take my hand, lead me on. Follow me into the underworld. Take my hand, lead me on. You are now in the underworld. I give shots and salutes to everybody here. If you're not here, I really don't care. You niggas best beware. I got dogs every fucking where, and them niggas ain't scared. Yeah, butts a couple shots in the air, going through your head as it breathes, then you dead. Took a couple shots in your head, we ain't aiming for your leg. You playing with the bread like the motherfucking feds. And you can never join this movement, because we moving, got no time for bullshit. You better get up on your job, nigga. Shouting underworld when I rob niggas. This is how I find niggas.
Like come outside, niggas. You wanna collide, niggas? Fuck a drive-by, nigga. I can send your ass to the fucking sky, niggas. Then you be a real fly, nigga. This is Underworld.
Take my hand, lead me on.
I'm on my way to the underworld.
Take my hand, lead me on.
Salutes to the underworld.
Take my hand, lead me on.
Follow me into the underworld.
Take my hand.
Being hood is natural. That's just in my blood. If you violate, cross the line, then I'm pulling the plug, get it cracking. But I walk, talk, and act like a blood, make it happen. That's right before we leave in the club. You tough, go ahead, play tough. Cause they pumped you with drugs, you energized. They gave you batteries, I reload slugs, it had to be. I run up on them, assault and battery. And if I don't finish you off, you ain't seen the last of me, nigga. Squad up was good. My niggas get it poppin'. But when it comes to the hood, we can show you how to rock it. Don't make us cause a riot. Don't make us cause a riot. Don't make us cause a riot.
TTG, that's all I know. That's all I know.
Don't make us cause a riot. Don't make us cause a riot. Don't make us cause a riot.
TTG, that's all I know. That's all I know.
You a killer, I'm a killer. Let's let it be known. Running your house invasion. So I'm coming in homes. Niggas feeling that. As long as I be lifting the chrome, no Saints. New Orleans when I'm hitting your dome. Niggas got it. For that profit, I cock it. Running the cockpit, so stop it. When your logic, no logic, niggas could pop it, don't pop it. Stay in lane, cause I move to hit your brain. And I can see Baraka looking for Michelle to get my change. Niggas talking about that beef shit. Hammer leave them sleepless. Niggas, they be talking that bread, but not street shit. Niggas, they be talking that bread, but not sleep shit. But you ain't never talking no heads if you ain't sleep shit. Nigga, got me going insane. My mind not lost it. But when it comes to this game, I got no time for that fly shit. Don't make us cause a riot. Don't make us cause a riot. Don't make us cause a riot.
TTG, that's all I know. That's all I know.
Don't make us cause a riot. Don't make us cause a riot. Don't make us cause a riot.
TTG, that's all I know. That's all I know. That's all I know.
Squatter was good. My niggas get it poppin'. And when it comes to the hood, we can show you how to rock it. Don't make us cause a riot. Don't make us cause a riot. Don't make us cause a riot.
TTG, that's all I know. That's all I know.
Don't make us cause a riot. Don't make us cause a riot. Don't make us cause a riot.
TTG, that's all I know. That's all I know. That's all I know. TTG, that's all I know, that's all I know.
Cannot stop, I will not stop, I cannot stop, I will not stop, I cannot stop, I will not stop, I cannot stop.
Charge it to the game.
Cannot stop, I cannot stop, I will not stop, I cannot stop.
Charge it to the game.
Cannot stop, I cannot stop, I will not stop, I cannot stop.
Charge it to the game.
Cannot stop, I cannot stop, I will not stop, I cannot stop.
Charge it to the game.
Cannot stop, I cannot stop, I will not stop, I cannot stop.
Took a lot of losses from a lot of bosses. I don't give a fuck what the cost is. I'ma get it. I'ma beat that nigga in the street all night till the morning. Yawning, talking about where these niggas fucking coming, where the motherfucking rock sells. I'm an old head, so what? Oh well, I don't give a fuck. I got a story to tell. Gotta get this dough. Gotta get this bread. Gotta get this cash. Gotta get these niggas head that try to dash with that bag. Trying to get on my cheddar. Y'all niggas better get your shit together. together. I'm tougher than leather and Run DMC. Put the fuck together. When the nigga cut, yo, I sever. Don't get on my fucking level. Charge it to the game. Gotta charge it to the game. Charge it to the game. I done took too many setbacks, time to get back up top. When the nigga gotta rock, gotta get the spot hot. But the niggas got this shit on lock. Y'all niggas feel the wrath of the clock. Y'all niggas feel them shots too hot for your head now. Nigga dead now, all red pals. Niggas shit the fuck around with the niggas that's trying to do it. Cause we flowing like they fluid nasty low. No, we knew it, how we do it. I rep my squad, underworld shit. I rep my shit, underworld shit. Old styles bringing that underworld shit. I will not stop this shit, underworld shit. Charge it to the game. Gotta charge it to the game. Charge it to the game. Light the light and spark the fire up, it's louder here. Gotta move the fucking crowd in here. Y'all niggas know it's no mistakes allowed in here. This is that new type of hip hop. I'ma get it down in here. Underground in here. Yeah, this the sound in here. Y'all niggas about to move around in here. I'm going down in this bitch. This a freestyle rip. I ain't have to write shit. Cause I'm hype as fucking shit. I'm lit. I'ma talk that shit. Walk that shit. Let a nigga spit. I'ma spit. Hit his hip hop. Y'all niggas don't.
I love getting money. That's the shit you lack. New crib on deck, key under the mat. I love getting money. That's the shit you lack. New crib on deck, key under the mat. I love getting money. That's the shit you lack. New crib on deck, key under the mat. I love getting money. That's the shit you lack. New crib on deck, key under the mat. I love getting money. That's the shit you lack. New crib on deck, key under the mat. I love getting money. That's the shit you lack. New crib on deck, key under the mat. On the road to the riches, success is the mission. I do what y'all don't do, neglect to pay attention. I'm on point at all times, ears open so I listen. Did I mention we got the game locked so you fenced in? Life is too short, no extension. I fear nothing, so if you bluffing it might cost you your pension. Holding on the game, but I'm taking the glimpse and see money rules the world, but poor people they can't win. At what expense? Does it make sense? Even if I don't get signed, I still made a dent. CSI, no gloves, so they can still take my prints. I get money for them dollars, I'll body many men. Give them 10, then again, this is not pretend. I can't throw the first stone, cause I already sinned. I'm the locksmith, watch me lock it. How the fuck you getting money if you got no profits? Nigga, stop it. I love getting money. That's the shit you lack. New crib on deck, key under the mat. I love getting money. That's the shit you lack. New crib on deck, key under the mat. I love getting money. That's the shit you lack. New crib on deck, key under the mat. I love getting money. That's the shit you lack. New crib on deck, key under the mat. All I know is money, money, and I want it right now. All I know is money, money, and I'll keep going till it's right here, standing with me. I mean 6 feet, 6 figures, I mean G's. Whatever do you want from me? I ain't giving up nothing for you. And all I want is money, money. Be my motive, but you can't hold it. Money, money, be my motive. matter how you know who's open. I love getting money, that's the shit you lack. New crib on deck, key under the mat. I love getting money, that's the shit you lack. New crib on deck, key under the mat. I love getting money, that's the shit you lack.
This is DRE on another TR production. Come on that Southside shit.
It's the South.
If you don't give a fuck like we don't give a fuck, put your middle fingers up in the air. And if you real like we real, when you feel how we feel, put your middle fingers up in the air. Throw your hands up if you're pumped up and you're pumped up. If you want some, let's get it on. Throw your hands up if you're pumped up and you're pumped up. If you want some, now get high, get drunk, get hype, get crunk, get high, get drunk, get hype, get crunk, to these east side boys with a south side flow, will bounce like whoa when the beat that make it alpine flow. Niggas see us, then expect to see a mouth shine, yo, cause they think we from the south side. No, nah, dog, we ain't dirty. We down south, dirty Jersey, where dirty birds be on the curb, puffin' herb absurdly, and niggas ain't worthy to rock my derby. Heard me? Sorry if I touched the nerve beat, but actions be louder than your words, so observe me. If you don't give a fuck like we don't give a fuck, put your middle fingers up in the air. And if you real like we real, when you feel how we feel, put your middle fingers up in the air. Throw your hands up if you're pumped up and you're pumped up. If you want some, let's get it on. Throw your hands up if you're pumped up and you're pumped up. If you want some, let's get it on.
Ready to take him, get in the breaker, put the life for the line. Run up with a gun, some having a pump, so right next to your mind. You ain't never been hit before, so how you gonna talk about side of your grill? When I'm holding that still, now he really gon' know how it feel. That's the Mac 11 shotty AK-47. I'm blazing the razor, show y'all niggas just who the team. Moon cream, shooting jeans, my enemies necessary. Auxiliaries will make the scene even scary. Better go ahead and move your shit. I don't care who you with. Fuck around with a bust around, better the clown, or y'all lose it quick. Y'all on some loser shit. We the winning team. From beginning things to the ending things, winning everything. This is the commission. Y'all niggas will never listen. When you're done, you're finished. You heard you're scared, bitches. What?
Give a fuck like we don't give a fuck. Put your middle fingers up in the air. And if you real like we real, when you feel how we feel, put your middle fingers up in the air. Throw your hands up if you're pumped up and you're pumped up. If you want some, let's get it on. Throw your hands up if you're pumped up and you're pumped up. If you want some, now get high, get drunk, get hype, get crunk, get high, get drunk, get hype, get crunk, After this, these fake thugs and gangsters that spit gotta spit what we spit. You players is a dick bucket. Anyway, I battle any y'all any day. Y'all act just like Hemingway. We rep NJ. Get hit in your doorway, the raw way, the quick trauma Broadway. Have you been up the wrong way? It's a struggle, so I hustle like the song say. I'm stuck on the block with rocks in my socks all day. Cause my style's butter like Parquet. You try to stop the profit for my profit hardly. Better do what my squad say. Fuck like we don't give a fuck. Put your middle fingers up in the air. And if you real like we real, when you feel how we feel, put your middle fingers up in the air. Throw your hands up if you're pumped up and you're pumped up. If you want some, let's get it on. Throw your hands up if you're pumped up and you're pumped up. If you want some, now get high, get drunk, get hype, get crunk, get high, get drunk, get hype, get crunk, get crunk.
I got that booty, yo. I'm about to school you, yo. Ganja, marijuana, yo. Don't let them fool you all. If you still smoking, but you ain't never choking, your drug dealer is joking. Just sell the stuff you toting. I sell it to
got some cash, bring your ass, come and smoke with me.
Go get your Dutch and your tree and then roll it up. Now get your lighter, your blunt and then roll it up. Now you can spark it to sip it and smoke it up. Then you can get a blunt and then roll it up.
Wanna text me, the number one killer dame shitting on tracks, leaving them stains, some styles be whack. I hop on a beat and attack, extract your raps from your ass crack. Style is whack, believe that. I've been on the stat, in fact, my flows are similar to some when I'm on. Bout to too many states, from the east to the west coast, I do it the most. Pack my clothes for who run it, I'm running shit. 6 clips with 8 chips, laying body stiff on the still tip. I whip like flashes, house the niggas for stashes. Get high with the money in their face, then put my ass on it. I'm the baddest.
Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Hit the ground, make a shot. Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Hit the ground, make a shot. Yo, my gas don't bust, niggas run for life. I make it hard up in the dark, taking shows for life. Never turn up on the thought, I got his mile of war. Niggas wanna bring war, yeah, we all for y'all. Niggas run for your life. Niggas come, when the soul is block wide. Niggas wanna bring war, yeah, we all for war. Niggas talking out of war shit, I'm bringing the stars out. Guns out, run, go to, run for your life. Nigga, run for your life. Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Hit the ground, make a shot. Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Spit around, hit the ground, make a shot. Hit the ground. Make a shot. I might rob a icer. You know a high pricer. Just to show I'm the nicer. Mike the Vicer. Run it. I catch it in your stomach. While you plumb it. Then begin to numb it. Your death coming. Your gut running. Over. Nice to know ya. Brother blow ya. Thanks for letting me know you have the keys to the rover. Roll over. The praise to Jehovah. Shut up. No talking. I said running, not speed walk. Watch me go to spot. Eating pop rocks. Sipping slow rocks. From the back to back. Axe connected in graded grade tweed socks. Cock the clock and make it running. Still I win. You can't explain who done it. No clue who, how you got shot. Now I can rap about what I got a lot. Crack the Henny drop. I make mini rock at the any spot. They stay plenty hot. Props, scrubs need mini mops. Fuck around and run it. Spin around, hit the ground, make a shot. Spin around, hit the ground, make a shot. Spin around, hit the ground, make a shot. Hit the ground, make a shot. Spin around, hit the ground, make a shot. Spin around, hit the ground, make a shot. Spin around, hit the ground, make a shot. Hit the ground, wicked shot. I make all this slicks like the bus lines. I bust rhymes, 40 thugs bust rhymes. I bust spines on all those who wanna bust minds. Trust that, I'm not the one to bust that. So best believe I bust back. Faster than bust and bust can bust fast raps. I make you shake your ass crack. Fight a L and pass that. Got jewels and flash that. Got cash and stash that. No, that's that. Cheesy rap trap, hand clap rap. Not that crap, half these cats are spitting, they get slap. For the whack, jaw flap. I spit the raw rap. And I got more than that, so why you debating about who's play hating? I got a cake baking and I'm tired of creating and waiting. I'll be straight when they on the run through. I'm ever ready to rumble. Getting that when I come through. I'm stone cold enough to stun you. 316, I'm not the one to come best, I come stressed. I'm all about the success. Hit the ground running. Really, you don't want it. No credit, we don't front it. Lick a shot, run it. Run it. Spin around, hit the ground, lick a shot. Spin around, hit the ground, lick a shot. Spin around, hit the ground, lick a shot. Hit the ground, lick a shot. Spin around, hit the ground, lick a shot. Spin around, hit the ground, lick a shot. Spin around, hit the ground, lick a shot. Hit the ground, lick a shot. Spin around, hit the ground, lick a shot. Spin around, hit the ground, lick a shot. Spin around, hit the ground, lick a shot. Hit the ground, lick a shot. Spin around, hit the ground, lick a shot. Shot. Spin around, hit the ground, lick a shot. Shot. Spin around, hit the ground, lick a shot. Hit the ground, lick a shot.
Sure you want to use me? I mean, I don't even have religion. I don't think I'm the best.
Like this.
Alright, I'll do it. What you want me to say?
Man, woman, boy, girl, man, if the world right, I can make it turn and make it fine. If the world right, this is the love that I man. If the world right, my words stand firm. Try to be mad if the world right, this woman, boy, girl, man, if the world right, I can make it turn and make it fine. If the world right, this is the love that I man. If the world right, my words stand firm. Try to be mad if the world right, you have no right in the way you live your life. Wrong is right, life for a life. Why do you smite? Just because the words are right. Don't believe the hype, don't mislead my type. Find the light, not the night I speed life. Why you mistreat life like I don't see all? Pick him up when he fall. Got me mad at the world. I created this whole world. Man, woman, boy, girl, I can make it turn, I can make it burn like a you must learn. Woman, boy, girl, that in the world, right? I can make it turn, I'm not me mad at the world, right? This is the love that I got at the world, right? My words stand firm, don't be mad at the world, right? This woman, boy, girl, that in the world, right? I can make it turn, I'm not me mad at the world, right? This is the love that I got at the world, right? My words stand firm, don't be mad at the world, right? I need a mastermind, never mastermind, and mask behind, like designs, like decline, fine line between yours and mine. I clock your time, watch you as you climb, bring sight to the blind, never find a love like mine, find this wine, walk the line, it's designed to stand the test of time, can't be refined, energy fuck my son, I'm speaking through more changes energy, no escape, nowhere to run to, when an enemy comes for you, my children still be protected, when my image is reflected, can't be rejected or deflected, think I won't speak through a hip-hop record, if it's for me, how I honor and respect it, I know life is getting hectic, before you snap, I bring the power to your music factory, if your faculty doesn't honor me, honorably, yo, I'm feeling disrespected, my will be done, I create a legend that can stand in my presence, and receive the gifts like some presents, R&B, rock, rap, and hip-hop, God's spell can bring you heaven to hell, if you got a story to tell, I don't cast spells, I don't ask, I tell. If I speak to you, you got a job to do. Follow me, I will never follow you. This is what you do.
that you mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. Tell me why you mad. You mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. Tell me why you mad. You mad 'cause we made it. From afar they be hating. The expressions on their faces is telling me one thing. That you mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. Tell me why you mad. You mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. Tell me why you mad. They mad 'cause we made it. It's so close we can taste it. So watch your mouth, know what your place is. No swag, catching motherfucker. You misplaced it. Your career, I'll erase it. I'm better than you, that's just faced it. Watch your cards, what you playing. Your cats can't determine how you're laying. Your bed situation. I'm mad you know we hate it. It's a smashing right, no taking. You're dying right now. Where you're standing. You mad 'cause we made it. From afar they be hating. The expressions on their faces is telling me one thing. That you mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. Tell me why you mad. You mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. Tell me why you mad.
Looking at me, now we looking at you. I mean, you can never compare to the shit that we do. Keep ringing your alarm, bet I put it on snooze. Like, why you mad? 'Cause I'm making it and breaking rules. See, ignorance is what makes a fool. See, bitch niggas, they can use the tools. Dumb people don't go to school, but you just wanna be cool. But always remember, a rhino will definitely trample a bull.
The expressions on their faces is telling me one thing. That you mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. Tell me why you mad. You mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. You mad as fuck. Tell me why you mad.
Let no man place his hand on the fam. We let them things I'm a humble man. I will double pump a man. What you want, my man? 'Cause I'm in the streets like Timberlands. I eat these simpletons. Oh, stick a dick. It's the remedy for an enemy. Remember me, sipping brandy. Pocket friends and flip them to a Sammy. I am back with envy. I attack plenty for pennies simply 'cause they add up. I can get you access for a bag in the Dutch. I can have you crabs in a bunch 'cause you fuck with us. Never know it's us. You suspecting us, disrespecting us is unjust. We just bust, don't discussing stuff. Niggas tough and stuff 'cause they Kimbo slice. Fuck, I get too nice, cut a nigga nuts. Wild style, sick as fuck. I'm so high that I can feel it. Cause my tools dead as bitch. Bitch, tools out. Put all your tools out. What you wanna do now? Make the niggas move out. You got the tools out. Let you fools a few out. What you wanna do now? You should throw them tools out. You got the tools out. Nigga, pull your tools out. What you wanna do now? Make the niggas move out. You got the tools out. Let you fools a few out.
What you wanna do now? You should throw it to me.
Cause Mayhem's way worse, so I'ma use him for this verse. Someone should go from here to hurt.
You're not actually such a bad guy, no fuck that, I'm horrible. I'm putting more than 4 of you, I shoot till there's no more of you. I got my tools out, but I ain't doing home improvement. I'm shooting the first motherfucker showing any movement. Anybody show his face will go extinct like food for cavemen. My tools will push your face in, then erase him, then replace him. Kill 4 C's and 4 E's, the more the P's Jason. Bitches keep hating, for swine I fry bacon. Impatient to make pages, my dog fire Dalmatian. Tail chasing, so hot I smell Cajun. Flavoring foul flip, don't give a fuck or a shit. So take one nigga pick, if you ain't one you ain't shit. I can do this without a clip, but I already got it in my grip. You should forfeit before the force spit. You in the fourth place. Mortal combat when I bomb back. Behind back, be head breast. Beat the boys you bred back. Pay back with spray gas. We got them tools out. Pull your tools out. What you wanna do now? Make them niggas move out. We got them tools out. But you fools a few out. What you wanna do now? You should throw in 2 times. We got them tools out. Nigga, pull your tools out. What you wanna do now? Make them niggas move out. We got them tools out. But you fools a few out. What you wanna do now? You should throw in 2 times.
With the flag, guess who's back in the track? Fuck that, guess who's strapped in the track? Desert E, I got that Mac, and they dipping black. Listen to the click, when I whip out this here gat, it's for rat-a-tat-tat. Niggas dip in the back, hollows dip in your back, slugs ripping through your hat. I could care less where they in the back. Old sounds don't play fair with these cats. Pussy niggas trip, when the chopper hit, it can chop a brick.
Cop the 5th, I didn't chop that bitch. Where's the witnesses? My niggas run up in their business and they show them what the business is. Christ just made me to finish it. Mayhem means your men don't matter. You like a pussy but fatter. Empty out your full bladder. My projectiles will penetrate and raise the real estate. You only real when you real fake. Your stakes are so great. If I hurt you, be glad I didn't hurt you. I've destroyed niggas worth more than you. Hope that there were more of you. Even if there's 4 of you, I think a little more would do. Sorry if I'm boring you, that means I need something inside of you. I'll hide if I were you or try to suicide. We got them tools out, pull your tools out. What you wanna do now? Make them niggas move out. We got them tools out, but you fools a few out. What you wanna do now? You should throw in 2 times. We got them tools out, nigga, pull your tools out. What you wanna do now? Make them niggas move out. We got them tools out, but you fools a few out. What you wanna do now? You should throw in 2 times.
Closer, you know what's gonna happen tonight. Start the rubbing and the kissing, making love. We're making crazy love, position changing up. We're making crazy love. She can take it all. We're making crazy love all night long. Can you feel it coming closer? You know what's gonna happen tonight. Start the rubbing and the kissing, making love. You're making crazy love, positions changing love. You're making crazy love. She can take it all. You're making crazy love all night long. Crazy love, drink full, blunt roll. She's laying by my side, pillow talking, getting faded. Lights down low, you lay back, I'ma give a show. Just relax, I'll take it slow. She's taking deep breaths. After every stroke, pulling on your hair, love to atone, and you're not scared. Be making crazy love. Love is in the air. Can you feel it coming closer? You know it's gonna happen tonight. Start the rubbing and the kissing and making love. We make you crazy love, positions changing love. We make you crazy love, she can take it all. We make you crazy love all night long. We make you crazy love. Are you ready? Round two. Prepare yourself, you know what I'ma do. I might have to pick you up, maybe switch it up, but you can't get enough. Once your spot gets touched, I'll keep hitting it all night long. While you're whispering, my back is scratching, you asking. No talk, more thing, I want reaction all night long. Change feel it coming closer. Know what's gonna happen tonight. Start the rubbing and the kissing, making love. We make you crazy love, positions changing love. We make you crazy love, she can take it all. We make you crazy love all night long. We make you crazy love, positions changing love. We make you crazy love, she can take it all. We make you crazy love all night long.
Leaders of this old school, we ill as tofu. Let me show you how to get to me, here's what you'll go through. I ain't gotta grab to hold you or even bend to fold you. Don't even act like you ain't know, I'm sure somebody told you. My lyrics that they sold you, go get a refund. We don't run unless the law come, I think I saw some. You can't be here where we all are from, that's what you call guns. We got ones that bury sons and tracing where you call from. Long I saw some, look at where you'll fall from. If I know my gain is low, my creed is that I call some. You won't get that, I know you won't, cause sense is never common. Probably thinking I'm just rhyming, but you're not checking the time. And you know if I put time in, then I'm working on the clock. Wasting money, I am not that laying on the block. I can make your circulation stop and resume on command. If you thought your man would back you up, we need a backup plan. You don't understand or comprehend that I am not a friend. Not yours or anybody's, you're just my means to an end. If I ever see your face again, it better be a vision. Cause next time you get that, I'm turning that to a collision. Listen, well I think you should get checked. Nobody with that disrespect deserves to keep a freaking neck. Your ass too broke to cash that check, so don't you even write it. Like a man with no arms, cause you ain't even trying to fight it. Get back, hey yo. Somebody get the caution ticket. Can't believe you said that. It's too late, so who's next to play? Let me demonstrate the way it's gonna be from now on. Better pile on, taking it out you for mine. Get back, hey yo. Somebody get the caution ticket. Can't believe you said that. It's too late, so who's next to play? Let me demonstrate the way it's gonna be from now on. Better pile on, taking it out you for mine.
Get my crooked smile on, me and my aliens bout to get that X-Files on. If we jump, you getting piled on. In my prime, I transform on Decepticons, respected on the chin, check a con. Cause you were artist in my rhino just to start shit, rip apart shit. Cause you feds on some narc shit and worse than Noah and Moses make the ark split. My fistul's nice with this, I bring a crisis, slice of life, nightstick. Yo, my bars hit like a nightstick. Haters like this, get back. Niggas get sprayed back, way back. Niggas stay strapped. like dice, stay strapped. Hard facts, not that gay rap. This is how it's gon' be. My style is not free. OG for eternity. STDs ain't burning me. Enemies not concerning me. Fuck a degree, ain't no learning me. I should earn a G for being such a G. Fuck with me, I'm bucking 3 from the 45, ready to die. Me, myself, and I. Who's next to play like Judgment Day? Too late, nothing else to say. Bloodbath, feel the wrath of the K. KKK on the way. You know I reppin' J till the death of me. Keep on testing me, get an F, cause you always fell standing next to me. I'm an icon, you are just MC with no destiny. I am lyrical weaponry. Can't believe I said that.
Hey yo, somebody get the caution tape. Can't believe you said that. It's too late, so who's next to play? Let me demonstrate the way it's gonna be from now on. Better pile on, taking it get back. Hey yo, somebody get the caution tape. Can't believe you said that. It's too late, so who's next to play? Let me demonstrate the way it's gonna be from now on. Better pile on.
Some classic shit, man. This is over 20 years worth of good music coming from my squad. Definitely helped me branch off this underworld movement I got going right now in this current state. This is what we was doing back in the day when we was trying to do our thing in the game. Shouts to my squad, man. Shouts to my SUK fam. SUK stick up kids. Let's go.
Hey, which makes her a hoe. Why don't I just give her the money I was gonna spend? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, my name is Riley, son. But you know, niggas call me AKA Riley Escobar. You know what I'm saying? Cause I'm in the street, you know? That nigga gon' pay what he owes.
Get my money, get my dough, get my dough, get my dough. You better get my money, get my dough. Get my dough, you about to pay what you owe. You better get my money, get my dough, get my dough, get my dough. You better get my money, get my dough, get my dough. You about to pay what you owe. Just let them guns blow. Get sprayed if you don't pay me my fucking bread today. I don't give a fuck what you gotta say. No excuses to me. I don't give a fuck about to say this shit loosely. I'll leave a nigga head like a loose leaf in the wind. If you niggas try to pretend I am not playing with you niggas at the way. It's a game, you should know my motherfucking name. I'm about to start slaying niggas that acting like they don't know the flow is coming from a bento instrumental. Pay off the dough that you borrow, all the fucking commissary that you think you gotta pay. Money, get my dough, get my dough, get my dough. You better get my money, get my dough, get my dough. You about to pay what you owe. You better get my money, get my dough, get my dough, get my dough. You better get my money, get my dough. Get my dough, you about to pay what you owe. Ain't gon' say this shit no more. Fuck it, niggas about to start kicking buckets. Ain't you know I love it when niggas tryna act like I ain't the lyrical god in my underworld squad. Don't really go hard. I'm fucking playing with a real nigga in the fucking game. Niggas know what I'm saying. Got the AK spraying on your block all day. NJ rep the shit every time that I say. Y'all niggas gotta know it's the flow from the motherfucking nigga old Sticker D. Ain't nobody fucking with me. I get busy and I'm tryna get my fucking bread up. Oh, I leave a nigga head cause you better get my money, get my dough, get my dough, get my dough. You better get my money, get my dough, get my dough. You about to pay what you owe. You better get my money, get my dough, get my dough, get my dough. You better get my money, get my dough, get my dough. You about to pay what you owe. You gotta pay up, nigga. Pay what you owe in my my boondocks, got my fucking Glock in my sock. Y'all niggas don't know how we rock on this motherfucking turf. You niggas know it's about to get worse, about to leave a nigga hurt. But you playing in the field, playing in the fucking game. Y'all niggas know it's real, and you niggas know how we fucking feel about you lame ass gangsters, gangsters. I'm a fucking thank ya and thank ya for your motherfucking business. Niggas mind your motherfucking business. I knock at your door like Jehovah's Witness.
Hey, you with the afro, give it a rest. Beat it.
What the fuck am I supposed to do? Tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? You bugging at me, I'm bugging back at you. What? Tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? Just tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? I used to bust blackheads like blackfish. I'm accustomed to crackheads, most of might have bred for bread. Fuck up irrigators, niggas strutting night airs. These jeans saggy baggy, nigga never tight wear. I ain't cocky, just cocky. The eyes tie like Rocky. My block stocking stocky when shots be blazing through your property. Wanksters doing sloppily, busting shots at me, ain't no stopping me. I'm state property, just like them rock MCs. Now watch me rock MCs for the rocks and sing on the big screen. Let me know you getting cream. You scream like a fiend when you saw them triple beams. Move on your chin, don't speak, catch your jaw sneak. If you even think to turn the other cheek, you be waiting for a week. Speaking of weak, these weaklings freaking. Granted over that it's over by the weekend. I best with grip, make all situations flip. Need a fix, get hit with tools like good friends. Cause my clip got clips to make your whole hood flinch. Like, tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? Tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? You bugging at me, I'm bugging back at you. What? Tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? Just tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? Tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? These niggas bugging at me, I'm bugging back at you. What? Tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? Just tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? Man, these lame ass niggas don't know. I have them waiting for the tide to flow like Creep Show. I beat the people like I beat with the sleep post. Cock back, get them. I'm popping caps in the streets in the beat ball. Don't beat ball, straight deep ball. Don't sleep ball on the creep ball. Cheap ball, 6 feet deep ball. Jamaican and suited corduroy, slicing shank balls. What you think, ball? This is critical before on this. Now watch me Jackie joining this shit when I'm performing this hit. Like spit, don't get hit in your lip with a clip of popping your lip. I said he popping a bit. Nobody never ever topping this kid. If you feel on top of this kid, I still sloppy in the ribs. I'm the sick liquor sipper nigga captain that'll captain. Close caption, lights, camera, action. Tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? Tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? You bugging at me, I'm bugging back at you. What? Tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? Just tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? Tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? These niggas bugging at me, I'm bugging back at you. What? Tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? Just tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do?
Here's my plan.
This song is very mental. If your mind is not open, you're not understanding shit. Y'all gotta say this shit for me. Say this shit for me. Say it. Say it. Say it. I will never be broken. Say that shit, y'all. Say that shit, yo. I will never be broken. Feel this shit, y'all. Feel this shit. Come on. I will never be broken. I know y'all like that. We about to go. Come on. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2.
Now here's my plan.
Yo, I'm back on my political politics shit. Y'all really wanna get high and dance in this bitch like that's all we got to spit. That's it. It's alright, here I go, turn up. If you sold your soul on your way to hell, I hope you burn up. Trying to bring your brother down. Usually ignorance trying to bring your brother down. So it's always man down. Cause a real strong dude will never back down till he dead in the ground. I only give my real niggas pounds like it's a pound. They take the pound and move that pound around the whole town like this shit is going down. That's why words spoken, never be broken. Even when you're feeling useless as a somewhat token. Keep faith while your niggas keep hoping. Never know what the unknown be knowing. In these streets, G's be holding. Texting AKs, I rep NYC, BA, NJ, back to FLA. Got soldiers down to ride for me. What's it fight for me? Like a rivalry. What you gotta say? About to never be broken.
another day. Shouts to the brother J, consistent elevation every day. Cause I live through revelations every day. I'm so blessed by the best, I'm okay. This bomb shit has no detonation on this day. Who's to say? Press Obama made the bomb in every way. Escape ghosts provoke us niggas to stay away. It's an outrage. Pussy cats acting like lions in the cage. Politics to make a young nigga age. Watch what you do, cause they trying to toss you front page. Leave your ass broken, catch you drinking while you smoking wide open. On my overflow, some don't even know about their own oracle. And speak to future and it's constant. It knows before you even know, call it conscious. Make your mark, live your life, remain conscious. Cause these streets ain't beat for that nonsense. Why these imposters coming back to the hood? Hell hostage, coast to coast like you can't get ghost. Rolling through the hood, nonchalant, bitch nigga get roast. Like fuck the fame, fuck your game. These niggas in the game to change. Some things still remain the same. Stay in your own lane. Never tell a hating nigga that you own thing. When you see things, you don't know no thing. Cause you too may be hit with them hot things. I'm just saying in these streets they ain't playing cause they hungry. These niggas don't matter. These goons don't wanna rob a bank, yo, they rather rob rappers. Quick money, it's less chance to capture. And the boys don't really care if a nigga blast ya. All my people shout, never be broke for this next chapter. Here we go, here we go. Never be broke, yeah. Say that shit, y'all. Say that shit, yo. I will never be broke, yeah. Feel this shit, y'all. Feel this shit, come on. I will never be broke, yeah. I know y'all like that. We about to go and come on.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
Doing what I do, what I do. Say it's my time, man. I really don't need you. I really don't need you. So don't tell me nothing about what you do, what you do. Cause I'm not hearing nothing. My team will never lose, never lose. But look at everything I do, and I did it all by myself, by myself. But look at everything I do, and I did it all by myself, by myself. Oh, stop what you did. You ain't need no help, ain't need no help. And this is a life you live. See you in the underworld, underworld. This is what he did. Put together all types of talent. They smash prices, twisted slamming frames. My own, walking and follow my dreams. It's bigger than we see, than we see. I'm looking at everything I do, and I did it all by myself, by myself. But look at everything I do, and I did it all by myself, by myself. Look at everything I do, and I did it all by myself, by myself. But look at everything I do, and I did it all by myself, by myself. Trying to give a helping hand, somehow it falls back on me. But still I'll be the man, with or without you. Friends don't mean, as long as I got a family,
it is what it is. Can't stop this. Cause everything that I do it just to live for me and my kids. But look at everything I do, and I did it all by myself, by myself. But look at everything I do, and I did it all by myself, by myself. Look at everything I do, and I did it all by myself, by myself. Look at everything I do, and I did it all by myself, by myself.
By my way, see you looking so far away. Cause I'm on my grind all day. Really nothing else to say. But sorry, can't get out of my way. My chances I can have all day. Chilling on this block all day. You could leave it, you could stay.
This wax was spiffy, shorter on with me. If she piffy, she piffy. With me, leaving with me, she won't forget me. Gentlemen like Farnsworth, Bentley, underground king run the industry, know the city. This my city, brick city. Forgive me, I run shit. It's him hogging on a hot chick. You know they love good. Yo, I got you, haven't you won? It's nothing. I ain't stunting, I'm fronting. We about to get blunted. I'ma put something in your stomach. Can you catch that? Can you catch that? I'ma smash that kitty cat, front to back, ass smack, all that. We could toss some bread, roll around the bed, break that ass off at the office instead. She rather give me head. She wanna ride my way till I'm dead.
See you looking so far away. Cause I'm on my grind all day. Really nothing else to say. But shawty came around my way. My shit's just stacking out all day. Chilling on this block all day. You could stay.
Wave could kill you. She placed this face on $1 million bill. You could place this face among strappers and shrill. This chick all on my grill. This chick wanna test the scale. This chick wanna cop a fill. Tryna see how the insides feel. Yo, my rib shots hit spots you did not even know was there. Get crazy as a bear when them legs in the air. Shake the chandelier. We could wait the hemisphere and still don't care. I could take you everywhere and go nowhere, but I gotta hit the block. I got for sure go there. For sure, I'ma blow this. Yeah, my fault I'm all hyped up. I got it in your head. I'm not a millionaire, but if you're there when I'm there, you can ride my wave by the head like the leg.
See you looking so far away. Cause I'm on my grind all day. Really nothing else to say. But shawty came out my way. My chips is stacking out all day. Chilling on this block all day.
DJ J Million, sound like money, baby.
Talking nasty like some more, so I shut the engine off, get out. To her to close the door as we walk into my house. She getting freaky like a whore. I'ma tear that kitty up, turn that see how.
Slowly for the sexy women out there, the sexy ladies out there. Let's get them leave.
I'll take you what I know that you've been needing, but I'm needing you to open up your legs. Toss them on my shoulder. I'ma keep you up all night just like a couple soldiers. Haters just a number, even though you're older. I'ma rock your body like I'm rocking.
Bring that shit back.
Make it, baby girl, and I'ma show you how. I'ma rock your body like I'm rocking mountain water. See you looking so far away. Cause I'm on my grind all day. Really nothing else to say. But sorry, can't ride my way. My chips are stacking out all day. Chilling on this block all day. You could leave or you could stay. But sorry.
style. You know how we do. My man Nicky Dad. Just for all my online friends out there. Facebook, Twitter, Tag.com. All that old good shit. Yo, Nicky, tell me what you were saying.
And if you didn't get it, baby girl, I'ma show you how. I'ma rock your body like the Rocky Mountain boulders.
I guess that says it all. It's your boy Old Styles back for y'all, man. We going in. I'm the JFK of Jersey, if you didn't know. CEO of Underground ENT, the motherfucking avatar of hip hop.
It's my sign, y'all. They call me Mr. 24/7, 365. A hot boy snowman. Push those pies, push them right up the curb till they need a supplies. Just have to keep some feet and have them leaning to the side. They say streets, so watch it to watch me hard. Pitching the receipt and hand money and raw. The cops that come by, guns pointing at you. One day I'ma snatch, I'll be watching you guys. Middle finger pointing back, hell if I see a cell. These plots, these fiends, is how I make bills. It's how I make sales. Better than Jordan, hustling over career, it's more important. Keep eyes on the rise and never be talking. Street secrets when they creep up and have you lost it. It's more like a war and having you costing. Be proud to be loud and never get caught in your trap. Around here, better know where you at. Niggas around here stay strapped or get caught in the trap. Caught in the trap. Caught in the trap. Caught in the trap. Shit around here, we don't play that. That's how a nigga get clapped. Or get caught in the trap, caught in the trap, caught in the trap, caught in the trap.
Hustle hand in hand like hand me that, rewind me back, remind me that. This gang got me strapped, this gang got me strapped for the scrap. Pigs and racks, I get clapped in the back in the show. I'm high off a sack and some cognac. Hustle perps to Zacks, perps and packs, twerk with that. Watch it come back to back for crack like fans came back for real rap. Yo, I got G's packed. Yo, my G's packed. Follow, man, got them $12 grands. I'm a scholar with hands, I'm a wallow with fans and goofies that wanna do me for cream. Y'all don't even know what that mean. I hustle t-shirts, kicks, porn flicks, and bootleg jeans. And I got the green. I'ma get paid to sock you, I'ma rock you, pay to pop you, I'ma cock to on your avenue, drop you like a red cockatoo. What you wanna do?
Around here, better know where you at. Niggas around here stay strapped or get caught in the trap. Caught in the trap. Caught in the trap. Caught in the trap. Shit around here, we don't play that. That's how a nigga get clapped or get caught in the trap. Caught in the trap. Caught in the trap. Caught in the trap. Hustle man, I honor your hands. High you make sales as fast as you can. Known to watch corners, seek out your plan. Keep minding your money. Street fitted. There's a lot of rules. First one, you don't snitch. No. Get caught by the law, start hiding your strip. Make it known to these faggots who you trust to believe. There's a difference out harder who wears it on the sleeve. I see it when they speak or hear it when they preach. The fair all fair, it displays when they sleep. You gotta learn and you teach, earn and you keep. You can't keep a chain that has but still asleep. Cause they'll slow you down. Wanna grow, make it known, and then hold you down. Nigga, they know you now. And every thought that happens comes with mistakes. But what doesn't kill you have you lost in the game? Us around here better know where you at. Niggas around here stay strapped or get caught in the trap. Caught in the trap. Caught in the trap. Caught in the trap. Shit around here, we don't play that. That's how a nigga get clapped or get caught in the trap. Caught in the trap. Caught in the trap.
I live. I'm out here trying to get this paper to feed my wife and my family, you know what I'm saying? But just don't seem to be able to make it happen. I don't know, man. I just don't know. Hard to make it in this mind state. Solitude.
No solutions for solitude. Do what I gotta do. Use who I gotta use to move where I gotta move. But the pain's much more than I can take. Isolated and the weight on my plate is too great. No solutions for solitude. Do what I gotta do. Use who I gotta use to move where I gotta move. But the pain's much more than I can take. Isolated and the weight on my plate is too great.
Again, a damn thing heal me. I'm really about to have to do something silly. Life got my heart chilly. I was such a good guy. If I could cry, I would try. Ain't gon' lie. Solitude got me in a bad mood. I barely even have food. Weighing 132. My code's 32. Hoes don't understand. Say they want a good man, yeah, won't lend a hand. Damn, your shit's crazy. I know I'm not lazy, but these jobs pay me like allowance to a baby. Baby crumb's the only answer. I'm getting shitted on like Pampers. Niggas disrespecting me like dancers. Stress got me smoking like I'm hoping for cancer. Calm down, just put the bomb down. Cause if I blow up, then I'll never blow down. My life is profound, my feet hold no ground. It's about to go down and I can't control it, can't hold it. My brain molded and coded with old shit. And the new shit is worse. I probably welcome a hearse, but I need the fame first.
No solutions for solitude. Do what I gotta do. Use who I gotta use to move where I gotta move. But the pain's much more than I can take. Isolated and the weight on my plate is too great. No solutions for solitude. Do what I gotta do. Use who I gotta use to move where I gotta move. But the pain's much more than I can take. Isolated and the weight on my plate is too great.
Surrounded by four corners, the pen's my only friend. I'm in my own world while the walls are closing in. I can't win. Cause time after time, my mind's intertwined. When opposing forces are combined in line. My plateau is that of positivity. No time for negativity, so I just let it be. Indeed, the evil spirit is in the flesh, so it's my duty to journey on a quest to the crest. With problems on my hands now, I'm a soldier. Waiting on my breaks and I'm getting older. I got plans for grants and a massive wealth. Protecting my seeds first and protect myself. Chain smoking, black and miles, and cold got me locked. Stress on my chest make it hard to stop. I had a 9 to 5 and just to stay on top, I take breaks and meditate on hip hop. So when my shit drop and make my situation flip flop, shows on the road collecting dough to rip shop. Yeah, I want ends, ain't no need to pretend. No more sitting with my hand out, depending on friends. What's more, I'm getting thin, time to stand on my own. While my wife keeps telling me it's time to call Tyrone. She's on some next shit, I call it a throne. And now I'm all alone in the zone. Solitude.
No solutions for solitude. Do what I gotta do. Use who I gotta use to move where I gotta move. But the pain's much more than I can take. Isolated and the weight on my plate is too great. No solutions for solitude. Do what I gotta do. Use who I gotta use to move where I gotta move. But the pain's much more than I can take. Isolated and the weight on my plate is too great.
Underworld.
Up. You bitches got me fucked up. These haters got me fucked up. Niggas getting fucked up. Buck all the way out. These niggas got me fucked up. You bitches got me fucked up. These haters got me fucked up. Niggas getting fucked up. Buck all the way up. I'm about to turn this bass up, turn the fucking place up in your face. What? Let's get it going. A nigga old style, steady flowing freestyle with my bros in there. Y'all nigga try to start opposing them, but you can't stop the doors for closing in on ya. A nigga about to show you how we do in California and back to Jersey. Nigga, what's the word? Coming through to sell that herb on the curb. What you know about? These niggas got me fucked up. You bitches got me fucked up. These haters got me fucked up. Niggas getting fucked up. Buck all the way up. These niggas got me fucked up. You bitches got me fucked up. These haters got me fucked up. Niggas getting fucked up. Buck all the way up. Turn the bass all the way up. Niggas don't wanna validate the straight up rock, cause I'm hot like that. Niggas coming through the southern rock like that, on the block like that. Never stopping that. Who got that bag coming for the cash? Oh, that's your bitch ass. Coming fast as flash, cause a nigga gotta dash. Gotta get this green. FBI is on the fucking scene, trying to come and get a nigga. Look at me, but I'm back, y'all. Old styles with the fucking facts, y'all. Drop it in the rap, y'all. Coming full impact, y'all. That is that, y'all. You really got a nigga fucked up. I'm about to bust like a fucking nut in the gut. You niggas got me fucked up. These bitches got me fucked up. You haters got me fucked up. Niggas getting fucked up. Buck all the way up. You niggas got me fucked up. These bitches got me fucked up. You haters got me fucked up. Niggas getting fucked up. Buck
brick in this bitch. This shit right here is a hit. I ain't
I'm about to
even
go
shit.
harder.
I don't care what you do. You rollin' with my underworld crew.
Watch us go harder.
You can get off my dick. You niggas making hits, you ain't right shit.
We about to go harder
than the game ever seen. Underworld is the realest on your screen, man.
How we go harder. Y'all don't bother. I be the motherfucking father. Underworld founder. And I'm coming back just to show ya how we about to let you know the original styles is in here. I don't give a fuck, this is that shit, I don't care. Y'all niggas best beware.
Yeah,
cause you know we going harder. The motherfucker niggas better squatter.
Going harder than the brick in this bitch. This shit right here is a hit. I ain't
we about
even
to
right
go
shit.
harder.
I don't care what you do if you ain't rolling with my damn crew.
Feel me? Watch us go harder.
You can get off my dick. You niggas making this, you ain't
don't
right
know, bro.
shit.
We about to go harder
than the game ever seen. Underworld is the realest on your screen.
Listen, I'm about to go harder. This is free rap. Freestyle right shit, no, fuck that crap, I'm back. Original styles type of rap. JFK is back on the trap. Shit like X-Lax, it's the fact. I just do that hard shit. I come back with my squad with Underworld. Yes, y'all. Yes, y'all. We the best, y'all. Pass the test, y'all. Niggas know that's that real type of rap. Y'all niggas don't want to scrap. This is real shit. Real going harder. Y'all niggas better squad up, cause we got to go.
Then the brick in this bitch. This shit right here is the hit. I ain't even right
we
shit.
About to go harder.
I don't care what you do if you ain't rolling with my damn
Feel
crew.
me? We about to go harder.
You can get off my dick. You niggas making
y'all not
hits, you
listening,
ain't right
man.
shit.
We about to go harder
than the game ever seen.
If you here with me, rolling with the squad, man, you better go harder.
Old styles, let's get 'em. Go.
The underworld father, we about to go harder.
I don't care what you do if you ain't rolling with my damn
You not here for me, we about to go harder. Turn the beat up, I don't give a fuck, a nigga getting beat up if they fuck with us. Underworld is the real type of scripture, no discussion. I'ma start busting on your niggas acting like y'all don't know who the hype is. When I write shit, it's exclusive. This a freestyle hype, no type of right shit. This is just spit from the mouth cause I'm hype kid. And we not playing around. About to lay this shit down. Your new niggas bunch of clowns. We going harder right now. We going harder right now. We going harder right now.
Freestyle.
Call the nigga old style.
Old styles is JFK.
JFK put it down.
Going harder than the brick in this bitch. This shit right here is a hit. I ain't
we about
even
to
right
go
shit.
harder.
I don't care what you do. You ain't rolling with my damn crew.
We going a little harder.
You can get off my dick. You niggas making hits.
Freestyle nigga,
right
I'm about to go harder.
Then the game
I ain't even write this shit. I just hype the shit, nigga. I always go harder.
Then the brick in this bitch. This shit right here is a hit.
One
I
take,
ain't
I did
even
not
write
write this.
shit. I don't care what you do. If you ain't rolling with my damn crew,
you fucked up doing this underworld shit.
You can get
Battle
off
me
my dick.
at. I just spit the rap from my fucking dome, sag from the fucking trap. It's true facts, reality, rap is back. Original stats going harder. Squad up. We about to go harder.
These niggas got me fucked up. You bitches got me fucked up. These haters got me fucked up. Niggas getting fucked up. Buck all the way up. I'm about to turn this bass up. Tear the fucking place up. In your face, what? Let's get it going. A nigga old style, steady flowing freestyle. out with my bros in there. Y'all nigga try to start posing them, but you can't stop the doors for closing in on ya. A nigga about to show you how we do in California. And back to Jersey, nigga, what's the word? Coming through to sell that herb on the curb, what you know about? These niggas got me fucked up. You bitches got me fucked up. These haters got me fucked up. Niggas getting fucked up. Buck, all the way up. These niggas got me fucked up. You bitches got me fucked up. These haters got me fucked up. Niggas getting fucked up. Buck, all the way up. Turn the bass all the way up. Niggas don't wanna validate the straight up rock, cause I'm hot like that. Niggas coming through to sell the rock like that, on the block like that, never stopping that. Who got that bag coming for the cash? Or that's your bitch ass coming fast as flash, cause a nigga gotta dash. Gotta get this green. FBI is on the fucking scene, trying to come and get a nigga. Look at me, but I'm back, y'all. Old styles with the fucking facts, y'all. Drop it in the rap, y'all. Coming full impact, y'all. That is that, y'all. You really got a nigga fucked up. I'm about to bust like a fucking nut in the gut. You niggas got me fucked up. These bitches got me fucked up. You haters got me fucked up. Niggas getting fucked up. All the way up. You niggas got me fucked up. These bitches got me fucked up. You haters got me fucked up. Niggas getting fucked up. All the way up.
Hate me, you love me. Hate me, you love me now. Hate me, you love me. Hate me, you love me now. I don't care what they talking about or think they feel. Opinion, a fact is a fact. All I know is keep it real. Hate me, you love me. Hate me, you love me now. Hate me, you love me. Hate me, you love me now. I don't care what they talking about, what they think they feel. Opinion, a fact is a fact. All I know is keep it real. Hate me, you love me. You can't name a man that stand above me. I be getting it, I be going hard, I be giving it, cause I'm a giving ball. Hate me, you love me. Hate me, you love me now. I switch, I'm bugging. They say I'm thugging now. I don't give a fuck what they talking about, what they think they feel. All I know is I've been 100, I've been real. Got started, they crazy now. Departed, they don't amaze me now. Name a man who better, I will shoot him down. All I know is cheddar, you do not belong around. Hate me, you love me. Hate me, you love me now. Hate me, you love me. Hate me, you love me now. I don't care what they talking about or think they feel. Opinion, a fact is a fact. All I know is keep it real. Hate me, you love me. Hate me, you love me now. Hate me, you love me. Hate me, you love me now. I don't care what they talking about, what they think they feel. Opinion, a fact is a fact. All I know is keep it real. Visions of a man, I'm about to go crazy. Welcome to these badlands that birthed this baby. Mom and pops was never there, so the streets is what raised me. Big guns, you'll probably run when they start to blaze and rapid fire like black. And it sounds amazing. Niggas hate the solar smash like Ronald Reagan. Keep fucking with my cash, you'll get chalked in the pavement. Mortal Kombat, finish him. That's annihilation. Wonder why niggas don't fuck with you. You an abomination. Wanna sleepwalk niggas. I'm angry and I'm impatient, but they'll never take me alive. I'll go out blazing. The only way. I'm trained to survive. Keep it 100, no fake. Hate me or love me. Hate me or love me now. Hate me or love me. Hate me or love me now. I don't care what they talking about or think they feel. Opinion, a fact is a fact. All I know is keep it real. Hate me or love me. Hate me or love me now. Hate me or love me. Hate me or love me now. I don't care what they talking about, what they think they feel. Opinion, a fact is a fact. All I know is keep it real.
First on them. Let me be the first on them. The first on them. About to put the hurt on them. You feel that? Still put the dirt on them. To kill that. Clean cut curse on them. The worst on them. Let me be the first on them. The first on them. About to put the hurt on them. You feel that? Still put the dirt on them. So kill that.
You completed before it started. If you was the target, your heart get ripped by tips, gas farted. Blast artists, stash cash far as you can. Hard as I am, create traffic jams. Playing chicken with an ambulance, you can't advance. Your paragraph filled with fibs of long biz. This song is strong as bong hits. Up with the wrong kids. One more will make a right. Knock the light out your eyesight. Hype like clogged pipes. Slice, we slide snipes with blades that bite twice. You fight mice for practice. Slap a fat gatrus. Drag your dad backwards. It's bad, I jab fastest. Disaster's brewing. I'm chewing a few men till they human forms ain't moving. Move my crew in. On your block, no door knocking, no Glock. Pop you in your knot till the knots in the spot that gets hot at the 100 on the dot. I ain't running from the cops, they just chasing me like Jason B on Friday 1-3. Couldn't stun me with a tranquilizer, you think you're lava. Jig you in your liver when I walk by you. I draw the chalk by you, hit you like Ryu, and tie you up tightly, now you can't fight me. High as kites be, you out like strike 3, your pain excites me. Take naps on train tracks, you a lame cat who couldn't aim at a plane that you sitting in. You ain't fitting in, you're sickening. I can't stand it, damage your planet, I crash landed on. Turn your candid on, vanish your firstborn. I can't feel you like Novocaine in my veins. Planes cause pain, make your tears drain from your membrane, make your chin hang from your jawbone. The law's gone once it's our throne. Get hung up like dial tones. I'm rolling stones at you, cause a mega death. White zombie breath, 9-inch nails rip your flesh. Feel foes fall from frequent fly your face like Michael Myers flicks. Can't get no higher than this unless I smoke a spliff and lift off on the circular ship. It hurt when I hit, it jerk when I spit. Chicks flirt when I sit, work it a bit. Her skirt getting ripped in private. I'm tired of waiting on demonstrating lyric penetration. Spirit dissipating, you don't want beef, you bacon. Shaking, my knuckles make music. Tussling, losing, your muscles is useless. Glue is blue doodle, you are no match. Catch contact from aircraft exhaust. I jack far, better back off. Hack your sack off, gang call fire flip. Hire him for crash tests, leave him adless. Fabulous without freezing. Ice for no reason, hot or cold season. It's just not pleasing. Got weed in my system, seems smoke is essential to survive in my residential. What did I get into? Now you gotta lose your dental. If you ain't do nothing, been through few punches, fought through a few lunches. My hunch is your bunch just don't want it and need it. Just beat it like me, get when a girl let you eat it. Undefeated, be seated, your honor's unpure. You unsure of what I hit you for, you don't want more. Rob the rich and steal from the poor like Poppy store. It might be 4 of you, but you need more. Even the score, take a knife on an anatomy tour. I battle galore, for glory of war. The stories in store, don't worry no more. For a hole in your nostril, leave your holy like a gospel apostle. Got you stuck like locks do. Who hide, not you. You got a thaw for your fry, you got a fall for your fly, you got a ball for your buy. All you guys and gals and pen pals, mentals as sharp as broken pencils. Get stuck like decals. We wild and lash out, black out, make you pull the catch. I'll beat you till you pass out, leave your ass out. Throw your doctor through a helicopter, use his first aid and band-aid to fix the blade, rotate and chop your day, crop your legs. Don't bake crackheads like eggs with beer cakes. You fear me intensely. So cold, my flow's frozen Eskimos toes. My shows grow from beat blows that pros instrumental. Simple rhymes gotta go, complex is next. We done sent the threat while you ain't run yet. Into the sunset, pack bags and all. Stack facts in the cab, make them crash and fall. Wish you was never had it all. Get some chicks to sedate you and rape you. Plus they got age too, I love to hate you.
Let me be the first on them, the first on them. About to put the hurt on them. You feel that? Still put the dirt on them. So kill that. Clean cut curse on them, the worst on them. Let me be the first on them, the first on them. About to put the hurt on them. You feel that? Still put the dirt on them. So kill that. Clean cut curse.
Follow me into the underworld.
Take my hand, lead me on.
You are now in the underworld.
Oh, and on a long journey. Take my hand, lead me on.
All my riders shout underworld, 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 underworld. All my real riders shout underworld, underworld. As I sit and smoke on this cig, I think about when I was a kid trying to do it big, trying to be in them streets. Now underworld is how a nigga eat, never meet defeat, always stand on my feet when niggas try to compete. The niggas straight get beat on the concrete. You fuck around with that nigga Keith, aka Old Styles, just to be brief. A nigga straight knock out your teeth if you fucking with my fleet while my fleet trying to eat. I just do what I does, cause the founder of the shit bring the buzz. Shouts to all my thugs. Love is love, niggas in the street trying to grind hard. Catch me on the boulevard chilling with my squad. It's underworld for life, bitch. Fuck with this shit, you might get rich. That's some real shit. I'm on my way to the underworld. Salutes to the underworld. Follow me into the underworld. You are now in the underworld. I give shots and loose to everybody here. If you're not here, I really don't care. You niggas best beware. I got dogs every fucking where, and them niggas ain't scared. Yeah, butts a couple shots in the air, going through your hair as it breathes that you dead. Took a couple shots in your head, we ain't aiming for your leg. You playing with the bread like the motherfucking feds. And you can never join this movement, because we moving, got no time for bullshit. You better get up on your job, niggas, shouting underworld when I rob niggas. This is how I find niggas, like come outside niggas. You wanna collide niggas, fuck a drive-by nigga. I can send your ass to the fucking sky niggas, then you be a real fly nigga. This is underworld. Salutes to the underworld. Follow me into the underworld. You are now in the underworld.
Oh, and on a long journey. After I take my hand, lead me on.
All my riders shout underworld, 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 underworld. All my real riders shout underworld, underworld.
They don't want no beef. Keep them screaming, what's up? Keep them screaming, what's up? Keep them screaming, what's up? Don't want no beef. To the world,
no beef. No beef. Oh, I bet you they run. Bet you they run.
What's up?
When it comes to that smoking, they don't want no beef. What's up? No beef. No beef. Oh, I bet you they run. Bet you they run. When it comes to that smoke,
I get it poppin' in the hood. That tough talk, save it. Keep acting like a life until you meet with David. Go ahead and let that beast come out, I be the one to tame it. These niggas talking that money, I be the one to change it. So get your brain hit, rearrange with these niggas just pulling out guns. Now watch me bang it. Know I can switch up my style while y'all on the same shit. The shell, shampoo, scout, head and shoulders getting lit. No, you can die by the gun or the blade. Take your pick, I'm the shit. Make you disappear, that's the magic trick. Disrespect, I'm not having it. Got no respect when you dealing with these savages. Body get destroyed, not deployed on my rabbit shit.
Oh, I bet you they burn, bet you they burn. When it comes to that smoke, you don't want no beef, no beef, no beef. Oh, I bet you they burn, bet you they burn. When it comes to that smoke, you don't want no beef, no beef, no beef. Oh, I bet you they burn, bet you they burn. When it comes to that smoke,
nigga, you can get it on any given Sunday. Kidnapped on a Friday, dropped off on a Monday. Body parts chopped up, spread out on the one way. My knife game sharp, but my niggas bout that gunplay. With disrespect, get shot to the chest, that'll be your last day. A hitter, go get her. So I hunt in a fast way. Never been on the block, I get money to ski mass way. Put this chrome straight to your disc and put fast play. 100 gang up in this bitch, it get nasty. Head shot with to the throat, it get raspy. Bitch niggas pussy, they pussy. If you ask me, bust off, I'm making it rain. That's how I blast.
They don't want no beef. Oh, I bet you they burn, bet you they burn. When it comes to that smoke, they don't want no beef, no beef, no beef. Oh, I bet you they burn, bet you they burn. When it comes to that smoke, they don't want no beef, no beef, no beef. Oh, I bet you they run, bet you they run. World blow. When it comes to that smoke, the world blow.
Underworld. Major hip hop, pop, pop.
Transfusion, cruising through choosing. We stay abusing, the stages we're using. Now here's the conclusion.
I'm on a whole nother mission. Think of what you risking for you into competition. You don't listen, never missing when I'm spitting these verbal visions that's causing collisions. I get ripping, got me started like ignition. Wishing that my premonition or leaving your limbs sitting in the pool of your own blood and written. I'm not kidding. Put my bid in like prison. Keep insisting and open cans of fast whipping till your back flipping, get hooked like bass fishing. Don't ask questions as if you could keep living. Unanimous decision. So pissed off, I'm still pissing. You ain't biting, you hissing. Give you a shaky hand incision. Blind barber clipping. Blood Jericho dripping. The way I'm hitting, it's like something was hitting in my mitten. So forbidden. You know I'm sickening the way I'm kicking them. Neo recognition, I'm the one, son, you cringing. If beats don't heat like an engine, I go through withdrawal like I'm binging. Give me binging license.
Transfusion, cruising through choosing. We stay abusing, these stages we're using. Now here's the conclusion.
Yo, get stuff like vaccinations. Any hesitation will lead to evacuation. Think of what you facing, we stand tall like innovation. How you keep on hating, then start running like you racing. Put you on the trial like you got wild on the patient. Guns we blazing, leave no fingerprints for tracing. No trace dudes like Wally without the complication. Transformation, who's banner radiation. Nations waiting, detonation, devastation. We underground like down below your basement. Moving off your feet until you meet top aviation. Zoning when I'm born and gives me cigarette temptation. Demonstrating how I got hot like bacon. That's still bacon. Pain sensation like child making. Swing like Spider-Man, that's amazing. Meteors and things in my exterior containment. Replacing thoughts with rhymes with minds vacant. Breaking jaws and walls shaking. Making you change your destination to a suburb location. We answer foes when they provoking. Thinking why you choking when you never started smoking. Still hoping that I'm finished getting open. No scoping targets cause the heart is not approaching. Voting for removal, you do not want me emotional. Toasting victories, my promotion got me boasting. Posting caution notions, cold as ocean. Frigid frozen. Roller coaster on your cold until it's swollen. Use your head for bowling, remote controlling. Stolen missions for exporting tissues to think I'm holding. Never miss your body folding. Damn, I thought I told him. Hurts like blows to your scrotum. Worldwide like modems, top of the totem. Record golden. Rolling like Stephen Hawking, holding his knees. Got my funk and cheese molded. Nancy skis poking. Tokens go like broken motions. Throw blows at your gut till you up frozen. Going anger with no danger showing. Risking like acid, lotion past joking. Crack the cast open, leave your abs half broken. Now you freeze like you posing. I'ma lift you like you floating. Hit you like ghosts, the chosen disposal.
We stay abused of these stages, we have that is the conclusion. Refusion, different transfusion, confusion. We stay abused of these stages, we have that is the conclusion. Refusion, different transfusion, confusion. We stay abused of these stages, we have that is the conclusion.
Nasty.
Smash.
Crisis. Underworld officials. Dig up.
You know who the nice is. Crisis. Disrespect, don't let that happen. Kick smash. Cause that'll have me snapping. Kick smashing. Become a crisis. You know who the nice is. Crisis. Disrespect, don't let that happen. Kick smash. Cause that'll have me snapping. Kick smashing. Become a crisis.
I'm about to get it cracking. This is a jacking. Your reaction is you just seen the masked man. You the waste to get managed.
Right with the trash can.
Pussy niggas get slapped.
Followed by the backhand.
And I'ma build a casket big enough to fit Shaq in. And treat your family like Mexicans and make them pack in. I don't do no talking, I'm giving all action. These shells kick to the stomach, it's like an attraction. Gun name Hicks.
First name Braxton.
I'm kicking through your troops while I'm coming for your captain. I smash first, no questions asked. Go for the head, he act furious, I finish him fast. My move, you lose while I'm beating your ass. Kicks like steel toe with knuckles is brass. A left will wake him up, a swift kick make him crash. But my clans will clash if potato get mashed. But back to the future, still you'll get killed in the past. Underworld, my brothers keep a nigga, that's what we have. A lift for the mag, I'm getting you dragged. Plug.
You know who the nice is. Crisis. Disrespect, don't let that happen. Kick smash. Cause that'll have me snapping. Kick smashing. Become a crisis. You know who the nice is. Crisis. Disrespect, don't let that happen. Kick smash. Cause that'll have me snapping. Kick smashing. Become a crisis.
Did someone just say my name? If I drain your main vein, you only have yourself to blame. Cannot be tamed, but dames can sure try. The aim I shoot by, you can hit a fruit fly. I might be too fly, I think I need to touch down. Can't smash in your zone. It won't be a touchdown. I won't give him a pound. I found a clown deserves a pound, and even in the underground, and found a hole to put you down in. See if we surrounded him, and that's a double meaning. I can see this being the worst predicament you ever been in. Hit so hard, it's like I'm double teaming. Trouble brews, I keep it steaming. When you beat me, you was dreaming. Ain't no way in, go ask Keenan. Damn, I'm on like his brother. Spit him out like they mother. Got my crew and all the others. Just enough to smother. Undercover lover, but bang bras in the open. I'm gon' hit it, girl, and stay with it. That's what she was hoping. But now what I had spoken, I got a world to rule. And even Bobby Brown know I'm cruel, though I'm so cool. And no, I'm no fool. My GPA high as the voice on Michelle. There ain't no more that we can say.
You know who the nice is. Crisis. Disrespect, don't let that happen. Kick smash. Cause that'll have me snapping. Kick smashing. Become a crisis. You know who the nice is. Crisis. Disrespect, don't let that happen. Kick smash. Cause that'll have me snapping. Kick smashing. Become a crisis.
Underworld.
Coming after that, you already know.
Receiving even more reports of the spread of the epidemic. At this point in time,
that the virus is extremely dangerous. The infected are flesh-eating and highly lethal and will attack any living thing. If you find yourself in a threatening position, do not hesitate to act. The government is taking reasonable actions to control the infection.
All my niggas drop that hot shit. Gotta keep their head knocking. And you know we keep 'em rocking. When you listen to the product. All my niggas drop that hot shit. Gotta keep their head knocking. And you know we keep 'em rocking. When you listen to the product.
Yeah, like he said, we keep that product. We can serve us up, but we rock it up. Nah, we ain't with that op-in. First round, Glizzy get the poppin'. Second round, 40 get the drop-in. Nah, we ain't with that coppin'. We ain't giving no options. Now you fucking with the squad, raw.
All my niggas drop that hot shit. Gotta keep their head knocking. And you know we keep 'em rocking. When you listen to the product.
All I talk about is rhyme shit. Ski mask in the dark shit. So don't let this thing bark, bitch. I'm always on my hot shit. Bust a nigga's head and watch his body drop quick. I don't like to talk shit, but my goons will. Nigga told on me, supposed to keep it real. 5 to 10 on my head, I was going to jail. Did 3 months, felt like hell. One thing about real, I ain't never tell. If you want beef, then you gon' fail. I'm a real nigga, it ain't hard to tell.
Hot shit. Gotta keep their head knocking. And you know we keep 'em rocking. When you listen to the product.
No niggas stay in their place. Let loose, cause you know I got that thing on my waist. Tech shoot, niggas talk about they needing disgrace. The tech shoot busted his head. After that we watch his neck move. My niggas don't neglect, no nigga neglect too. They be running their lips, spitting piff the head too, nigga. So we already know what you bout. You be talking out the side of your mouth till this hawker hit the side of your jaw. Now you talking out the side of your mouth. I'm about to show you what this violence about. Put a bomb on your kids just to see the flames in the house. I'm banging it out. Average nigga banging it out. The revolver goes in, the revolver coming out of his mouth. I let loose, busting it off, nigga. You so soft, nigga. Me, I been top dog, nigga. I been a boss, nigga. Don't be running your lips and spitting piff. Claim you hard body, nigga, when you know you a bitch. I lift your skirt, real shit. And these niggas already know. I chase to the cheese, the cheddar. Gotta get the dough. I bust off, squeeze the Beretta. When I let it go, it leave your whole brain in your sweater. Now I let them know.
That hot shit. Gotta keep their head knocking. And you know we keep 'em rocking. When you listen to the product. All my niggas drop that hot shit. Gotta keep their head knocking. And you know we keep 'em rocking. When you listen to the product.
Let's go, nigga, get up. Call the ambulance for a quick pick-up. Trigger hiccups, get your wig bust. Get your throat slit on your damn wrist cut. This is stick up, nigga, get up. Call the ambulance for a quick pick-up. Trigger hiccups, get your wig bust. Get your throat slit on your damn wrist cut.
Get your neck screwed like Dave Chappelle. Fucking with the stick up in the CBL. Where I be, where I dwell. You love me, I'm money hungry. Like Alan Peggy Bundy, you dumb me and money talk. Sucker motherfucker, actress sucker. How I represent them dead presidents across the globe. Back to my residence with no hesitance, negligence, just intelligence, started in comparative relevance. Break it down simile, metaphor, compound, pronoun is proud. Freestyle, written down styles is the wildest. Every beat coincide, ride this. Back off that MC, it's me. It's we really enemies to eternity. That ain't concerning me, just turning me. Arsonistic, twisted, dripping, spliffing, sparks, bitch. Now your voice is hoarse as a heifer. Bitch ass Mike Molester, hollow as a green pepper. One-legged ass stepper. Jersey rapper, blunt nectar. I'm a stack it.
This is stick up, nigga, get up. Call the ambulance for a quick pick-up. Trigger hiccups, get your wig bust. Get your throat slit on your damn wrist cut. This is stick up, nigga, get up. Call the ambulance for a quick pick-up. Trigger hiccups, get your wig bust. Get your throat slit on your damn wrist cut.
I stand on mine, draw a line
down in the dirt. Cross the border and beware, you best prepare for the work. Saying words that hurt, thought you was winning at first. Until your abdomen burst, wasn't prepared for the worst. Now you're thinking you're cursed, disperse my energy in ministry. If you my enemy, I get dangerous like chemistry. Befriended me, yo CDL, we got another one. Shit is over, son. You have to run, but this blunt is done. We just went through control too that you ain't heard of. That's my word up. My fingers sticky, you just stir up. Nobody heard of. You niggas faking in the matrix, you got me stirred up. And I'm heated like some cake mix. I'm certified to be an assassin. Faith defeating concrete. Have you single with Sebastian? I cut off my hands so I can hit you with some ill shit. You feeling so bad? Your baby come out with equipment to evil. Pulling stunts like Knievel. Make your fiance leave you and now she fucking my peoples. And we causing a ruckus. Don't fuss, kick the bucket. Fuck it, don't matter. These niggas take control. You flat or what?
This is stick up. Nigga, get up. Call the ambulance for a quick pick up. Trigger hiccup. Get your wig bust. Get your throat slit or your damn wrist cut. This is stick up. Nigga, get up. Call the ambulance for a quick pick up. Trigger hiccup. Get your wig bust. Get your throat slit or your damn wrist cut.
I used to beat kids. Now I mistreat the feet kids, not the weak kids. That run for a weak kid. Let's get it over with. Hit with the Range Rover. Bitch, pray to Jehovah. And hope he know you like you supposed to. Why? Done changed in the game. It's only getting worse. I wanna be the last, to be the first. We're hurt to be in the dirt. Yo, get the fuck back.
I'ma cock back the gas to leave you bleeding. Never let your nigga know the pain that he would be receiving. Keep you believing I'm the maddest killer with no fear. Sit behind your forces like your nigga from the rear. I torture innocent souls before I come complete my task. I love to make my victims aftermath of my raps. How I laugh. Oh, excuse me. Nigga tried to blast me, left to save you on the Uzi.
This is stick up. Nigga, get up. Call the ambulance for a quick pick up. Trigger hiccups. Get your wig bust. Get your throat slit or your damn wrist cut. This is stick up. Nigga, get up. Call the ambulance for a quick pick up. Trigger hiccups. Get your wig bust. Get your throat slit or your damn wrist cut. Nigga, get up.
Stick up. Stick up kids in effect. Peace out to the killer game.
This is stick
my
up.
nigga Montana Max. My nigga Wild Star. My brother Crisis. Original Styles back off the MC. What? My CBS. What's up to them guys that Star Family? Know what I'm saying? Brick City. Beats by LOA Production. Mac Beat Studios. Niggas getting jacked for the 2000 and World Renown.
Stick up, nigga, get up.
It's for all y'all who supposed to be seeing me in the street. Pete me. Stick up here.
Turn this shit up. Yeah. Turn my headphones up. Yeah. My nigga KG on the track. My about to do it like this. Come on. This that hip hop shit right here, man. I live this shit. I breathe this shit. I bleed this shit. I breathe this shit. Believe this shit. Come on.
Yo, I live. Breathe hip hop. These other cats that see hip hop. In the big south, best to believe. When my click drop, we gon' spit hop. You gon' make the phone fit pop for hip hop. I live. Breathe hip hop. These other cats that see hip hop. In the big south, best to believe. When my click drop, we gon' spit hop. You gon' make the phone fit pop for hip hop.
Yo, I'm sitting, waiting, praying that it happen. When it gonna happen with this rapping? You know I'm selling blow block strapped in. I'm fast food rapping. That's fooling food for you to do to a captain. Hold my head up. Cause that's what that nigga said. Pull that leg with the infrared from under the bed. That's what that trigger said. You know this nigga fed. Sit like a liquor head. Tell your bitch to lick her head. Yo, I'm sick of feds. That's why my nigga dead. They had to fuck with the dread. Want me dead? Mess with my girls or my brother cat. That'll push me off another ledge. And I'm already at the damn edge. Turn your fucking head, friend. For messing with my brethren. That's a belly flop, drop dead set. I won't give a fuck if a friend holds me. I'ma still leave these niggas holy. And no one that knows me can console me. Cause Satan would control me. Only and solely. Too great for me to live like a phony. You don't know me, homie. That clown that'll back you down with a 4 pound and a sock wrapped around, I smack you down.
Breathe hip hop. These other cats can see hip hop in the big south, best to believe. When my clip drop, we gon' spit hop. You gon' make the phone fit pop for hip hop. Breathe hip hop. These other cats can see hip hop in the big south, best to believe. When my clip drop, we gon' spit hop. You gon' make the phone fit pop for hip hop.
Watch out, I supersize my coke and fries. The diesel exercise, extra dies. Guys who think they fly is Clark Kent, but Clark Kent won't get bent when that dark tint is present. I'm shooting gifts and some presents. The game's so manifesting, cause this for grown men, no adolescents in this section. Get sacked for a sack like a quarterback. Or for half an ounce, I brought a quarterback. The way I slaughter cats like, yo, he order rap. It's an autograph, I bring my border back. Back when East Coast had the boys scrap. Now it's like we saw the trap. Get it on if you strap with the scrap if you strap like Velcro. Think I sell slow? Hell no, my clientele sell rain, sleet, or snow. Something bold don't know how I broke coke in the broken nose with dildos. Spit the L flow, then get the boot like a steel toe. I ain't crashing parties, yo, I still show.
Breathe hip hop. These other cats that see hip hop in the big south, best to believe. When my clip drop, we gon' spit hop. You gon' make the phone fit pop for hip hop. Breathe hip hop. These other cats that see hip hop in the big south, best to believe. When my clip drop, we gon' spit hop. You gon' make the phone fit pop for hip
Since the
hop.
9/11 tragedy, I've prayed to your majesty. Dear God, was such a travesty. He said,
Thought it had to be, they trying to show the work, they mad at me. Comes back, you see, 360 degrees.
you better watch for that boomerang. Think they won't do a thing, I let my dick swing. Cause I'm down for anything in the brain. Your little nigga shouldn't doubt it. Cause Silk and Master P ain't the only niggas bout it. Now witness unity like crowded. We spray from Iran to Afghanistan and leave that bitch clouded. No hysteria, United States of America is rerouted. I don't spit real shit, I spout it. And when I feel this when I gotta shout it. I never been a loud kid, jail time, no bitch. That's what my life is. Stick of kids is what the hype is. Believe it or not, we leave spots hot from crack rocks to blocks. Lead shots to headshots. Brick cities hot, North Philly's hot. So much bam, 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 make your bed rock. It also make them feds knock, stab the rocks in your socks and bounce like Tupac. Find a new spot, not a great plot. Yo, we can mic box. My shit too hot for an ice box. My mic the vice box. I entice cops. The rugged rapper, John Tapper Jock. No matter what, I never stop this hip hop.
Breathe hip hop. These other cats that see hip hop in the big south, best to believe. When my clip drop, we gon' spit hop. You gon' make the phone fit pop for hip hop. Breathe hip hop. These other cats that see hip hop in the big south, best to believe. When my clip drop, we gon' spit hop. You gon' make the phone fit pop for hip hop.
UWR Priority Artists.
Where's my 40? My 40 acres in my mule. See, I'm trying to keep my cool. They done played us for a fool. Where's my 40? After all you put us through, when the evil is you do, we just trying to live like you. So where's my 40? My 40. But where's my 40? My 40. But where's my 40? My 40 acres in my mule. See, they play me for a fool, so I'm about to lose my cool. Where's my 40? I win all the issue promised me. See, 40 acres is land, I want my property. We can build together, don't gotta be a monopoly. I just wanna live my life without you stopping me. Only got one life to live, I gotta make it. So if you ain't got it to give, I gotta take it. My rent and these bills is real, I can't fake it. And the IRS be on my ass, and I can't shake it. Yeah. I guess you thought it was cool, cause some graduated from school and got a house with a pool, a watch, bracelet, and necklace that's all covered in jewels. But only the ignorant niggas was fooled. I ain't trying to stunt, I'm trying to move from the back to the front and be equal so all my people can be what they want. Don't take this next statement as a threat or a front, but to be blunt, we better get what we want, motherfucker. So where's my 40? My 40 acres in my mule. See, I'm trying to keep my cool, but they done played us for a fool. So where's my 40? After all you put us through, when the evil is you do, we just trying to live like you. So where's my 40? My 40. Where's my 40? Where's my 40? My 40. Where's my 40? Where's my 40? My 40 acres and my mule, see they play me for a fool, so I'm about to lose my cool. Where's my 40? Cause I know you don't think repaying us was giving us our so-called freedom like you were saving us. The slave masters became cops and they're still slaying us. All because we're misunderstood and they're afraid of us. So you betrayed our trust talking about you saving me. Protect and serve? Nah, it's more like modern day slavery. You send us to the cage of the grave and it ain't savory. America, home of the brave, showing their bravery. Yeah, so we really ain't get a thing. And please don't say you gave us the sport to the music game. Cause along with that came the dope, pills and cocaine, and the most addicted drug of them all, better known as fame. So, to make a long story short, your debts ain't repaid, cause you gave us a ball in the court. New whips and chains, some dames, and a few new drugs to snort. Cause in the end, you still coming up short. Motherfuckers, I want my 40. My 40 acres in my mule. See, I'm trying to keep my cool, but they done played us for a fool. Where's my 40? After all you put us through, when the evil is you do, we just trying to live like you, so where's my 40? My 40. Where's my 40? Where's my 40? My 40, where's my 40, where's my 40? My 40 acres and my mule, see they play me for a fool, so I'm about to lose my cool, so where's my 40? Yo man, who got my 40? Where's my 40? Who took my 40? Where's my for real, you got my 40? Hey yo Phil, you see my 40? Where's my 40? Give me another OE, man.
Time to shake and bake hot as the oven. You niggas can't stand above him. Old styles, nigga back in the building, chillin', rap villain, trying to make a million in these streets. Get a killin', get a billion for a head on a rap, nigga. Crap, nigga, this the fact, nigga. I don't act, nigga. Back, nigga. JFK all day, testimony in your hallway, selling raw, yeah. This a freestyle, nigga. Fucking record, nigga. Play, listen back every day. Say what I say. I'm in this shit. I'm in this bitch. I'm in this place. We all getting rich. We taking over Underworld official. I'm a so fucking official. You niggas getting wiped like that tissue off the map. You niggas don't wanna fuck with this real rap from a motherfucking trap. I'm in here, yeah. Get it? I'm going so hard when I come through with my fucking squad. The world.
Cause they got me fucked up. They got me fucked up. They got me fucked up. I'm getting fucked up. Cause they got me fucked up. Fucked up. Fucked up. Fucked up. Fucked up. Fucked up. Fucked up.
They got me fucked up. Niggas got me fucked up. So they about to get fucked up. Fuck around with the real young buck. Niggas getting struck with them shots to they chucks. You niggas turn around, getting hit in your nuts. Now who the fuck is nigga think he like he tough stuff on the block? Get snuffed on the block, get straight fucking knocked the fuck out. We don't know what the shit about, nigga. Don't pull no shit out your mouth. We on the fucking route. We trying to get this dough in the bout, banging any motherfucker that's in the fucking way. We don't even care if you from the NY, if you from the fucking star, if you from the NJ. You will die, multiply, who is I? Whole stickity, getting busy, really, feel me? I will kill the enemy, trying to pose me and my motherfucking doors closed. I'm trying to get this fucking dough. Check the underworld flow, freestyle from the mental. Have to stop, but I go. up. They got me fucked up. They got me fucked up. I'm getting fucked up, cause they got me fucked up. 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 They got me fucked up, thinking that I don't know what is up. Left and right all night, I'm trying to rock this mic. I'm trying to bring insight on life. I'm trying to keep this fucking crowd hype. This freestyle didn't have to write, just hit record when I wanna do the thing. Get applause when I let the thing bang. That's my slogan. That's how I'm rolling, mic controlling all across this globe. It's freestyle, it's old styles, it's underworld. We run it miles, we take it over, we hold it down. I wear the crown, JFK, I'm worried now. I'm getting fucked up, cause they got me fucked up. They got me fucked up, they got me fucked up. I'm getting fucked up, cause they got me fucked up. Fucked up, fucked up. Fucked up, fucked up, fucked up, fucked up. They got me fucked up.
Hustle on the game, everybody knows. I'm bad to the bone. I say I'm bad to the bone. True hustle on the game, everybody knows. I'm bad to the bone. I'm bad to the bone. Let me switch my tone, underworld. Old styles, let me get this. Turn your headphones up while I spit the sick shit. Underworld officials, you already know I live this. A train bond to go, exactly where your kids live. Black ops swag, no camping where I live. Can't come back for that third time like them two did. K-Smash holding it down, don't let me lose it. The face of the officials, old styles show me the movement. Get down, I lay down, I had you looking stupid. I walk into the side like you under the influence. We moving, stay winning, y'all stay losing. K-Smash the best, it's been proven. You already know niggas when we get the cash, looking for that steady dough, gotta bring the Remy back. But these dudes on that lay low, for that yayo, let that lay go and jump if he say so. Pockets fat like the ass on J-Lo. Underworld niggas salute us. Back to the bone, true hustle on the game, everybody knows. To the bone. I say I'm bad to the bone. True hustle in the game, everybody knows. I'm bad. Yo, to the bone. Out the ashes, enjoy these ratchet hoes and motherfuckers that'll stab you in the back quick. Damn, but you had to match anything like an ammo. Apex, pretty damn man before you bury up. This is my territory, think I'm scared of y'all. Throw me the click, I fucks with. Shit, but how can you when you ain't done shit? You say you run shit, but how can you when you ain't done shit? Yo, always find kicks to your jaw, Bruce Lee. TKO, show them mercy, but you chose to verse me, but you learning. Every time I make you look dumb, your stomach turning with fear. Shed them tears when you fall, I won't get you when you drop. You think you will a spot, you think you bad, take everything you ever had, destroy your past, take over the future, I set my own path. Concept you'll never grasp, you're a plain dumbass, and you know it's true too, think I give a fuck about you. Take back and have some realization, twist slam on this track, eradicating, bitch. What you want? Nothing. Back to the bone, true hustle on the game, everybody knows. I'm bad to the bone. I say I'm bad to the bone, true hustle on the game.
Shout outs to the whole underworld. It's the movement. We moving. Let's go.
Underworld.
No trust for them with a beer, motherfuckers. No trust for them snitches undercover. True hustle, underworld, be the team. No other, we them champs. Cause we're been productions. No trust for them big motherfuckers. No trust for them snitches undercover. True underworld, be the team, no other, we them champs. Cause we're better brothers.
What you want, don't press the issue. My inform, y'all show no mercy. Fuck courtesy. Survival in this world. Careful before you profile me. Twist the answer back with a vengeance. Now you know to never question my aggression. It's been years of pressure. Finally unleashing tension. Never sweat these rookies. Don't have time for these pussy ass bitches. You were never on my level, cause I'm mental, but a genius, more like a hunter. It's open season, no reason. Lay out these cards, time to making friends with retards. More like they idiots, they out for themselves, acting like they top shelf, but they ain't, they at the bottom. Yeah, fuck with us, and we stop. Ain't dealing with that fake shit, nah. Twisted Slim, K-Smash, Young Frames, ain't afraid of bruh. Fight it. Come on, y'all. Underworld, y'all. Radio.
No trust. For them wanna be motherfuckers, no trust. For them snitches undercover. True hustle, underworld, be the team, no other. We them champs. Cause we're better brothers. No trust. For them wanna be motherfuckers, no trust. For them snitches undercover. True underworld, be the team, no other. We them champs. Yeah. Cause we're better brothers.
I put in work, nigga, all you need to do is check my flow. You niggas hating while I'm working, smoking, counting down. So on the AB, on life, yeah, you know that's my bro. My bitch is super bad, so I don't trip about these hoes. Working overtime at the job studio. I'm just touching down, call me Julio. Bitches plays too, these hoes don't fool me though. Shout out to Nikki, sexy, yeah, she a stupid hoe. Make this shit look easy like it's cruise control. It takes hard work, it's not about who you know. By any means, I'm a grind, I gotta get this dough. It takes hard work, it's not about who you know. No nigga since day one, can't trust the soul. Get into this money, getting rich is the goal. Young freeze, bitch, underworld official though. Yeah, only the fall.
No trust. For them wanna be motherfuckers, no trust. For them snitches undercover. True hustle, underworld, be the team, no other. We them champs. Cause we're better brothers. No trust. For them wanna be motherfuckers, no trust. For them snitches undercover. True underworld, be the team, no other. We them champs.
Your boy,
cause we're better brothers.
UWO, my football team. A band of brothers, Twisted Slim, K-Smash, and Creams. A dream catcher, so I'm guaranteed to catch your dream. For them bands that'll make a dance. For the brothers that seen, but back to the field. I'm hiking the ball, step back, shuffle my feet, and then I'm taking off. Shift to the right, break the tackle. So I'm looking for the pass. A couple yards down the field, Dream solidify the catch. Second down, Twisted Slim, and he's coming out the back. They raise their arms and we watching the crowd react. Underworld Radio is where I'm starting my map. Now scream Underworld, officials is the end of this track.
Hold up, you got Rhino playing safety. After this, you niggas gonna hit me. Let me show you exactly how to break it. He my God, bend the brothers, let it take. No trust for them when I'm being motherfuckers, no trust for them snitches undercover. True underworld, be the team, no other, we them champs. Cause we're better brothers.
Don't be around when we touch the ground. Don't make a sound or else you might get found. If I was you, I'd try to get a clue. If they with you, then they could get it too. Your crew is and you are your clan is and your man's are no, whenever we decide to come around, our commercial take you all back underground.
You ain't Mary J, but damn it, I must say, this ain't rare to us, we do this every day. And while you down there, better bend your head and pray. Not that it matters, I'm gon' do this anyway. It's bad enough, y'all took the hip hop from my world, but now you acting like the gangster, yet you singing like a girl. You going down like boats with holes and holes. Take all you got and then I spend it on some clothes. And I don't mean you're going down for a little while. You going down so long when you wake up your life is out of style. And when you're going down you're never going up. I'm fighting titans, you scrapping with Scooby Plug. Somebody left the latch off the cage. Now I clean up after you give me a minute maid. I'm hungry like I'm never getting paid. If you was down in that is where you should've stayed.
Don't be around when we touch the ground. Don't make a sound or else you might get found. If I was you, I'd try to get a clue. If they with you, then they could get it too. Your crew is on, and you are on. Your clan is on, and your man's on. No, whenever we decide to come around, our commercial take you all back underground.
If you on top, I hope you got a parachute. I told this chick her nails was nice and hair was cute.
She going down.
My own horn is something I don't care to chew, but I swear that I'm so hot it's like I'm wearing 20 suits. You got it on, but all you got ain't stopping me. I fight a termite that's biting my property. If you're gonna do, then you wanna do it properly. My intelligence profit your philosophy to Socrates. Why is evil mocking me? It's sloppily, just copies me. Every lemon chops from me makes me react so shockingly. This is not what you want. Since I got a lot of back, I don't front. I'm in the game, it's no shame, I never played. If he was down in that is where you should've stayed.
Don't be around when we touch the ground. Don't make a sound or else you might get found. If I was you, I'd try to get a clue. If they with you, then they could get it too. Your crew is on, and you are on. Your clan is on, and your man's on. No, whenever we decide to come around, our commercial take you all back underground.
Custom scripts and not on the album. That's like taking an X out of Malcolm, a flight from a Falcon. Right now I'm rerouting. Took a sip from that fountain. I'm known to drop MCs like leaves from trees with ease and still counting. Y'all doubting, start pouting. It's time to Iraq these cats. Don't get blown off the map cause you wanna act in the form of rap. You cats is whack, man, like Pac-Man. You wanna see style. Get blanket like yeah. You should stand there like Eminem and 8 Mile. Although you can't win like Eminem and 8 Mile. It's an old styles battle, a brawl. Bigger you are, harder you get stumped when you fall. Yo, I'm the protocol, ain't nothing to defeat you. I don't bite, but I will eat you. Might mistreat you, I can let the beat ride and still beat you. My flow was sick, my flow was so sick. You love the way I do my thing. You love the way it hits your brain. You love it when I kick my slang. Yeah, I'm the underground rap king. You love the way I do this thing. You love the way it hits your brain. You love it when I kick my slang. Yeah, I'm the underground rap king. Never let you get mice, cause I hit like can't get right. Get my click tight, never wanna end up in a fist fight. A little insight, we gas this match and strike. Look like Crook Knight, you looking like the shook type. Scripts I write in light, like prototype. I'm rude, true, and polite, precise. My mic device snipe, so fuck what you say. Your style whack is orange pro kids. Your block never seen no cream, no fins, and no feds. It's pigmentations up your head. And no, I had enough now. So much beef, I just snuffed cows. Original style, you don't know me. For all pussy cats like Josie, the slept on phenomenon like OC. More juice than Bishop drinking a Sobe. On the run like Toby. I blast a gun beat, but slowly for my homie. You love me. You love the way I do this thing. You know the way it hits your brain. You love it when I kick my slang. Yeah, I'm the underground rap king.
You love the way I do this thing. You love the way you split your brain. You love the way I kick my slang. Yeah, I'm the underground rap gang. You love me. Sick, my flow is sick, my flow is sick, my flow so sick, my flow is 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 sick. Why you niggas take kindness for weakness? Weakness is like petiteness. Unhand me from these fake handshakes. If we gon' cake like shake and bake, I ain't sleep, nigga, I'm wide awake. And I got a lot of steak just to eat steak. I'm bringing beef plates. Whoever infiltrate what I'm trying to create, I nickel break your mind state. Cool and rude, I'm like crew. This beef is stew, dude. For this here, I'm always in the mood to do the do. You whack as Mr. Big beating kids. I'll rip you. Down with suck like a nipple. Catch bucks from that truck rental. Now you cripple, that's simple. Bust a pimple through the window. Fuck instrumentals. I buck your butt for a buck. Shit out of luck, that's what's up. Nigga, what? Trigger hiccups. Pick your lip up. Rip your rip up. Pick your cig up. Take a big puff. You getting snuffed.
You love me. You love me. You love me. You love
Yeah. It's hunters for life, man. Watch up or get shot the fuck up. Nigga, flat the fuck out. You feel me? I be trapping with them young niggas. Pull up on your block, body bags on the scene. I'm a young nigga. How the fuck you want it? I ain't no bitch. I ain't no bitch. I be trapping with them young niggas. Pull up on your block, body bags on the scene. I'm a young nigga. How the fuck you want it? I ain't no bitch. I ain't no bitch. I be trapping with them young niggas. 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 Gang, 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 gang. Moving these packs on the street. My niggas, they stay with that heat. So don't you try anything or I'ma squeeze. My little bitch, she bad, she ride for the team. I call her my nigga, she wig out the glizzy. I could get 2 fucks, leave him with 30. It's what's the fuck up. My homies, they show me the ropes. Nigga playing with my ghost, well, you can get smoked. Blowing all this weed, cause it's my cologne. Bubble Kush got a nigga in his damn zone. Sipping hen, got a nigga moving sideways. These are the niggas I die with. Body bags everywhere on the damn scene. We don't know who did it, so don't ask the team. G&B everywhere, but you can't see. Who the fuck really wanna test me? Bang gang is a squad, so I go hard. Free house with Slim Hood, I'ma hold it down. I be getting money with my young niggas. Pull up on your block, let some shots off. Grandma always told me aim for the top. Never kept me slacking, always pistol packing. Trapping with my young niggas, getting with my young niggas. I be on the block with my young niggas, gang niggas. Pull up on your block, body bags on the scene. I'm a young nigga, how the fuck you want it? I ain't no bitch. I ain't no bitch, I be trapping with them young niggas. Pull up on your block, body bags on the scene. I'm a young nigga, how the fuck you want it? I ain't no bitch. I ain't no bitch, I be trapping with them young niggas.
What's up?
I be trapping with them young niggas.
Hunter boys.
Hey, Buck, you crazy.
I be trapping with them young
Underworld
niggas.
officials. 4 line, 5 line, stand the fuck up. Better yet, H is on fucking top. What's up? Shots fired for them games you played. Hunting season, give me a reason and your bed getting made. Got them wheezing. That's right after I'm swiping my blade. Give them 12. Shoddy blast, that's the lift for the gauge. Home invasion. The only way that we getting paid, disrespect. I'll let this tech blow your brain on your J's. If you pussy, I'll pull your card. I'm demanding the fade like West up or Vest up, or you can pick out your grave. I tried to keep the beast in. I was too big for that cage. I got dogs that turn Cujo when they feeling the rage. Play me sweet, this shit get deep. Bounty hunters know how to creep. I got young niggas that flood the streets. They hold choppers and play for keeps.
I be trapping with them young niggas. Pull up on your block, body bags on the scene. I'm a young nigga, how the fuck you want it? I ain't no bitch. I ain't no bitch, I be trapping with them young niggas. Pull up on your block, body bags on the scene. I'm a young nigga, how the fuck you want it? I ain't no bitch. I ain't no bitch, I be trapping with them young niggas. 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 Gang, gang, gang. No.
When the guys so wait, the same block said you live on, the guys okay. Fuck lawyers, I ride with the case. Pay the judge under the table, money and supply to the way. Niggas better get the bribery straight, or say a little pocket money and get the hell out of the state. Cause if you start that you wanna apply to the J, find your body get thrown up the fire escape. Ocean nominated for Boss City, yeah, for leaving niggas trauma say kids get tossed to the air. Grim Reaper, wood dark in your face. It be that dumper to your face or the hawk to your ears. Who wanna walk cause the feds is out? Just step over the line and I'ma make sure I'ma air you out. Not only will I declare you out, but that pussy round I'ma put your whole peers in doubt.
Y'all niggas ain't fuck with us. Y'all niggas ain't fucking with us. Y'all niggas can't fuck with us. Get your mind right, get your mind right. Y'all niggas can't fuck with us. Y'all niggas ain't fucking with us. Ain't nobody fucking with us. Y'all niggas can't fuck with us. Get your mind right, get your mind right.
That niggas fake, so I'm bringing that fire to squad. You learn the streets, sit down from the wire. Ours that come from Melrose Place, reppin' Dawson Street. Come to your hood with the Mac to lift you off of your feet. That nigga say that you're real, but you kinda saw. Posing like bitches, but spitting like they rhymes and saw. Fuck your hood, or what type your law? We the real motherfucker, y'all some kind of fraud. I'd rather you bring your nigga instead of dying alone. It gives me the pleasure, keep on finding the chrome. Cause I swear, if I catch you, I'm dividing your dome. The docs, the fence, gon' see what size is wrong. We here, y'all niggas can't never ignore us. We reppin' the real as you heard in the chorus better. Give us respect, you know that we mean well. Kept pulling stuff in your chest, keep spinning like speed wells.
Y'all niggas can't fuck with us. Y'all niggas ain't fucking with us. Y'all niggas can't fuck with us. Get your mind right, get your mind right. Y'all niggas can't fuck with us. Y'all niggas ain't fucking with us. Y'all niggas can't fuck with us. Get your mind right, get your mind right.
Inconsistent with we ambition. Y'all the slugs on the floor, we antique ammunition. No, we ain't friends, but except to be in this get snapped up in your collar. Then the JF Kennedy hawk niggas go on and axe around. Bitch made puddles, you looking at some basket hell. Better duck when I blast these rounds. You get clapped and your kids being bastards now. Even the cops can't fuck with the squad, cause we as real as some niggas in the prisons, y'all. Look at the map, even the children is hard. I line of callous, like a teacher with the hand in the chalk. Fairy tale niggas spitting like them Hallmark cards. Be spitting on niggas just to get nice with the law. I'ma show you true the life of these bars. We the real of the real, the labor true the life of the war.
Y'all niggas can't fuck with us, no. Y'all niggas ain't fucking with us, no, no. Y'all niggas can't fuck with us, no, no. Get your mind right, get your mind right. It's the real baby, it's the real baby, it's the real baby. Ooh, no.
Underground entertainment, man. Underworld.
Underworld. Y'all connected to this gang. Y'all connected to this gang. Yeah. Connected to this gang like a bullet. This is the new Underworld. Y'all connected to this gang. Y'all connected to this gang. Y'all connected to this gang.
Let's get this. Yo, I love this so I never let this go. I wasn't still with the flow that's worth some millions or so. I hope you feel me though. The reason as I rise higher, all that I am, I can feel this earth when it rise till I retire. It's hip hop, hottest supplier of real consumer buyers. The sire is tied up to flying. They putting out bullshit for hooks that's tied. What is you, MacGyver or flyers who is flying? I'm a take you higher as it transpire when it all falls down. I'm spitting hits through the wire, play it rude. I get up in your head, now I see moves I peek through. Some might be your peoples, ain't got dope. High on steeples, they make you feel unequal. Yo, but my people's more lethal. That dog that'll eat you, delete you. The hottest thing you seen, spitting 16 since 16. I got 616, so sick, spit mean. I slice lanes like Wolverine, don't never intervene. Let me do my thing when I enter with my game. We come to change things, old style be the name. I'm connected to this game, baby, say. Connected in this game like a ball and chain. Some many doors slam. Your man just pass up on some raw jams. Your chance to come up on some more clams. Hip hop for sure, and I'ma be here till I'm gone. If I'm underground, every fucking song. My time has been prolonged, and bands on the big screen getting creamed. Don't know what it means to be your team. My true talent struggles and holds on. That shit is so wrong. That's why I'm speaking mentally through this whole song. Man, I'm so strong. I make you throw it up and get drunk to a slow song with no clothes on. Stay away if your ice froze on. My flamethrowers blow on, let me flow on. I'm connected to this game like a ball and chain. Let my soul rain, things won't ever be the same. I'm the underground rap king. Black things hit the maxing. The gap gangs in the ring. And I pray to the king of kings, let me reign supreme. Lord, please, as I plead, let the world recognize the blood I bleed for my breed. Connected in this game like a ball and chain. Style will not be denied. If I said I would, let it lie, I lie. My alibis, I live cause I'm live. The type to hype up this whole station with lyrical elevation. New sensation to this nation. Yo, I'm coming, be patient. Got my fan base pacing for my placement of underground basement. It's new age. I'm in this game like a ball and chain. So holla, give me more before I'm ghost like Demi Moore. S-U-K-N-O style, that's really wrong. Have you puzzled like a jigsaw? Let me say this. If y'all don't wanna play this, y'all some haters. Keep hating. I'ma make statements when I'm ripping it. I'm a critic, not a hypocrite. I'm so sick. Give me millions, no, billions, no, trillions. Create my own aliens.
Man, can I live for the one time? See my kids for the one time. Watch my son cry for the one time. I'm tired of frontline, I wanna see the sunshine. Man, can I live for the one time? All smiles, mama proud for the one time. Remember, I ain't had no money for the lunch line, so fuck a one time, nigga, this is crunch time. Listen, I come from a hood with a good die. Young or old, lifting poles to the sunrise. And when the sun down, you hear them gun sounds. Nobody lasts forever, you get one round. OG used to run the block, he a bum now. That's what the streets do, chew you up and spit you out. I could've took the easy way, I chose a different route. Skrilla grew, who would've knew they wouldn't listen now? I used to downplay them guns, now I'm lifting cows. That mean I handle all my beef, me and my 50 cal. I may not make the best music, but just hear me out. Wild dreams on the couch while I'm off the loud. Thinking about getting rich, I just wonder how. Is it school, sports, rap, standing by the trap? Already did the late nights, getting rid of packs. Niggas that I used to know, I heard sniffing crack. So instead of trying to match, started spitting raps. Instead of living out their life, niggas getting clapped. Never knew, Bull could've been heaven sent. In the NBA, maybe even president. But gave him DOA over their presidents. In this game, don't got no time for no second guess. You can't think in retrospect, you gotta recollect. Move smart, see parasites, you gotta disinfect. You see a shortage in the plug, you gotta disconnect. See, I keep the bank low, while these niggas flexing. Try and maneuver in my hood and get intercepted. But don't think shit sweet when we in the club. No disrespecting in direction, I'll kill your section. I'm getting checked in. Came in with my weapons just to give me a little leverage while these niggas sweating. Rob the whole dice game, nigga, what you betting? The streets change, it's all about the Ralph Lauren. Well, I got another way, I'm trying to walk towards it. If you got a chance at college, nigga, go for it. Stop trying to live a gritty life you ain't built for. Cause there's niggas that live this life and got killed for. Man, can I live for the one time? See my kids for the one time. Watch my son cry for the one time. I'm tired of frontline, I wanna see the sunshine. Man, can I live for the one time? All smiles, mama proud for the one time. Remember, I ain't had no money for the lunch line. So fuck a one time, nigga, this is crunch time.
I'm hungry, best believe I'ma eat in these streets. You'll die over what you believe. Your right hand ain't your man. He really a creep. He won't hit you while you awake, only attack when you sleep. He's nervous, he keep checking his pulse. It's hard to double the beat. The first option is to flee, but the respect he would get if he buried the G. Initiation, he impatient, gotta hurry back. He got these niggas waiting, no more time to think. Cock it back and start the blazing. Every shot land right on his top. Now that's amazing. Headshot, shrivel straight to the brain, just like a raisin. And when shit get hot on the block, we call it Cajun. Got bullets with no names to change the game when I'm blazing. I'm the man, I bring pain, and it's kinda hard to face them. Tracks untraceable, nigga, and I call that 38 them. Snub nose, get special on niggas in case they hatin'. Yeah.
Hood nigga, fuck a panda. I was born and raised gorilla from the streets, Hood nigga, fuck a panda. I was born and raised gorilla.
A young nigga packing them hammers. I'm living like Tony Montana. A fuck nigga done with the Anna. Them problems that you cannot handle. I swear that the click go bananas. I bust and skeet off in the Phantom. I'm sipping my lean with the Fanta and wrap up the cups with a bloody bandana. I'm chasing the money the gutter way. The way that I live ain't no other way. I'm rocking more chains than a fucking slave. If you test a nigga, I'ma get an A. I might traffic work on the interstate. Rihanna for money, I want the cake. Don't fuck with these niggas cause niggas fake. SCG, that bitch better know a place. Bitch, I be going gorillas. Got zip on my jacket like Michael and Thriller. Never been a pussy, rather be killer. So fuck all these rappers, consider me iller. If you're paying nigga, you would get murdered. Just another nigga that we ain't heard of. Swagger jacking nigga, boy, you ain't worth it. I am a bully and you looking nerdy. Hey, boy, you biting this shit. Boy, get off of his dick. That's for the bitches. You probably taking some dick and drooling all on that shit. Just for the bitches. You ain't packing no heat. Pie ass nigga too sweet. I see what you got. How you screaming NY and rapping NY and sounding like you from the South, nigga.
Hood nigga, fuck a panda. I was born and raised gorilla from the streets, Hood nigga, fuck a panda. I was born and raised gorilla.
Ew. Gorilla, watch me beat on my chest. It's Underworld 500. Then dispose of the rest. You wear a vest, I got this iron, and you're sure to get pressed. Now give me a cause, it's guaranteed you feel the effects. Now who's next? I got these niggas starting to build up a sweat. Hands down, I'm one of the best with no debating. Just shot a man down with one to the chest, he just got sanctioned. Reload 6 more shots and then I spin the chamber. You don't see your future when your life is in danger. Stick up kid, I'm a grinder. Shoot lean all the way back like a recliner. This DE will knock the DE off a designer and have your family use a milk carton just to find you. Bullets on the back of your thoughts like a reminder. Move with a pack when the gorillas is behind you. Killing niggas, and I been a gorilla nigga. That Skrilla nigga, I shoot caps, pillar nigga.
I step above the press. I strive to beat the best. I step above the press. I strive to beat the best. I step above the press. I strive to beat the best. This is my testimony, had to get this off my chest. I have hustled every day of my life, every day of my life. I dealt with pain, heartache, and strife. Decisions dark and light, night and day. Too much to talk about, too much to say. If I did, I'd be the biggest snitch. And NJ got burnt in the fire. Face looked like Ghost Rider. Thought at 13, youngin' would expire by 18. Tired of crackheads, tricks, and liars. Brick City, the movie. I lived in the wire by 21. Here I come. Wild style gon' set this whole world on fire. Before I retire, me admired. The coast to coast, hood to hood rider. Street unity inspired. I made this underworld shit transpire. Still I rise like Maya, director, editor, and writer. Put this underground shit together like MacGyver. Where's the screwdriver, hammer, nails, and pliers? I built the empire.
This my testimony for all that break me pride for the home. This my testimony, surrounded by fans and crowds, but I'm still lonely. This my testimony, never sold my soul for money, always stay hungry. This my testimony, I never been a fall, fake and phony, but the tape is still on.
I strive to be the best. I step above the rest. I strive to be the best. I step above the rest. I strive to be the best. I step above the rest. I strive to be the best. This my testimony, had to get this off my chest. I done moved all type of rocks, through all type of blocks. Suit and tie guys' house while the jocks get served for the guap. Never forget, stab the shop for the guap. For that I thank God a lot. Real rapper, only link with squads that's hot, and a lot of not. I gotta speak my mind, I testify and rhyme. Every time I spit a line, it's mine from my mind. In real time, I'm on my grind, eating like it's meal time. Let's make a deal time, cause I got some artists about to put them on the market. If you're killing hip hop, you a target. I got a lot of dogs that ain't barking. Up the wrong tree, we be sparking. Million man marching, generals, lieutenant, sergeants. Ride for the cause, cause you're fucking up this culture of ours. And I really mean this, I'ma do this thing till I see Jesus.
This my testimony for all that break me pride for the home. This my testimony, surrounded by fans and crowds, but I'm still lonely. This my testimony, never sold my soul for money, always stay hungry. This my testimony, I never been a fall, fake or phony, but the tape is still on.
I strive to be the best. I step above the rest. I strive to be the best. I step above the rest. I strive to be the best. I step above the rest. I strive to be the best. This my testimony, had to get this off my chest.
Got more problems than little scrap. Who wanna scrap, nigga? In that little flip you stack. All you snitch, watch your back in the trap. We coming back more than crap. Leave that, get clapped in the trap. Perhaps you rat should get strapped to learn how to buy. Put the scrap on the block a lot. Peep my style, I can get you blown on the block right now. Or a bad way. You can have a really, really good or a bad day. If they get sprayed, cause I'm rapping Jersey. If we don't ride, back to the drop. Put the top drop. Don't touch them cots, might react them shots. If my wife stop, I know it's my time. Punch the clock in the grind.
I put a hole in your head big enough to drive a truck through. Fuck you. I put a hole in your head big enough to drive a truck through. Fuck you. I put a hole in your head big enough to drive a truck through.
Now I'm in the game, things gon' change. Plus I hear you niggas really screaming out my name. Hey look, now I'm in the game. Listen, watch me go hard. Oh, I'ma go get it.
My dirt so fresh, so clean, no need to be acquitted. Anything in this game you can name and I did it. You should listen to my mic tradition, cause I'm on a mission like let's expose these politicians on how you living. Yellow belly chickens, finger licking, pop rods, suit and tie guy, polish certificates. Spark the pip again, you on the shit again. We gon' get it in, fuck it. I'm back home against the make all you haters and winks to suck it. Kick buckets, look, now you live for fuck. Should've learned to love us. Roger that. I'm the only one that know where Roger at. Scholar rap, don't you see the plaques? Don't you hear the crack? Keep them coming back. Y'all just rap act. Yo, I really rap like an act. I realized way back. Remember getting sprayed at a spray back.
I put a hole in your head big enough to drive a truck through. Fuck you. I put a hole in your head big enough to drive a truck through. Fuck you. I put a hole in your head big enough to drive a truck through.
Now I'm in the game, things gon' change. Plus I hear you niggas really screaming out my name. Hey look, now I'm in the game. Listen, shouts to TR and DJ J Millions, making millions on my trillion. I'm out for trillions. Got a bad chick, black chick, built like Brazilians. Stepped through many blacks, rebuilding them, so Brazilian. Some saying vigilant, never been innocent. I ain't a joke, get smoked like an incense. A pack of Winstons, time to spend again. Crooked grin on the scene again. Underworld is on your screen again. About to take over with my team again. It got me on my lane again. Out for cream again. Time to rip the game out the seam again. Yo, here's a few steps for the record. You don't understand my message, never understand my motherfucking message. Style sector, cause I'm reckless.
Time I think I had enough of this hip hop stuff. It gonna be this tough. Shit, rock. Yeah, huff and puff that loud up. This how I adjust before I beat this beat the fuck up. Like Young Buck, wanna beat this bitch the fuck up. Got his life fucked up. Got a nigga looking like Young Thug. Young Thugs running off on the plug shit and sell drugs. Cat slugs trying to make it rain in club. What the fuck? Speaking in the brain, skinny big head scrubs. Get no TLC love when I creep on you creeps in these streets like bugs. Don't with me, go to sleep. Night, night, nigga. My pops called me Day Day. Flick, nigga. Reppin' NJ with my killers. I was called the monkey by this honky transform gorilla. Now he in the shell, turn caterpillar. OG, cock back, squeeze caterpillar. Young kids, that's why these old heads don't feel you was raised by some fake ones. Didn't know they was fake ones, cause they had a lot of fake ones. Now this generation raised a bunch of fake sons. I'm just trying to wake sons. Thought I couldn't make sons till I made one. Head to the throne. I still thuggish, ruckus bones in this chromosome. I know he'll be creeping on the comer, smoking jack fools, packing black tools till the sun come up. No more thugs running up, it's real shit. No matter how old I get, these bars in my head won't let up. I'm not trying to sell my soul cause it's a setup. I'm just trying to build my setup, encourage the brothers to get up mentally, cause some of y'all is paralyzed from the neck up. Not a lean on Molly head, I don't follow trends in my own lane till my lane ends. Got a lot of brothers, no friends, broke rapper, no ends. And I'll probably do this shit till my last day ends. They keep dropping heavy beats, I keep going in black and rapping. Release the beast when they got us trapped in. Closed caption like Clapton, had a nigga acting like the captain of this underworld fashion. It could happen back to the hoodie, black gloves and massacring, blood massacring. Please don't make me ask again, don't make me blasting him. Who's the master rhythm? The hip-hop Hercules. When I murder beats, some C's wanna murder me. These bars in your head will certainly, urgently put you in emergency surgery. Personally, IMC, cause I see now can fuck with me, debate me. Most will hate me, try to imitate me, intimidate me. The shit is crazy. I murdered this beat and didn't have to kiss baby. I'm more like a spiritual rapper, nothing like Rev Run. Got some real true words for everyone. Like Bigger Pun is the biggest pun in the rap battle between Big and Pun. I think Pun would've won. Like I said, true words for everyone. And I just begun to make rats run like cats when my dogs come. When these bars fill my head, I be shocked at what I said. I said that's what you
head like an airhead. Niggas play dead when the skilly grizzly get busy with the lead. I'm a breeder, natural born leader, not a preacher. Truth in the booth speaker, blow your Bluetooth speaker with the heater surround sound so loud. You can hear my vowels all around the town. Put your ear to the ground, you can hear the real underground. Some fear the underground, most are cheer the underground. Why these haters wonder how the underground get down? Put them 6 feet underground. You don't hear me now. Bars over your head, cause I ride like cars over your head. Bloodshed, I shine like stars over your head. Give me space like I'm claustrophobic. I don't spit like the average, yo. I spit like a savage. If you didn't notice, take notice. Fly like a lotus. Stay focused, stay open to this new shit. I don't lie up front when I'm back in this bitch. JFK, yo, I'm back in this bitch. I don't act like I'm rich, I do act like I'm the shit. Yo, I shit on your Ghost Rider. I don't need a Ghost Rider, I produce fire. I'll cock back, shoot the driver. I don't shoot tires, I'm tired of mumble rapping, so I'm retired. I retire when they all expire from this rapid fire. I am underworld official till I die. Don't ask why I don't blast in the sky. I see my third eye. Bet you get hit by the third try. I'm a thug, not a gangster type of guy. I just rap cause I can't rap. Cost a stack just to get me on the track. I be ahead of my time all the time since way back. I made these bars over your head. You can hit the
sunshine through the window. Rolling up the split of window because I might go schizo. Get me through the day, wishful. Got something to say, get a pencil. Smoke like a leaf, legalize freedom. THC, the guys ain't the one beat them. More they talk, yeah, the more they feed us. Live that vamp life. I'm not afraid to bleed on Facebook. Gangsters always free to see us, but I'm over it. Trapped on closing it, rolling, never smoking it. Pour another drink of shit, not an addict, handle this. Mind over body, produce another hit. Shit, no one can stop me, ain't that some shit? Go from the valley, that's where I call home. Always room to grow, individuality. Never see me fall, stay true. But the stars shine like a lightning ball, stay with the heat. Never get cold, we find out tomorrow. Make sure I live right today. I'ma do it my way. I'ma do it my way. If I got tomorrow, make sure I live right today. I'ma do it my way. I'ma do it my way. Sometimes I'm unraveled when haters hassle. Bitch, I got a castle brick wall to the sky. Shit, always hears that will understand that shit nonsense. Put your fucking head on the mantle for the trophy for the next. Double book because you got a consequence. Always rolling up shit, quick with no paddle. When you fuck with me, whole nother level twisty. Let me explain the name, hard time relentlessly. Patiently waiting, watching other rappers portray the hood life. You as fake as Little Wayne skating. Hold up, breaking style while you ahead. If I see you in person, strange shaking, claiming that you made bread. Ain't no such thing as halfway crooks. Scared to death, man, you scared to look. Ain't no such thing as halfway crooks. Ain't you scared to death, or man, you scared to look. If I got tomorrow, make sure I live right today. I'ma do it my way. I'ma do it my way. If I got tomorrow, make sure I live right today. I'ma do it my way. I'ma do it my way. I've been through a lot, and it changed me. The words that used to burn me don't faze me now. If you try to bullshit, man, you crazy. Take 1,000 of you lames to take me. I got family and it's true friends. Always got my back to the end. When I make it big, they'll never struggle again. Money won't change me, fame won't take me. Look the other way when haters hating. Always in life, catch yourself racing. To meet that goal, got your hope taken. Keep your head up, there's no mistaking. I'll keep trying till I'm dead, Paul bed digging. There ain't no wishing on work. Close first and play it later. And play it later. Yeah, do it right and make that paper. Yeah, do it right and make that paper. If I got tomorrow, make sure I live right today. I'ma do it my way. I'ma do it my way. If I got tomorrow, make sure I live right today. I'ma do it my way. I'ma do it my way.
Bow your head. If you a
soldier and you know him, bow your head. Bow your head. Bow your head. If you a soldier and you know him, bow your head. God is good all the time. This a new hymn and rhyme. Designed by the old styles, mine. I pray the G.O.D. all the time. How I shine, even in these streets. When I grind, I still find the time to sit and bow my head. The chaos, we all need church. Church. If you a soldier, bow your head. Living hell on earth, we all become dirt. Dirt. If you a soldier, bow your head. Now don't mislead, so don't be misled. This mental for your head. Always stay 10 steps ahead. Those that rather cry, hide and cower, bow your head to a higher power.
Why you wanna snap?
And you ain't got the power, now your fruit done went sour. I plant the seeds of this flower tall as that tower till my final hour. I can't preach, cause I've done some things I cannot speak on this beat. I repent and delete, cause I'm changing every week. I'm that old head that just reached his peak. Better late than never, many times I could've died. Happy I survived, bow my head to your greatness. I pray for my family, my friends and my haters. Praise to the Creator.
As I bow my head and give praise to the Creator, the Almighty, the All-Seeing. I thank you for blessing me.
Pray for those that we had to lay the rest to this heart starts beating in my chest. In this world of chaos, we all need church. Church. If you a soldier, bow your head. Living hell on earth, we all become dirt. Dirt. If you a soldier, bow your head. Now bow your head. Bow your head. Bow your head. If you a soldier and you know him, bow your head. Bow your head. Bow your head. If you a soldier and you know him, bow your head.
Ripping the ones and twos with the hottest new joints. Coast to coast mixtape.
Up north, niggas stand up. East coast, niggas stand up. West coast, niggas stand up. Down south, niggas stand up. Up north, niggas stand up. East coast, niggas stand up. West coast, niggas stand up.
Down south, VA, up north, NJ, that's 609, that 84. Y'all know what we play. Long money like a sweepstakes. Out in Philly eating cheesesteak. Cherry Hill eating cheesecake. Pop B's to the I keys. Beard long like freeway. Wow. Psych, maybe one day I'm hot, need lemonade. Fine shade and a bad bitch. Yo, chick is average. My chick established. Bad credit with that S. Comes with 550. VA gon' ride with me. Bad news, the new rules. VA, they going ham. Jersey niggas, they act a fool. Alright, 28. All day, I rap my state. I'm real, what's real? Alright, 28.
Down south, niggas stand up. Up north, niggas stand up. East coast, niggas stand up. West coast, niggas stand up. Down south, niggas stand up. Up north, niggas stand up. East coast, niggas stand up. West coast, niggas stand up.
I tried to present my music peacefully, but now I feel like niggas really want a piece of me. Off of parole, prior to them releasing me, they call me K-Smash, but Rhino is the beast of me. My rap game tight, the fans wanna know what's keeping me. Orlando, Florida, that's just the south of me. I'm rapping with my Cali swag, I call that the west of me. I put you in Canada for trying to get the best of me. East Coast swag, they say we got the recipe. Beating on my chest until I feel there's nothing left of me. Shipped off to space, trying to find my harmony. Not even your army is even harmony. Every state I walk through, all eyes on me. Somebody roll up the sticky, minus the seeds. Old style planet, the root underworld is your trees. I'm going with the wind like I'm caught in the breeze. K-Smash just banged on 'em.
niggas stand up. Up north, niggas stand up. East Coast, niggas stand up. West Coast, niggas stand up. Down south, niggas stand up. Up north, niggas stand up. East Coast, niggas stand up. West Coast, niggas stand up. Bang on them, bang on them, bang on them. I just wanna bang on them, bang on them, bang on them. I just wanna bang on them, bang on them, bang on them. I just wanna bang on them, bang on them, bang on them. I just wanna.
Yes, I told y'all motherfuckers. This is that real unsigned underground. Fuck what y'all niggas in the game talking about. We got R.I.28, Brand, K-Smash, Rhino. This how we do, man. Old Styles co-signs this shit. For all y'all niggas think we playing around. For all y'all niggas that's sleeping on the motherfucking underground. Underworld. Man, listen, I co-sign this shit. This where we at right now. I just wanna bang on him, bang on him, bang on him. I just wanna.
Ignite shit, I write hits, don't bite shit. Let's get it on like a motherfucking light switch. Ignite shit, I write hits, don't bite shit. Let's get it on like a motherfucking light switch.
Understand my mentality, you niggas test, but always come with losses. Why? Think with double heat before you take and speak the crosses. I toss this, lyrical gymnastics at your brain. And it's a shame, cause I'm raw like Eddie Kane, like you strong like Bane. You should not enter competition, cause there's no winning. Said before, but you don't listen, you rearing kissing. Shooting shots and never missing. Niggas rockin' pampers cause they see me and start pissing. You look like fishing. Falling like coals like you in love. Best not shove, think you rough, not tough enough. What? Rain from above like purple. Step back or I'll hurt you. Jumping beef the weekend, I might give your life a curfew. Bust you like bubbles. Leave your whole block under rubble. Your time is reaching speed cause your life is short like stubble. Wrap your mom's a cuddle. Jinx the life when you stress chaos and there's no prayer. I'm even slaying cities mayor.
Trouble times, double crimes, making up for what was mine. Hit the street, brought the heat, no time to let the sun shine. Reminisce, when niggas bitch, others trying to make a switch. Crisis hit the chocolate spot, now gon' beat the exorcist for me to sick. So now I'm out to make moves. Hit the train, fuck cocaine, my drugstore, these pharmaceuticals. I'm losing those choosing roads of early death, precisely. Leave no trail, try and fail. CeeLo, I'm precisely 12, I represent. From North to fucking freehold, shoot your body up and turn your chest into a peak hole. My team blows like clarinets, place your bets, whatever's next. Pussy's on my mind, but before that time, the game respect. CBL, the intellectual crew, sipping on my Jack D. While you shot the every special brew, respect the crew. I got niggas that'll step to you, take it to your body, but I take it to your head too. Ignite shit, I write hits, don't bite shit. Let's get it on like a motherfucking light switch. Ignite shit, I write hits, don't bite shit. Let's get it on like a motherfucking light switch. Ignite shit, I write hits, don't bite shit. Let's get it on like a motherfucking light switch. Ignite shit, I write hits, don't bite shit. Let's get it on like a motherfucking light switch.
I'm getting in your skin like osmosis. I spit restraining orders. You won't get too close to a process. If you foul like halitosis, and you know this. Don't get it twisted like tornadoes. I'll erupt like volcanoes. I'm taking hearts out like that Mortal Kombat Kano. When I say yes, you say no, cause I say so. Now with that said, don't get it misled. This is what you rock in your boombox. From the bricks to the boondocks. My two knocks, y'all cats out your two socks. I feel like two rocks, smoking the ooh-ah with two blocks. Ain't that two cops, letting off more than two shots. That's how I feel when I rock. Keeping it top notch, don't like those who's the cop blockers. I spit the everlasting gobstopper. I like chugging spots, the Big Mac and the Whopper. My flow's doper than skin poppers.
Watch you do a swan dive off the bridge. No lie, chicken ass niggas catch a pop by. Fuck a super cop guy in a suit and tie. Bringing fiasco, I blast hoes, make them wonder why. Fuck the fence, the bread you extracted from the pot. Berserker, mental case worker, murder, beat herder. The flirter to a murder. Now give me super surprise with my burger. I'm a judge too. Don't sue me, too late. I do the move next acting movie ass nigga.
act like a figure. Meet me, I'm boa constrictor, pain inflictor, nigga to deliver. January to December, spit new shit exclusive. You remember? Cold as the winter. Reppin' Irvington, meet me in the center. CPO, SUK, bitch.
Ignite shit, I write hits, don't bite shit.
Let's get it on like a motherfucking light switch. Ignite shit, I write hits, don't bite shit.
Let's get it on like a motherfucking light switch. Ignite shit, I write hits, don't bite shit.
Let's get it on like a motherfucking light switch. Ignite shit, I write hits, don't bite shit.
Let's get it on like a motherfucking light switch. Ignite shit, I write hits, don't bite shit.
Let's get it on like a motherfucking light switch. Ignite shit, I write hits, don't bite shit.
Let's get it on like a motherfucking light switch. Ignite shit, I write hits, don't bite shit.
Let's get it on like a motherfucking light switch. Ignite shit, I write hits, don't bite shit.
Let's get it on like a motherfucking light switch.
You can love me now. You can love me now.
Damn, that nigga's beefing. Oh shit, what the fuck? Get down, nigga. Where the stars at, yo? That nigga was down there, yo. Oh shit.
You gotta love me now. I bet you love me now. You gotta let it
I was conceived in South Jersey, grew up in Brick City. Moving from city to city, life was too shifty. Before I even knew the hell of jail cells, I did biz in hotels. Watching niggas get them dope cells, here they go. Run bell, nigga, hotel. Since a young black male, I lived in the shell. Hell yeah, I can spell. I'd rather rebel, live like, oh well, what the hell I just fell. By the time I hooked up with my CBL, smoked my first L. I see more drugs than cartels. Watch my pops hit, hammer like nails. Mom is well, gat holding. Rolling and stolen, I met with an explosion that's well. I can even tell little rugrats scheming on another brother's hubcats. Take them back, make a few stacks, smoke a few sacks. I'm glad my moms never knew that her life was two-track. Come on, and you can love me now.
Don't cry when I leave.
I know you love me now.
I'm always gonna be.
I know you love me now.
When I fly and I leave.
You gotta love me now.
I'm always gonna be.
I know you love me now.
High when I leave.
And you can love me now.
I'm always gonna be.
Bet you love me now.
Don't cry when I leave.
I know you love me now.
I'm always gonna be.
I never been scared to die for mine. A little scared to die before my time. A little scared for me to die before I shine. Cause I shine, you shine. I blow your mind out the enzymes ahead of my time all the time. And yet they suggest I pose as a pimp, play a model for jet. Fuck sex, see more breasts than Jerry Springer gets. It's a real vex quest not to be the best. Pass the test and progress to the next contest. Can't none contest the concepts I'll interject or inject in this rap set. I'm more than a rap threat. Rap bet, snap next like Bruce Lee when he catch rap. Y'all A&R's half step on the superstar surpass that. Cause he never ever half step. I rap Brick City, NYC, and all my people down in Illy, Philly, feel me. I bet you love me now.
Don't cry when I leave.
And you can love me now.
I'm always gonna be.
I bet you love me now.
When I fly and I leave.
I know you love me now.
I'm always gonna be.
I gotta get your hands up.
High when I leave.
And you can love me now.
I'm always gonna be.
I bet you love me now.
Don't cry when I leave.
I know you love me now.
I'm always gonna be.
I am no longer a child running wild. No more wild style with the crooked smile. Mama, look at now. I done grown to a strong black man. And mom, can you understand? I couldn't comprehend the message you were saying. Cause you was high sipping gin, living in the world of sin. And I ain't even gonna do an Eminem and pretend like you was like the rest of them. You truly got it in your condition, no end. Raised for a strong kid. Some of my friends, some of your friends showed love to the twins like your own kid. And I never ever knew how you do it. I only got two and look at me, mom. Yo, I'm going through it. Sometimes I think I blew it. I don't know what to do with it, so I spit it in lyrics. I pray they never speak to you in spirit. That for the truest woman in my world, I never could hear it. That's like the only thing I'm fearing. Come on, I bet you love me now.
Don't cry when I leave.
You can love me now.
I'm always gonna be.
I bet you love me now.
When I fly and I leave.
I know you love me now.
I'm always gonna be.
Gotta get your hands up.
High when I leave.
You can love me now.
I'm always gonna be.
You can love me now.
Don't cry when I leave here. I'm always gonna be.
Wanna rap, gotta spit what you feeling. By the cards you got dealing. While it's hard to make some millions of the gains that he building. Black men, love your children, stop illin'. Let's rob and stealing for you minor class billing. Some gangsters that spit, gotta spit what I spit.
activist. After this is blasphemous. Turn the game to activist. Had them people mad as ish. I had my people glad as ish. And you know I had to spit cause I'm different. Let me differentiate. Definition demonstrate. Get them demons straight cause you can never ever take. What took the Lord so long to make? Why do we tolerate hate? When they infiltrate we sit and hesitate. Sit still, yellow niggas drill. I'm just being real. Y'all you players play the fifth. If you wanna flex your skills, put them dollar bills. Holla, if not, I'm a rider still. Never follow Jack and Jill.
Love and hate, both reach the same lives. Some wanna see you live, others wanna watch you die. Realize you compete truth when you look in another's eyes. Most claim real when they really tellin' real lies. Love and hate, both reach the same lives. Some wanna see you live, others wanna watch you die. You compete truth when you look in another's eyes. Most claim real when they really tell them there is no love from the government in its presence. Shit uses residents and peasants. Instrument prey on the innocent. Witness the wickedness, it's a sickness. Disapproval, wealth off mass hysteria, false hysteria. Brothers die, mothers cry, area to area. 51 more lies to come as we pray to the sun. Mass shootings, no alibi, not even one. No outreach or no one. Got me so done. Yo, lift up your pussy. I said all the leaders are a bunch of damn cowards. Forever in fear, operate you dread the cowards. Still standing tall as the towers. Try to bring us down, dance and clown, dance around. Talk about how it's a choice. I can hear the lies in your damn voice, kinda confusing. My people still losing. Men, women, that's what women, and they just killed the kid again. Love and hate, both read the same lies. Some wanna see you live, others wanna watch you die. You can be truth when you look in another's eyes. Most claim real when they really tellin' real lies. Realize love and hate, both read the same lies. Some wanna see you live, others wanna watch you die. You can be truth when you look in another's eyes. Most claim real when they really tellin' real lies. Love and hate, both read the same lies. Some wanna see you live, others wanna watch you die. You can be truth when you look in another's eyes. Most claim real, I can shed a couple tears, but my love was not here. Lost a lot of real ones throughout the years. For all my bros still here, pouring out a couple beers, about to put something in the air. For all y'all coons out there, my goons disrespected ya. About to roll these just like a heckler. We about to go to war for disrespected us. No drive, no register. 187 that ain't it. Unity between men and women, about to transcend. Victorious in the end. Charlie Sheen not the only one that can win. There's only one race, that's the human race. Life is your biggest race. Don't let them lie in your face. Brainwash worse than freeways. There's not a such thing as a free state. Free your mind, stay evaluate what's really at stake. Love and hate, both read the same lies. Some wanna see you live, others wanna watch you die. You can be truth when you look in another's eyes. Most claim real when they really tell real lies. Realize. Realize.
Man, you know I'm right here. You can say that shit to my face. Hey man, you know I'm right here. You can say that shit to my face. Who the hell do you think you are? Hey man, you know I'm right here. You can say that shit to my face. Hey man, you know I'm right here. You can say that shit to my face.
Why haters wanna hate, try to imitate old styles, the great Fendi beef plates that ain't safe to stay. Haters hate his face, cause I can't leave you without a trace in this place, in that ass like a prostate. I migrate, my mind state fire. Haters hate the hate when I carry tons like Billy Babgate. My money comes with decibels like 8. Yo, my dummies hit testicles from the 8. Never know how many bums I ate. Roll the tape, got soldiers that'll blow your face. Ride or die, riding by on roller skates. Got chicks that'll get the poker face, then poke your face. Ain't no one safe, catch a case for a briefcase. Though we don't lead chase, bomb the place, race out of place like outer space. Pull the dun, da, top, shot his head, Dr.
red dodger from the wild. Where the pussy waters get beaten fucked with the block. I'm blocking cop, blockers cock the shot. His head is soft as that pasta when they see the chopper. Red as a lobster, hot head red, dead as a lobster, smoking head like a Rasta rock star. You watch out, charge underworld official mob star. You the take over about to start. You online gangsters, I market like targets. Control all deleting rates into darkness. East to west, I spread underworld pestilence. Still heaven sent to all you devilish, hell bent, lonely lame dudes. Live on Twitter, Facebook, or YouTube. I'm talking to you dudes. This is just a taste. Drop sand into my face or play the shadow when you niggas say as a spade ace to that joker cut and poke your king, queen, jack, blackjack. You ain't over, it's over. You true soldier, I will fold ya.
Hey man, you know I'm right here. You can say that shit to my face. Hey man, you know I'm right here. You can say that shit to my face. Who the hell do you think you are? Hey man, you know I'm right here. You can say that shit to my face. Hey man, you know I'm right here. You can say that shit to my face. Hey man, you know I'm right here. You can say that shit to my face. Hey man, you know I'm right here. You can say that shit to my face. Who the hell do you think you are? Hey man, you know I'm right here. You can say that shit to my face. Hey man, you know I'm right here. You can say that shit to my face.
He don't want it. For all y'all niggas out there, I don't really even do this, man. I'm letting my underworld officials take over the whole 2014 scene. We about to show y'all something in the underworld regime. I'm falling back. For all y'all niggas out there, y'all online gangsters talking shit, running your mouth from behind your computer. Don't slip up, don't trip up, don't fall in some shit you can't get out.
I'm officially a part of this underground, this underworld. Will you ride with me? I'm officially a part of this underground, this underworld. Will you ride with me? I'm officially a part of this underground, this underworld. Will you ride with me? I'm officially a part of this underground, this underworld. Will you ride with me?
Feel like a general in this underground music scene with a cigar street. Every time I drop a beat, meet and greet, break your teeth, cause I'm a beast. Think you bad, go against my team. Yeah, you fail, little man, victory through misery. Overcome this heresy. All this lunacy is just pushing me over the edge. Over your obsession. About time for these fuckboys to learn a lesson. Then I drop another banger. Do this shit like cliffhanger. Think I fell off, I'm always changing. New style every time. Brain pain with every line. Feel my vibe, I'll knock you to the ground. There is no next time. Underworld, true hustle quick. Man, you don't know who you fucking with. Yeah, twist yourself. Feel general. Motherfucking army's gonna take over, son. Underworld official. Underworld official.
I'm officially a part of this underground, this underworld. Will you ride with me? I'm officially a part of this underground, this underworld. Will you ride with me? I'm officially a part of this underground, this underworld. Will you ride with me? I'm officially a part of this underground, this underworld. Will you ride with me? Right now, up in this motherfucker, underworld officials. Somebody talk to me, please. Twisted Slim, Dreams, Rhino, King Smash. Somebody say they dreaming. You cannot name nobody better. We're here, go through any weather, rain, sleet, snow or storm, hell or whatever. You got to die, this is never. I'm too clever, stay about my path. I'm looking for that cash money in the bag. They scream, underworld, we need you. Official screaming people, but yelling underworld. Will you ride with me? Underworld. Ride with me. I'm officially a part of this underground, this underworld. Will you ride with me? I'm officially a part of this underground, this underworld. Will you ride with me? I'm officially a part of this underground, this underworld. ride with me? I'm officially a part of this underground, this underworld. Will you ride with me?
Hate me or love me, hate me or love me. Tell me you hate me, that won't bug me. I'm on my shit. 2015, my year. Hate me or love me, hate me or love me. Tell me you hate me, that won't bug me. I'm on my shit. 2015, my year. And you will smell it, it's all in the air. Hate's everywhere. I know that they scared, they see that we made it, and they're not happy. Styling and wilding with my attitude, my swag's everywhere. But picture my movement and watch how we do it, and you cannot compare. All you can do is watch us from afar and stare. I mean, my body is that deep, can't match me. We everywhere, go when I want to and how I move. Couldn't walk in my shoes, so hate me or love me, that shit means nothing. Baby, it's not my game. Hate me or love me, hate me or love me. Tell me you hate me, that won't bug me. I'm on my shit. 2015's my year. Hate me or love me, hate me or love me. Tell me you hate me, that won't bug me. I'm on my shit. 2015's my year.
Yeah, up the underdog on my dog's ball hard. CEO job, make your head bob till your neck drop. Officials is the next squad. Rap gods on your boulevard, trapping hard on your boulevard. Since battle rapping like we in the yard. Shouts to Hood 3, NOC, down with the team. UWO, about to blow. Since I let my ride no go, it's a rap for these rap cats trying to do a show. We maneuver slow. Old head on my cougar flow, bitch. Go digger digging for my dough. Now my shooter shooting hoe. Really dope. In 2015, underworld taking over everything. My champions wave your brain. K-Smash do the damn thing. Let this virus spread. Y'all got us fucked up. Let my black rhino sing JFK. Merciless like men can't wait for 2015.
Hate me or love me. Tell me you hate me, that won't bug me. I'm on my shit. 2015's my year. Hate me or love me, hate me or love me. Tell me you hate me, that won't bug me. I'm on my shit. 2015's my year. So hate me or love me, hate me or love me. Tell me you hate me, that won't bug me. I'm on my shit. 2015's my year.
Ripping the ones and twos with the hottest new joints. Coast to coast mixtape
We like us, no you can't. Skate, trust to move it like us. Yes I can. No way you can do what we do. No you can't. Be true and always beat you. Yes I can. Can you flow? No you can. Blaze the drum. Yes I can. Save a show. No you can. Raise a foe. Yes I can. Kill a beat. No you can. Run your street. Yes I can. Bring defeat. No you can. Bring the heat. Yes I can.
Nigga, I'll be damned if you ever test my fan. No, you can't. Watch me spin the man, what the fuck is spin the fan?
Yes, I
you
can.
little and just think you can test my underclan. No, you can't. KS flow, stop the show like these niggas
Yes,
got banned. Duplicate this on the world, put you under the world. Go ahead, try. Got the bullet sped by. You're trying to clone my old Cheerio. Whoa, no, you can't. Crush a motherfucker, ice flow back into slow. Understand you don't understand this flow. No, you can't. I can elevate a man mind over his torso. None fuck with us. I cop back bust.
Yes, I can.
Cause we believe yes, I can. Coast to coast, look the hood and be good. No, you can't. I can start a movement in your own hood. Really,
yes, I can. You'll never do it like us. No, you can't. Bust, gain trust to move it like us. Yes, I can. No way you can do what we do. No, you can't. Be true, crew, and always beat you. Yes, I can. Can you flow? No, you can't. Blaze the drum. Yes, I can. Save a show. No, you can't. Face a foe. Yes, I can. Kill a beat. No, you can't. Run your street. Yes, I can. Bring defeat. No, you can't. Bring the heat. Yes, I can.
Underworld's my clan, and understand you'll never take us down.
No, you can't.
I can give you somewhere that you never found.
Yes, I can.
You cannot make me believe you not a clown.
No, you can't.
You can't handle smoke, I'm choking on a pound.
Yes, I can.
Can you flow?
No, you can't.
Big foes.
Yes, I can.
You can't get it.
No, you can't.
Cause I forbid it. You cannot go to the places that I be.
No, you can't.
I changed time, put BC between AD.
Yes, I can.
You could never take the underworld from me.
No, you can't.
But underworld can take you out without a fee.
Yes, I can.
Can you win?
No, you can't.
I break men.
Yes, I can.
Will you survive?
No,
I leave them quaking.
Yes, I can.
Now the pain you give could leave me aching.
No, you can't.
No, I'm gonna send you to the man that make men.
Yes, I can. You'll never do it like us. No, you can't. Bust, gain trust to move it like us. Yes, I can. No way you can do what we do. No, you can't. Be true, crew, and always beat you. Yes, I can. Can you flow? No, you can't. Blaze the drum. Yes, I can. Save a show. No, you can't. Face a foe. Yes, I can. Kill a beat. No, you can't. Run your street. Yes, I can. Bring defeat. No, you can't. Bring the heat. Yes, I can.
You can't fuck with this rap god. Don't get in, I put my stamp when I attack y'all. And you the man but can't compare to my attack dog. Ride that cliff up blindfold and make you back off. Get on my level, who get the shovel. He can't scream, make sure nobody help. You can't be pussy but play thug at the same time. Battle rap, I killed that nigga with the same line. Oh, you a vet but can't compare to my weak rhyme. Call them goons, they pop up around sleep time. Play me sweet, I play to keep. Affect the streets, permanent sleep.
Nigga, you can't even show a bang.
CEO, UWO, I call my clan.
Yes, I can. You'll never do it like us. No, you can't. Bust, gain trust to move it like us. Yes, I can. No way you can do what we do. No, you can't. Be true, crew, and always beat you. Yes, I can. Can you flow? No, you can't. Blaze the drum. Yes, I can. Save a show. No, you can't. Face a foe. Yes, I can. Kill a beat. No, you can't. Run your street. Yes, I can. Bring defeat. No, you can't. Bring the heat. Yes, I can.
This is that buzz spray. This is for everybody, anybody. Buzz spray. This is for everybody, anybody. Buzz spray. This is for everybody, anybody. Buzz spray. This is for everybody, anybody.
Haters get way back, 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 or get sprayed back, way back. Haters get way back, 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 or get sprayed back, way back. Haters gon' hate on the G, the way it's supposed to be. You can hate but don't come close to me. You be a dose of C, look like hypocrisy to me. Your girl sleep next to go to the shore. Give me more, don't bark at me. Not a 106 and bark and C. I say it's free, Yo, it up, free. My hip hop from the top, show stop the whole block so hot. Get the guap, rock chop, make the block knock, no escape. My mindset, beat a nigga down like a prom man. Catch the base cause you hate, then emulate the greats. Haters get way back, cause my payback goes way back. Like the big payback on 8-track. Keep it real, no faking beef. I'm cooking like a catch 8. Have you looking like the number 8? I can count about 8 they hate on the great. They mad cause they got 8 in their own state.
For everybody, anybody. Buzz spray. This is for everybody, anybody. Buzz spray. This is for everybody, anybody. Buzz spray. This is for everybody, anybody.
Haters get way back, haters get way, way back. Haters get way back. Haters get way, way back. Haters get way back. Haters get way, way back. Or get sprayed back, way back, way back. Haters get way back, haters get way, way back. Haters get way back, haters get way, way back. Haters get way back, haters get way, way back. Or get sprayed back. I got about 100 G's. What you wanted to be is the question. I believe you will bleed if we proceed with this session. Show the next gimmick to mimic my flow. Malcolm X's chest had his own show. Cause this nigga had his hand in my pocket. Yo, you see your G with a couple grands in his wallet. In my stance when I'm rocking. Niggas steady jocking paparazzi. Probably federality's gotta be hating so hard. Cause if I go hard, I bogart the whole squad. Make an atheist pray to God. Don't betray a God. Some say I'm out again even. JFK horror king like Steven. Believe it. You can hate harder, hit harder. Heavy nigga. Have a hater, hate a nigga. Heavy spitter. How can't you hear this nigga? Hating heathens, hating on his hip hop. Hero speaking for them hood niggas leaking. For everybody, anybody. For everybody, anybody. For everybody, anybody. For everybody, anybody. Haters get way back, haters get way, way back. Haters get way back, haters get way, way back. Haters get way back, haters get way, way back. Or get sprayed back, way back, way back. Haters get way back, haters get way, way back. Haters get way back, haters get way, way back. Haters get way back, haters get way, way back. Or get sprayed back, way back, way back. Yeah, yeah. You have entered Blood the Blouse, Volume 8, the best of old styles.
Like money,
if you don't know who Old Styles is, by the end of this CD you will know. Big shout out to KG, Backsound Productions, TR Productions, LOA Mac Beat Productions, and Underground ENT. Me and my family. KG, yeah. I had to spray you right then, so you could be prepared for what you about to enter. So I done sprayed you down. It's time to go.
Try to be a gentleman, but it's about to get gangsta. Try to be a gentleman, but I'm about to get gangsta. Try to be a gentleman, but I'm about to get gangsta. Watch it all fall, watch it all fall down. Smash from Orlando, Rhino came from Jersey. I'm more hood if you know what I mean. In Orlando I was wildin', couldn't find a little nigga. Tried to figure out who was robbing on the island. I was styling, getting money without breaking a sweat. Every action got a consequence, cause and effect. But a nigga kept going, not knowing what was happening next. Two big niggas walked over and they started to flex. I was young and stupid, but was up to the test. A shot to the stomach, worked my way up to the neck. If it's beef, I never forget. I made decisions I never regret. Once my mind is made up, ain't no turning it back. Got used to robbery, but never fucked with the crack. And since his niggas knew me, I was watching my back. Guard up, quick to attack. I bladed his back, hope he react like. I try to be a gentleman, but it's about to get gangsta. I try to be a gentleman, but I'm about to get gangsta. I try to be a gentleman, but I'm about to get gangsta. Watch it all fall, watch it all fall down. Anybody can shoot, that's the way I was raised. So I'm beating your ass before pulling my blade. In Jersey I had rage, now I'm flipping the page. It's Underworld, put that on my grave. My task is to bring y'all niggas force, that's after I rage. No cops in my camps, that's the way that it's played. I'm shooting to hit you, I'm not shooting to graze. In my hood I hold it down, Williamsboro, New Jerusalem is the name of my town. Let a nigga act a fool and I'm putting him down. Run your lips about my hood, you go under the ground. No sound, only noise that you hear is when the body is found. I go in and I do what I want, you do what you allow. Rhino speaks, take you out to sneak, you find me in your house. Snipe to your spouse for running your mouth, I'm a G. Niggas know what I'm about, let it go now. I try to be a gentleman, but it's about to get gangsta. I try to be a gentleman, but I'm about to get gangsta. I try to be a gentleman, but I'm about to get gangsta. Watch it all fall, watch it all fall down. Never snitch on my niggas and I live by the code. Paved my own path and I follow that road. Pop first, no questions, that's the way I was told. Empty the whole clip, now it's time to reload. I spit bars of gold and I gotta stay humble. Keep my boots strapped just in case I gotta rumble. Even if I get hit, no way that I can stumble. Take a hit to give a hit and watch the bones fumble. Take his tongue up out his mouth. Now all he do is mumble. High kick to the head can make the skull crumble. I got bullets so when it's beef, you get them in the bundle. I do what you want to and let my niggas hunt you. Take my kindness for weakness if you want to. I cock back and I'll show you what the gun do. Bullets to the head, leave him dead. Have his floor painted red. Guess this guy wants you, motherfucker. I try to be a gentleman, but it's about to get gangster. I try to be a gentleman, but I'm about to get gangster. I try to be a gentleman, but I'm about to get gangster. Watch it all fall, watch it all fall down.
SoundCloud Vibes.
Oh, you bad, sitting over there, trying to talk. I see that you're scared. Shy as fuck, that won't change. I spit my game, like you know how I do this. Yes, on this. Now watch my movement, glasses on me. Hey, the blocker. I take a shot, I drop, I feel it like she wanted to. She knows that's the reason why she moves. She walks, she gets a little closer. I smell danger. Show up, body of a model. Independent, do what she gotta do. I see you looking from a distance. In my mind I'm steady thinking, she bad in the motherfucker. 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 No time, let's get to this. You bad, I like your movement. Your smile, your lips and hair too.
Exclusive Tony Fat.
The shit, well that's okay. Day one, and that's the slave. I feel it, why this time? Shorty, she wanna fight. I walk a little bit closer. I see that she's no danger. I talk and feel that she leaving. But that's not me thinking. So body of a model. Independent, do what she gotta do. I see you looking from a distance. In my mind I'm steady thinking. She bad in the motherfucker. 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 Show up, body of a model. Independent, do what she gotta do. I see you looking from a distance. In my mind I'm steady thinking. She bad in the motherfucker. She bad in the motherfucker. She bad in the motherfucker.
Coming to life, death to life, back to spite. Soon as I came back, I jumped in the side like I was rocking the mic. Cause I'm the type that make you singles I didn't write. It's a freestyle high that got me nice. I'm that girl with spice that nibble on your ear like Mike Tyson, making you tumble like dominoes. I came back to bring drama to hoes who oppose like they my foes. Rockin' icebergs, Agorex, and mosquito clothes. They still pouring the shows. I see cause they weave on hold out of control. Niggas ain't bold, rap till I'm old. Bring you to those who sleep drooling on pillows. My flows hit like blows.
They run this game. Shots your brain. Wanna kill the game. Kill the game. Bust your brains, bang, bang. Kill the game. They run this game.
Techniques be sweet. revenge is better. Craze twisted at the bar, head light as a feather. Sewing my clique together. Bond killer dames, unbreakable. 3 swift bitches quick to dominate you. Slick with the gripper. Have you kicking like Flipper, dangerous like Jack the Ripper, criminalettes, 211 zippers, rugged as tears alive. Yo, Craze, Pudgy, Janai, on the dolo for show though, puffin' mad mob, stay high, killers make it happen, criminalettes kicking in doors like feds rapping. They call me Slappy cause I start slapping. If you ain't clap, better start clapping. Pudgy star shit, there's only one of me, you don't want none of me. I have you running, see next in the industry, best to be coming raw, CBL, criminal by law. Tryna battle me with Leah, throw sword, no styles original like mom, baseline, taste fine, was spitting lace rhymes ahead of my time all the time. Watch me as I climb, you be speeches like mine, the shook bitches hanging from clotheslines with broken spines and open minds. I chase down the feet niggas who tried to race with mine. They ain't wasted minds. I stay reserved in herb. That's how I recline. Spit words and shit on the road. When they spit them lines, I get a criminal mind. My style is divine. Nobody fucking with mine. Can't attach no strings to this. Craze ain't for the weakness. You get dismissed it. Trying to get my brain twisted. No time for games. Been there, done that. Get a new track. Your words are too lame for me. No need to try to entertain me. I'm bored before you start. I say words that'll crush you and rip the fucking heart apart. Gritting your teeth, mumbling remarks. Point my gun and it sparks. Take a run in the park.
Like my last mixtape, just a taste, the one you underrate. The fake jakes like Carlton Banks, gas face like third base, never come in third place. In this rap race, you players ballin', pump fake, man, a straight ankle break. Shake, then I raise that Cool J like Russell Simmons did. Call me Dougie Fresh, cause I'm deaf, man, nothing wanted till you haters wanna stick me for my paper. For the looter, let the gun blow at a trade, enough respect the big pop. Got no love for who shot you. In the movie, it deserve an Oscar. Blow the chronic, but I ain't a doctor. Smoking like a roster, a monster. Till you fake mobster. Hip-hop savior. I'm the streets like Philly last May, and I'm on the grind. You can't prove who's the greatest of all time until you heard mine. It's a JFK all day, reppin' in. So how you wanna get it in? Little stocky, cocky, twisting your chin. What you think you dub? See your maxin'. Make me dump these from the Mac 10 in your back then. Make your back spin into fraction. Like camera action. For all you rap guys looking cross-eyed, wonder why it passed me by like the far side. Heard him fly, and you know I'm reaching other heights on the mic. Wiggle it to Superman, a kryptonite.
You better stop that thing. That mouth, the dog,
yeah.
Pop, pop, bang.
Come on.
Pop, bang. Pop, 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 bang. Pop, 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 bang. Bang, bang. Pop, pop, bang. You better stop that thing. That mouth, the dog,
yeah.
Pop, pop, bang.
Come on.
Pop, bang. Pop, 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 bang. Pop, 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 bang. Bang, bang. Pop, pop, bang.
We getting back to the BG. That's program, OCZ in your ear. This is my year. I'm in here with DJ Ric Flair. Let me start. If it's alright with you, then I rip this joint apart. I'm that killer joint you spark. Go straight to the heart. Take a puff.
off if you dare. I gave you fair warning, beware. I ain't never scared. If you see me on the block, you know I got that D on the block like the locks. I keep it airy as that block that. Gilly got locked, just to free they dollars. That really got pop, shot the pot. They hit him up, toss it up on the block. R.I.P. Jam Messenger, Scotland Rock. We don't stop the party rock. Pour the Henny shots are falling hip hop. Keep your head up to the ceiling. Bless the oldest to the youngest children. Rapists, slains in the killing. Hand up for Aaliyah, cause she's one in a million. This new style of feeling like a new type of feeling. Hip hop's not dead, cause I'm healing the game. Cause I'm wheeling the change. Cause pop, pop, bang is a part of this game. Ignorance has no shame. And even though we don't really wanna flash them things, if another man try to stop my reign, I'ma pop, pop, bang.
Sound like Monday.
Yeah. Come on. Bang. 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 Bang.
You better stop that, man. That mouth, the dog, and
Yeah.
pop, pop, bang.
Come on. Bang.
Pop, pop, pop,
Bang.
pop, pop, pop,
Bang.
bang, bang, bang.
I got a letter from the industry the other day. I opened and read it. It said they was suckers. They try to sign me 10 stacks. I want cheddar. Picture me selling out. Damn, I said never like how I'm supposed to eat. I ain't a foodie shopping, screwed MCs. Can't see what I can see like Heavy D. Cause they blind to the fact. Trying to reach my mind, just imagine that. Fathom that. Just a new school. I'm the leader of these new school cats. So original. Rough rider style, holla back. Dirt bike, chicken on back like Super Cat. It could get ugly as Craig Mack. Ugly as Biz doing this, doodle rap. Who woulda knew than that? The haters would hate on a brother. It goes in one ear and right out the other. If I strike a brother, knock the fight right out the brother. It's a mess. If we blow, 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 blow to death. Black out like red and meth. Been snapping next since that's a fact. Rex in effect. Tech and still riffing wet. It's the old to the best. Hold on, if your soul gone, keep you in our memory until this glow gone. Hip hop culture so strong. Why do we prolong? If we form Voltron, get it till this gold's gone. Game filled with backstabber rappers acting Fuji. What's my name like Snoop D.O. 2Gs? Someday I got a vocab like the Fuji. Kill me softly in a movie. Plus I spit like a loogie. Nice and smooth like Snoopy. Big shouts to all teachers that school me. We can get it hot, Glock, Papa Uzi. That bang, bang. This my philosophy to the industry. To all them corny stations who be dissing me. This my philosophy to the industry. To all the corny labels who be dissing me. This my philosophy to the industry. To all you whack MCs who be dissing me. Old Stiggity, old Staff. I am the JFK of Jersey. Holla back. Shouts to Brick City, my CBL. SUK sticker kid. Got my nigga Ocean on the side, wanna ride. Holla back, nigga. PR Productions. Back sound KT. Got my nigga DJ Ric Flair up in here. Woo! Yeah. This is that new age of hip hop. Underground CEO. Underground ENT. Old Steezy, old Styles.
R.E. It's the D.R.E. R.E. The realest MC, as real as can be. D.R.E. It's the D.R.E. R.E. The realest MC. I'm a G, motherfucker, so know who I be. D.R.E. motherfucker, the realest MC, the one that you wish you could be, but never could be. Imitated, not duplicated, cause there's only one me. Cheer, flawless victory. Y'all niggas can't do shit to me, physically, mentally, hypothetically, realistically. Y'all niggas don't exist to me. And to the rappers that do, I'm about to change that too and make you history. Cause I'm really trying to cop that deal. Can't have niggas in the field trying to stop my meal. Hungry as fuck and only gonna get more ill. Broken down really means I'm gonna gain more skill. That's right. And I don't think you really want that to happen, cause after rapping already I've been crowned an assassin for lyrical lashing, clashing and bashing, smacking and smashing, crashing and trashing any rapper thinking he's lyrically packing. D.R.E. It's the D.R.E. R.E. The realest MC, as real as can be. D.R.E. It's the D.R.E. R.E. The realest MC. Nowadays, most of these rappers are slacking, screaming all over the track like they making it happen. Ad-libs became hot. When the hell did that happen? Got your delivery down, but it's your lyrics you lacking. Forget y'all, I'm here to talk about me. D.R.E. Not the one from the year 3G, and not the one that rose with the dog from the LBC, but the one from the burbs of South Jersey.
Writing this verse without a drag of the dro, I mastered the flow. Nigga, you should call me a pro. That's if right. You looking at the time, I put it backwards to know it ain't over. I got more than a minute to go. Cause I'ma reap this to the last minute. Investing my time, plus I put some cash in it. I constantly grind, just so I can last in it. Keeping it real is the motto, cause I'm past gimmicks. D.R.E. It's the D.R.E. D.R.E. The realest MC, as real as can be. D.R.E. It's the D.R.E. D.R.E. The realest MC. I'm the best one, yes son, niggas it's me. The realest MC, the one niggas wish they could be. I'm the D.R.E. to the B. He hot, yeah, you could be me. Often imitated, never duplicated, underrated, but I know they hate it cause I made it, so I'm never faded. I do what I feel and feel what I do. Know that I do it for me, I don't do it for you. These amateurs are like a DJ not having a clue. In other words, there are 20 that abandoned the 2. A 0. To all the haters, I don't care how you feeling. You couldn't drop an album if you threw it off of your building. I'ma leave you 2 bars for you niggas to chill, cause it's over. Somebody get this nigga a deal. It's the real, it's the real. Damn, somebody gotta sign him now. What'd he say his name is? D.R.E. It's the D.R.E. D.R.E. The realest MC, as real as can be. D.R.E. It's the D.R.E. D.R.E. The realest MC.
Coming to you live, Underground ENT, linking up, TR Productions. Hit me up, 609-880-4469. Hit me up on Facebook, TRPROD Productions.
Yeah, it's your boy Ocean and Deep Blue Sea here. That's right. Back at it again, you heard? Jersey, yeah. Rise up. Y'all need to get on the motherfucking floor with this one. Where y'all at? This ain't no two-stepping here. Come on, you gotta get drunk. So, get up, let's go, go. If he's staring at you, you better get him in the club. If he's stepping on your shoes, you better get him in the club. If he's talking to your girl, you better get him in the club. Take your eye to her, you better get him in the club. If he's throwing a princess, you better get him in the club. Showing all signs of disrespect, you better get him in the club. Get hot, you better get him in the club. Live your life, you better get him in the club.
I what they call it, nigga be drinking, become an alcoholic. Trying to suss it like I'm gonna go to the car and ready to pop shit. I got my crew in here, little they know he acting a hoe only. Give me the feeling, becoming the feeling, be making moves in here. You gotta lose it here, and I really don't have that patience. My heart stop pacing, guts stop pacing, all y'all niggas be laying. By the star, in the bathroom, by the star, wherever you are. But find your niggas, a clip of the trigger, the bullet go in the job. And at the same, some of your niggas will never come complete. When we run the street, half of your niggas be done in the street. The other half be feeling my rap with this gun by getting your ass. It's all about mine, all in the time we here, getting that cash. Love it or hate it, this is a statement, ain't nobody gon' say shit. Go ahead and say it, see if I'm ready to give you something to pray with. That's what it is, like giving it here, we here. Flipping your way by clipping the clips, y'all niggas is it. You're done, so call it quits.
Staring at you, you better get him in the club. Stepping on your shoes, you better get him in the club. Talking to your girl, you better get him in the club. Take your eye to her, you better get him in the club. Throwing that princess, you better get him in the club. All signs of disrespect, you better get him in the club. Get hot, you better get him in the club. Live your life, you better get him in the club.
Yeah, we doing the B.I.G., only in the VIP. We getting the bottle, popping the bottle, we drinking Hennessy. Yeah, we rolling deep for niggas that putting that step up. We getting the rap, but putting the gun in, and they don't wanna get messed up. We throwing that salsa, having the bounce, starting to move in here. Throwing that Tuesday in, nigga, we wearing my making it stand. 20 seconds, I get in my rap and hit it, get faster. Loading the west and no confessors, I'm reckless. You be dead, you take it dead. I made it clear, niggas I really don't wanna stop the train. Cause when we pop the things, body will fall like a stock and chain. I'm clocking things, going to dance and give me brains. The level war, the scars, the part that comes with the game. Man, I'm with the game, don't need to even specify. I'm ready to buy, get in the truck and head to paradise. I got an appetite, rifle houses, the afternight. Getting you niggas acting like getting you up, you masterdice.
Staring at you, you better get him in the club. Stepping on your shoes, you better get him in the club. Talking to your girl, you better get him in the club. Take your eye to her, you better get him in the club. Throwing that princess, you better get him in the club. Signs of disrespect, you better get them in the club. Get hot, you better get them in the club. Live your life, you better get them in the club.
Figure your niggas don't win any drama, any drama. Get in my face, the inner was made. Bit of the day, they hit you with the llama. I ride up on it, you're thinking you could get away from this. Ahead of my business, but getting your fitness, have you laying in the piss. You son of a bitch, I take up for granted if you wanna get rowdy. You come to the party, acting stupid, you going to fit it shoddy. I'm running your bands, they put it in his hands, I'm doing the bands. It's a stick of gun, niggas don't really wanna see these hammers. Cause whatever you done in the dark, guaranteed will come to the light. And I swear if you stay, you gon' get stumped by the night. What all these 80s, you wanna be acting crazy like I'm uploaded 380. Turn your brain into baby, I'm running a business. Fuck how you wanna show forgiveness. It's resistance if your life is already gonna be ended. And that's very possible when I'm unstoppable. As a positive killing your soul, I'm blasting you.
Staring at you, you better get them in the club. Stepping on your shoes, you better get them in the club. Talking to your girl, you better get them in the club. Out your girl, you better get them in the club. Throwing a princess, you better get them in the club. Signs of disrespect, you better get them in the club. Get hot, you better get them in the club. Live your life, you better get them in the club. Staring at you, you better get them in the club. Stepping on your shoes, you better get them in the club. Talking to your girl, you better get them in the club. Out your girl, you better get them in the club. Throwing a princess, you better get them in the club. Signs of disrespect, you better get them in the club. Get hot, you better get them in the club. Live your life, you better get them in the club.
You know what I'm saying? Jersey up in here. Now listen, ladies. This is a time you can't be a lady. You gotta be a chick, you know what I mean? Get up. So get up on the club and shake your ass, you heard me? That's right. I know you fellas. Oh yes. This is where you get ignorant. You know what I'm saying? So when I get up, I'ma check this out. Holler at me. Yo, what? You gotta get him in the club. What? You gotta get him in the club. What? You gotta get him in the club. What? You gotta get him. You gotta get him. You gotta get him in the club. What? You gotta get him in the club. What? You gotta get him in the club. What? You gotta get him. You gotta get him.
Shit, man. This is CEO of The Real Entertainment. DRE with 2 dots in between, don't get it confused. We up in Back Sound Productions right now with my man KG on the boards. My man Big O in the studio, you know what I mean? The Real Entertainment, DRE, The Realest MC. Holla! Yeah. On this type of beat, I gotta talk reckless. We took over in J, we about to take over Texas. When niggas start hearing these records, they gon' say I ripped it with precision and that nigga just wrecked this. Yes, it's the boy who's no stranger. Linked up with the kid from the home of the Long Ranger. Several niggas on the same track who flow danger. The real pretty thugs collab, a known banger. They say everything's big in Texas, so they come to the east and see how big our Texas. And niggas try to come out the box with it. Best believe we gon' take it to the block just like the Locks did it. Just in case niggas don't know who this be, it's that dude from MJ known as the realest MC. And in case my name pop on the screen, don't confuse it with them. I'm DRE with 2 dots in between, motherfuckers.
Let's get back to focus, yeah. Mr. CEO, himself, Ocean Styles, yeah. Back Sounds, come on, we about to hurt you. Listen, what? I don't think you can make it with a push of a hand. If a nigga gave it a hope and lead you his pants, sat down, re-sided, highlighted the plans. You would still mess up the one that's snitching your man. I ain't gotta lie, but fuck it, I see your weakness. I can't give you that answer, no, will I be teaching? It's not me, you lost to begin with. No family involved, you stuck with no friendship. Plus they know you, no way can you end it. That looks around the corner, you at the top of the endless. If you make me lose money, come back with the loose change. The tool that I pull and reroute your brains. That's it, the show is sober. Nigga, you's a no soldier. The hoes know you, nigga, I will toast you. I will roast you, leave you in a ditch. Let the moms in the face and she made you a bitch.
Yeah, I know we was here, right? We here. It's all real. How that fake shit is out the door, man. It's the real ENT. Smack y'all bitch niggas. What? Brick City, nigga. What? Who next? To get that ass red like stop sign. Pop time. 2 of the fucked up and I got mine. This ain't rap.
I have that ass caught in the trap and I ain't even talking crack. Nigga, relax before I relapse like Mad Max. Max Payne, bustin' shots like that game. So you not? See you hot as a flame to Mary Jane. I do the same thing, again in the game. The real ain't a game, and we really ain't playing with y'all. None of them. I have your men seeing bright lights like Gremlin. You can survive or live the rest of your life trembling. That's why most run across the coast like Wimbledon, the hottest gentleman. Spitting encore since Eminem. Smut these hoes who pretend to be. Start accident when I'm entering. Let's just get it in. Yo, I'm down with that like I'm down with rap. I'm down with cats to snap and clap at rats. We pack in packs. It's dirty Jersey rolling 30. 330, rocking 30 Jersey. Did them dirty, dig them dirty. For certain, it's curtains. I call whirlwinds like Merlin. Have your bitch twisting and turning, freezing and burning, coughing, sneezing and earling. Yo, I'm sick as your last girlfriend. Man, fuck rockin' ice. Yo, I'm still rockin' Sterling.
All we do is break up to make up. That's all we do. That's all we do. That's how we do. That's all we do. All we do is break up to make up. That's all we do. That's how we do. Me and you. That's all we do. All we do is break up to make up. That's all we do. That's how we do. That's all we do. You mad at me? I'm bet with you. What we gon' do? Like we living in the zoo. Every night another fight between me and you. Got me tight, can't get right. Well, I guess that's life. You don't hear me though. You don't even love me no more. So I'm back out the door. Can't think of none of love more. So I'm back for more. Thinking of the way we was before. Roses from the stove. Can't ignore. Seems like we at war. Cause all we do is break up to make up. That's all we do. That's all we do. That's how we do. That's all we do. All we do is break up to make up. That's all we do. That's how we do. Me and you. That's all we do. All we do is break up to make up. That's all we do. That's how we do. That's all we do. All we do is break up to make up. That's all we do. That's how we do. That's all we do. I've been there when you were scared. Stay prepared for all of the evils out there. Lay my life down right there. Without you, you know I don't care. When losing double day, you been my breath of fresh air. Birth my air in this madness. My chick is the baddest. Forever glad I had it. So I understand. We continue building magic. Making love like rabbits. Wonder what carrots, diamonds, pearls, I want you to have it. To break up. All we do. That's how we do. That's all we do. All we do. It's a news flash. Another news flash. It's a news flash. Underworld. Walk down the one outro into another intro. I'm throwing soft bars out the window like Mr. Wind. My development been arrested. My race has been tested like we don't matter. Pedophiles having rights, molest kids. Got me even madder than the Hatter. Kids scatter, tech 9, blood splatter. Cause you insulting what's character. These politicians are a bunch of characters. They embarrass and harass us. Make an ass of us. Praying for the day they see the last of us. For centuries, never surpassing us. On behalf of us, we are not all animals. Just like I don't believe you're all a bunch of cannibals. We just want a peace. No justice, no peace. I do this for those in the streets, weak or deceased. In the belly of the beast, trying to eat. Walk around, sleep, won't whisper, repeat. Super police, still the streets talk. Brother out, lined in chalk. A cell phone is a gun. Really what you thought? Shot a child down in the park. UTV, bring to light what happens in the dark. If a dog bites, I want to know what made it bark. News flash. It's a news flash. another news flash. Nigga, I do this shit. Yeah, yeah. Bitches, I do this shit. Yeah, yeah. Nigga, I do this shit. Yeah, yeah. Have to write this shit. Freestyle hype this shit. I just recite this. Nigga, I do this shit. Yeah, yeah. Bitch, I do this shit. Yeah, yeah. Niggas, I do this shit. Yeah, yeah. This freestyle shit, I ain't write this shit, just recite this shit. This the hype is, nigga, I do this shit. Yeah, yeah. All your niggas everywhere, best beware, cause the niggas out here at the world in the motherfucking air. Yeah. And you know I'm coming back, y'all, harder than the winner, gotta scrap, y'all. Niggas don't wanna fuck with this real rap, y'all. This is that shit that your niggas gotta come through and clap for. Harder than the nigga ever try to act like a figure. Just that nigga take a swigger of the E&J like a fucking Hennessy. Nigga, remember me in your memory. Mentally battle me, app shit. Fuck this and that shit. This is real rap, bitch. I do this shit, maneuver shit, the newest shit, the truest shit. You know I gotta go home. Old style, be a lyrical god, y'all. The JFK is back, y'all. Real rap on the fucking track. Battle me at. Just a freestyle rap. Just say some shit cause I'm high off a fucking sack of that real loud shit. Move the crowd shit. I don't give a fuck of who the shit. Move the loud shit. Nigga, I do this shit. Yeah, yeah. Bitches, I do this shit. Yeah, yeah. Nigga, I do this shit. Yeah, yeah. Have to write this shit. Freestyle hype this shit. I just recite this. Nigga, I do this shit. Yeah, yeah. Bitch, I do this shit. Yeah, yeah. Niggas, I do this shit. Yeah, yeah. This freestyle shit. I ain't write this shit. Just recite this shit. This the hype is. Nigga, I do this shit.
Ripping the ones and twos with the hottest new joints. Coast to coast mixtape DJ.
Your boy, Sman, UWO, Underworld officials. H is on top to the world blow, nigga. You dig? Start from the top, I'm looking for the drop. Got the streets on watch and they looking for the cops. I'm holding the gun, which one do I pop? I just let off 5 and got one more shot. And since you in the kitchen while the water is hot, well guess who's getting hit with that boiling pot? I'm not trying to send a diss, I'm just sending a shot for anybody in my way, on my way to the top. Will give me a reason to pull out these 9 season. Slide down my sleeve and bust him in his chest, that'll give him slow breathing. Leave a nigga wheezing for committing that treason. Flatline even, twin Glock 40s, 1 Cal, 1 Keen, and I'm living this life. These niggas is still dreaming. These shots that I gotta take you out for the season. Elected for another poor nigga, I'm not leaving.
I'm from the hood, but you already know. I get it poppin', but you already know. They show me love, but you already know. I got the plug, but you already know. So please don't get gas, cause you already know. I'm in my bag and you already know. My waist, I got the mag, but you already know. Stay in place for shit get bad, cause you already know.
Watch me work with the level I'm on. When I spit, you get sick at my spectacular form. Can't smash, no, that's not it, my whole squad is strong. I see royalty, for that foolery, then your loyalty gone. Game of chess, I'm a king, I don't talk to no pawns. My circle tight, play me wrong, get left, right on the lawn. I'm the clutch, a warrior. Got the soul of LeBron. With this music, start acting stupid once the beat come on. Start to lose it, it gets the music when the beat go off. Start rhyming at 15 and I ain't never fell off. Any beat I make weak, make a vet look soft. My suggestion of first impression, Big L's resurrection. I'm here for hip hop, y'all about the peak collection. I live from the waistline, and I don't beef on the internet. This 40 give you FaceTime. You take 7 valuable player, I call that game time.
I'm from the hood, but you already know. I get it poppin', but you already know. They show me love, but you already know. I got the plug, but you already know. So please don't get gas, cause you already know. I'm in my bag and you already know my waist. I got the mag, but you already know. Stay in place for shit get bad, cause you already know.
Wake up or I kill you.
Slick talking. I came in here straight slick talking. Slick talking. I came in here straight slick talking. Listen, if I slide shit, I glide like walking loud, coughing till I'm in the coffin, smooth with it. Slick talking, always talking shit, so slick, so sick. You can watch my clock tick tock. My time is now past the rock. Let me rock the spot now with these vibes. New niggas throwing in the towel. I knew niggas like my style. Turn up the dial, UTV, we the new sound. Now you know now they got me trapped in the 90s. That's why you couldn't find me. Finally drop a new MP3 CD. You hear me, but you don't feel me. Fear me, really, I bring reality. At MCs, clap and burn. Grab MCs like STD disease. Kids don't play with me, cause I'm gon' hurt somebody with this shoddy. Probably squad deep with my underworld fleet. Don't get stomped by 50 feet on repeat. Now that's what I call defeat, but y'all don't hear me though. Feel me flow, but don't steal my flow. Get Malcolm X at your next show, so special. Not like Ed, I got it made off tracks I made in the shed. When I spit, I talk shit, no debate. Don't hate the king, it's great. Slick talking, came in here straight. Slick talking, slick talking, came in here straight. Slick talking. Slick talk, I came in here straight.
Smooth criminals, this is criminal music. You got K-Smash, your boy, Twisted Slim. Let's go, man. You dig? Underworld officials in the building. Shout out to my nigga Freeze for not even attempting to come on this track. But when he wanted to come on this track, we gon' make a motherfucking remix. But right now, we gon' talk about these smooth criminals. Get that.
Smooth criminal, influential, bitch. I'ma hit you with this pencil. Yeah, keep it fucking suspenseful. Yeah, I'm off the trip. Most of the time, I kill your ass with every single line. Mansion in this bitch, watch me commit this crime. This beat turn suicide, Columbine. Blow you to smithereens. Stand on this mind. You robbery, then bloody your Valentine. That's how you know I'm a smooth criminal, cause I'm out here to get more. For that money, you get buried in pines. Not even the police stop these criminal thoughts in my mind. Nobody can. Twisted Slim, find yourself in a trash can. Smooth criminal. Niggas they grinding, clapping, busting my nine, yeah. You know I am a smooth criminal. Say it's my time, yeah. Dying to survive, yeah. You know I am a smooth criminal. They grinding, clapping, busting my nine, yeah. You know I am mine.
to the safe, or your family getting shot. Hold your position. This ratchet I'm lifting is the principal to these students. The shells is handing out suspension, and my weight is up. So give me the body, I bet you I can bench it. I'm an official of this underworld. Did I mention robbery? It's only the thing that'll really make them listen. I'm a motherfucking smooth criminal. You get it?
Smooth criminal. Niggas they grinding, clapping, busting my nine, yeah. You know I am my smooth criminal. Say it's my time, yeah. Dying to survive, yeah. You know I am my smooth criminal. Clapping, busting my nine, yeah. You know I am. Yo, Smash, I got this lick. You down?
I got you, Twist. Just give me the numbers. I'm lighting the pound.
Nah, it's a hit. Yeah, and it's right in the town.
I hope you got the blueprint, the information that's found.
You know I got everything we need tonight. It's going down.
Blame Twisted Slim and K Smash for the bottles that's found.
Yo, Smash, why they hate on us? Cause we wearing the crowns.
Yo, Twisted Slim, fuck them niggas. TAC Underworld, they ain't bringing us down.
Duct taped into a chair, not a peep or a sound.
Don't try to scream, cause nobody's around.
Underworld officials.
Underworld,
smooth criminal. Niggas they grinding, clapping, busting my nine, yeah. You know I am my smooth criminal. Say it's my time, yeah. Dying to survive, yeah. A smooth criminal. They grinding, clapping, busting my nine.
Coast to Coast Mixtapes.com.
The new agent.
I am just a man. I know it's hard to understand the dirt on my hands. I do what I can, a lot I can't do. I still do what I can't do for my fam and my crew. Dodging boys in blue, lost a lot of bulls in the zoo trying to survive, but they died, still arise, waiting for my time of judgment. Is meant for the times I crossed the line. Evil thoughts of the mind, corrupt design, sign of the times. What I've seen make me wish I was blind from the time I realize God's plan can't be recognized or patronized. You gotta keep faith and ride till you die. No need to cry, ask why I wait my fate on my demise till the rise to the skies.
You can slip, you can slide, run but you can't hide. Nobody gets out alive. Underworld,
Gotta grab a hold of your life. Never sell your soul for stripes. All you get is strikes. Live, trife, get striped. What's your life like? Throw the first stone of birth. Thugs in harmony like flesh and bone. Just in my zone, I can't phone home since I woke. Yo, I feel so alone. Y'all don't hear me though. Like I'm a weirdo for knowing what I know. A lot more than you think I know. Need a head strength. That's why my pen bleed ink. Strongest link when we link sight to the mind. They will never understand what I'm saying, but in due time, tell me what did you find? Look in your mind. New design, old styles, time to climb. Let's shine.
mighty fucking long. It's full of twists and turns, so you know some shit's gonna go wrong.
You can slip, you can slide, you can run, but you can't hide. Nobody gets out alive. Life is a highway and it's mighty fucking long. It's full of twists and turns, so you know the shit's gonna go wrong. You can slip, you can slide, you can run.
Drown on the world, visions got these cycles wishing now. Bring around karma, bring them down.
They can't stop us once we set this world on fire.
I can bring them down, blood falls around, they'll never drown. Underworld visions got these cycles wishing now. Bring around karma, bring them down.
They can't stop us once we set this world on fire.
Set a place, turn the game, earn the fame. Every step I take, I learn and gain and pain and wisdom flowing in my veins. It's time for school leeches. Pray out the weak ones. Used to be one until I learned to fight back. Now I spill guts. Now I got these haters telling me, nice track, I still got your daddy in my bag. Get the fuck out of here with that shit before I wreck your face and be done with it. Be done with it. War in my DNA. Pop your head like a bag of freedom. Use this fucked up head as a motivator to cause this away. Straight up eliminator. Call me Terminator. Acting like a robot, motherfucking innovator.
Take that paper. Soon as I see it shine, I'ma take it. You sneak this, son. Do the shit every day. Yeah, respect my shit every day.
About to bring them down, blood falls around, they'll never drown. Underworld visions got these cycles wishing now. Bring around karma, bring them down.
They can't stop us once we set this world on fire.
About to bring them down, blood falls around, they'll never drown. Underworld visions got these cycles wishing now. Bring around karma, bring them down.
They can't stop us once we set this world on fire.
I've been screaming underworld for a long time. Old styles prepared me for a long grind. UWO, ENT, it's all mine. Cashier in the game, but these haters are long line, all fine. Ball time, passing the rock, get the team in the loop. Hit Twisted Slim, he hit frames and he shoot. Come off the rim, case smash, alley hoop, solid win. We ain't gotta reach for the game, cause we got it pinned. Set the world on fire, who asking? It's gotta be them, and after this world get finished burning, underworld begins. They can't stop us once we set this world on fire, on fire. Please believe underworld we riders. We setting this world on fire. I do not think you're gonna last, so we gon' let these bitches
About to bring them down, blood falls around, they'll never drown. Underworld visions got these cycles wishing now. Bring around karma, bring them down.
They can't stop us once we set this world on fire.
About to bring them down, blood falls around, they'll never drown. Underworld visions got these cycles wishing now. Bring around karma, bring them down.
They can't stop us once we set this world on fire.
Real shit, I'm a real nigga and I can't change. Start doing this rap shit, now people know my fucking name. Some of my niggas turn them bitches, lot of shit done changed. To get a victory, nigga, you gotta deal with pain. Respect, my daddy told me give to receive. I stay on my grind, hella shit to achieve. Believe in my faith, I'm finna make it out the streets. But the streets won't let me go, well shit, that's all I know. Yeah, I'm sticking by the code and I can never change up. Lean got me moving slow just like a change up. Feds interrogating, nigga, I ain't saying nothing. Niggas sending threats, but I ain't worried about nothing. Real shit, all I need is me and that's on me, that's on me. Underworld officials, TBG, I'm them friends, y'all let me free. Yeah, let me breathe, let me breathe.
Bring them down, blood falls around, they'll never drown. Underworld visions got these cycles wishing now. Bring around karma, bring them down.
They can't stop us once we set this world on fire.
About to bring them down, blood falls around, they'll never drown.
You know I love you, so why you playing games? You know I love you.
Nigga, you went to that after I was supposed to push on. It's a little nasty yellow heifer with shaking her ass all in your face.
I don't even know that chick. You acting like I know this bitch. Fuck that, let's get rich. I'm trying to just stack these chips. But every time I step in the place, another chick all in my face like, ooh, old style, can I get a taste? I'm on my money making shit. I'm trying to make this grip. Fuck about a bitch. I already got a rider on her rider shit. She ride on a bitch, ride on you tricks. She got a 9 to 5 blow job on his dick. Lady in the streets, but a freak in the
You ain't going nowhere.
You know I love you, so why you playing games? You know I love you.
You been fucking around?
Girl, you know I love you, so why you playing games? You know I love you. You know I love you, so why you playing games? You know I love you.
You been fucking around?
Girl, you know I love you, so why you playing games? You know I love you, love you. Trying to get the business right. I'm trying to keep the business tight. Trying to get the money right. Trying to hold it down all night, day and night. You in my eyesight, love you, girl. You a part of this whole world. You know I run the underworld. No, I run the underworld. This is for my baby girl.
Did you touch her?
Hell no, I ain't touched that nasty girl. Shit, we can't touch him anyway.
One more time, I told you I'm me.
Dog, you my boy Crisis, man. You talking about me and him, dog. You told me to come buy the It album from you, dog.
It album?
Yeah, you told
Man, I
me to
said
come in.
about Mayhem's Madness, man.
Dog, you
Buy
told
this
me.
fucking
What
album.
did you
come
talk about
talk
Mayhem's, man? You're Crisis, come on.
Crisis.
You is Crisis,
I'm
dog.
Mayhem.
Dog, this is... Oh, I can't believe
What?
this is happening right now. You told me to come buy the It album from you,
This
dog.
is why I'm whooping your
What are you
ass.
talking
I
about?
don't know about the It album.
Come
I'm
on,
Mayhem.
Crisis.
Who the fuck is Crisis?
You my boy, dog. What are you talking
Hold
about?
Hold on, let me get a call.
Oh, that's my mama. Oh, man, that's my
Oh,
mama.
word.
I can't believe this.
That's good.
My boy right here.
Alright,
You
know, I got some good news.
You gonna let me go? Please tell me about letting me
Dumbass,
go.
I ain't letting you go.
What?
Just made a ton of money by switching the site.
His girlfriend's 1-year-old daughter.
Al-Qaeda actually has more than 5 million decoy Muslims in our country.
Good afternoon. We just received word that the federal budget has been canceled. An Afghan military pilot shot and killed 9 Americans today outside Kabul before being killed.
Give us back the free
I'm
state.
disgusted in my continent. They never use their logic when it's time to realize we're in a state of catastrophic change. They the Oval Office, then they fake like they the strongest men, but really weak and softest get Hill High and probably office kids. They dress up like the office men, but that's all really uniform. So fables like a unicorn, they own a bed you screwing on. They own the jet you fluing on. They own the set you viewing on. They own the food you chewing on. And if they want it, you be gone. It's something that I learned to write. Don't matter if you black or white. Don't matter if it's day or night. You take it, you can't break a fight. Take your wife and make a dyke and take your life and do it twice all in the same year just to get you out of here. America has no fear, but we lack for brains. Prepare for nuclear warfare, but get bombed by planes. Anthrax and hurricanes and the men to blame. Things change, they've been the same ever since they came. Buildings burning in brick flames. Can you tell us what happened? How can we ever find the courage? Just got been laughed. And that's why I'm rapping. Our body fence, they senses, they bent the law. They couldn't break, we've been new with this meant.
Crowds marched in the streets around Ground Zero to celebrate the killing of Osama bin Laden.
Now that he's finally dead, it feels good to feel excited about somebody's death. It's a weird feeling, but
News, can you take the blues?
Calculate the death
Since
rate.
you was the one we choose.
Then we make our own
You
fate.
lied on your interview.
Gon' feel the full
Of the
heat.
people you owe in dues.
Give us back the free states.
News, can you take the blues?
Calculate the death
Since
rate.
you was the one we choose.
Then we make our own
You
fate.
lied on your interview.
Gon' feel the full
Of the
heat.
people you owe in dues.
Give us back the free
Mr.
states.
Congressman and resident, can you mention why you sent our soldiers as your posers overseas? What, to represent us or the government? Don't you lie, you loving it. Say you got a plan to save the land, man, start shoving it. Ever since the end of summer 01, y'all been saying y'all gonna get the son of a gun who hit us and run. But every setting of the sun leads to less success. And every time that y'all address us, you're doing your best. Hey, Saddam's dead now, man. Whoop-de-doo. But tell us, is it good for us or for Bush and his crew? Al-Qaeda chilling in the cave somewhere, smoking it down, counting the money in their bank account nowhere to be found. America's clown by countries who thought we had power, thinking we defend the world but can't begin with a tower. Hour after hour, you hear them lying, crying, and denying that they are negligent and hesitant. This is your congressman.
Breaking news, can you take the blues?
Calculate the death rate.
Since you was the one we choose,
did we make our own
you lied on your interview.
Won't feel the full
of the people you owe and dues.
Give us back the free states.
News, can you take the blues?
Calculate the death rate.
Since you was the one we choose,
did we make our own
you lied on your interview.
Won't feel the full
of the people you owe and dues.
Give us back the free states.
Now it's a pity, y'all stick with me. I got one for your committee. Tell me how long it should take you to evacuate a city. Should have been gone from the giddy, but they waited for smoke. I guess their flavor was right. 911 is a joke. Now what the hell are they on coke? Look like to me. Who you waiting for to save the world? Hope it ain't me. Spending G's on football leagues with broken levies. I'm counting 70 beans for gasoline from Getty. Yo, hold them steady while I crack they jaw. I know that it's a fact of law that if we in a puzzle on a double, you should problem solve. The problem is they got no balls to hop on phones and make some calls to bring our soldiers home like a Christmas gift from Santa Claus. Yo, it's ridiculous. I'm sick with this like children born with syphilis. If y'all still don't get it, turn to 7 and I witnessed it.
We just got in the government's monthly jobs report, and it really was a disappointment on all counts.
News, can you take the blues?
Calculate the death rate.
Since you was the one.
Yeah. Your boy K Smash. Black lives matter everywhere, not just here in the USA. You dig?
It's a must. Protect and serve the community. How you protect and serve when you shooting me? Seem like we going faster.
R.I.P. Alton Sterling, Philando. Y'all not dying in vain. We standing up for y'all for real.
I don't resist, but I still get a need. It's becoming a disaster, and that's why Black Lives Matter.
I was selling CDs by the corner store, an everyday hustle. It was a struggle trying to get them off. Cops on my ass, in the flash, I'm face on the floor. Knees in my back, I'm trying to tussle, trying to get them off. Turn around, I'm on the ground like what you arresting me for. Stop resisting, but I was not resisting no more. No weapon, cop draws his gun, no protection, no time to run, no last time to see my son. Gun pressed against my chest, a vest I really needed one. Tilt my head to the sky like you might be receiving one. Black Lives Matter, but please don't let me be an easy one. I was murdered in cold blood, but justice, we get it done. Took me at a young age, unity, we needed some.
Serve the community. How you protect and serve when you shooting me? Seem like we going faster, and that's why Black Lives Matter. Hands up, but you still shooting me. I don't resist, but I still get a need. It's becoming a disaster, and that's why Black Lives Matter.
Birthday right around the corner. Gotta get the fresh cut. Wife and daughter still sleep. I guess it's time to wake them up. Get to the shop. You know me, I gotta leave fresh as fuck. Get in the car, let's buckle up, cause safety is a must. We on the road, it's all labs. Slightly pushing on the gas. I use my signal just to pass. Look in the rear view. See the cops on my ass. Lights come on. I pull over to the shoulder. License in my back pocket. Gun sitting in my holster. I know how to stay calm. Reaching for my license really got me shot in the arm. Bullet spins, it goes through while it's collapsing my lung. Seatbelt in place, my body numb. I'm scared and my breath is gone. Skin color makes me strong. I'm dead for doing no wrong. My constitutional right said I can bear arms. Now there is no wrong. Now there's no order in this order. This cop shot me in front of my girl and my daughter.
Protect and serve the community. How you protect and serve when you shooting me? Seem like we going faster, and that's why Black Lives Matter. Hands up, but you still shooting me. I don't resist, but I still get a need. It's becoming a disaster, and that's why Black Lives Matter.
We are now entering a revolution. For all y'all out there that see what's going on, you see what we see, you feel how we feel. We realize all lives do matter. This is true. We're speaking on those that we're seeing every day, that we're losing at an alarming rate through the police brutality. We are not entering a revolution. For all y'all out there that can't do something, say something. We are here for you. This is the underworld. Shouts to everybody riding with this movement. Let's help make this movement spread like a virus.
I guess I done said everything I gotta say, man. Shout out to all my crews, man, my squads. Underworld officials, definitely. If you're an Underworld official, stay an Underworld official, because when we get to the top, can't be stopped. So that's what it is to all my Underworld official people, my affiliates. Shout out to my supporters. I never call you fans because you supporters. Got love for you. I just want everybody to realize, man, everything you hear, everything you listening to is not recorded in, you know, $1 million studio or with a famous producer, or, you know, these is all underground, underworld producers and artists, and we all go hard. So I give shouts and salutes to all of y'all, anybody that, you know, donated a beat for this CD right here. Shout outs to Coast DJs, for all y'all out there that is listening. A lot of these tracks that you hear is strictly from a Coast to Coast DJs instrumental CDs. Underworld is what it is. It's Underworld all day, Underworld for life. We definitely doing what we do. Watch out for Crisis and K-Smash, because they definitely about to come and show y'all something. And I'm falling back and I'm chilling on the CEO status style. So
ripping the ones and twos with the hottest new joints. Coast to Coast mixtape.
So chill, got but I'm so chill. Why would they bother me when honestly they obviously don't have the skill? They want so bad to feel. But I'm so chill.
I'm about to get faded right now. I'm done passed all of your tests. You can read them right now. I get paid for vows. I'm made to slay hate. I'ma take the power, play the bass roll. Don't take a shower. I shake your towers, create cowards, get 8 vows. I'm the best at what I do. This gets that do. No one ever heard of you, but it still murder you. You're losing another turn or two. Get the heat cool down, but the thought still burning you. It's Crisis, just in case you didn't know it. And I'ma give you the first shot. Oh, you better not blow it. It's lock and loaded. I'm how to know it. I got to show it, and then I go get it. If not, I pop rocks, block cops, and drop soldiers. The type to put the Joker's fingers in a toaster and make a clown frown like he's supposed to jack your roller coaster.
Why would they bother me when honestly they obviously don't have the skill? They want so bad to feel. But I'm so chill. Why would they bother me when honestly they obviously don't have the skill? They want so bad to feel. But I'm so chill.
I'm chiller than no solar in the polar. Microphone controller, keep them rolling like a bowler. You don't really know me, young for an OG, no one can hold me. I'm the best, mama told me. You the best, better show me where your vest hold me. Never let stress smoke me, choke me, provoke me, stab where you go be. Jab where you don't be, that's when you hope we can cease to be enemies, release a beast enemy. A secret identity made the energy, that entity, the same, the injury in the industry. Let me breathe for a sec. No part in me, I'm pleased to flow next. With these to snap next, the keys to snap checks. But me, the man's text, I got my own webs to match and black text. A box of match vet, we rip with this grip, my dogs is not pets. Your death is not yet. Hit a man's heart, my name is not bright. The flames that flow says the light in the moon left. I'm throwing full lefts to bring the hook next.
Why would they bother me when honestly they obviously don't have the skill? They want so bad to feel. But I'm so chill. Why would they bother me when honestly they obviously don't have the skill? They want so bad to feel. But I'm so chill. 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 Why would they bother me when honestly they obviously don't have the skill? They want so bad to feel. But I'm so chill. Why would they bother me when honestly they obviously don't have the skill? They want so bad to feel. But I'm so chill. Why would they bother me when honestly they obviously don't have the skill? They want so bad to feel. But I'm so chill. 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 Why would they bother me when honestly they obviously don't have the skill? They want so bad to feel. But I'm so chill.
You hot but you no frills. You the type that disguise and I know how it's so feels. Fakeness feels so real. Tone down a handout, now they handed you no deal. Left you standing still. Mannequin vanishing, wiggle where you landed and run around, plan again, jump independent and invade dark like Anakin. I'm tired of these shenanigans. So tired, I'm sleepy. Wondering why I'm both peep and beat me. Gypsies and creep me. You wicked and weak, being weak and weakly bring heaters to seek me. I'm such a chill dude. Unfortunately, I'm in the ill mood. Sick of pill food bills I've been doing. Then it's been you. Let's do what men do. Or do what I do. Once So why's God like you, acting like you, attack and fight you, at twilight bite you, except the mic, you know I don't like you.
What? I don't like you either.
Well, here's what we do, let's leave it to beaver, pants to go see us, meet the three cleavers. You don't have skills or have the will either.
Why would they bother me when honestly they obviously don't have the skill? They want so bad to feel. I got this hot, but I'm so chill. Why would they bother me when honestly they obviously don't have the skill? They want so bad to feel. I got this hot, but I'm so chill. Hot, but I'm so chill. I got this hot, but I'm so chill. Hot, but I'm so chill. I got this hot, but I'm so chill. Why would they bother me when honestly they obviously don't have the skill? They want so bad to feel. I got this hot, but I'm so chill. Hot, but I'm so chill. I got this hot, but I'm so chill. Hot, but I'm so chill. I got this hot, but I'm so chill. Why would they bother me when honestly they obviously don't have the skill? They want so bad to feel. I got this hot, but I'm so chill.
Wouldn't have it any other way. I'm from the streets of NJ. I'm blessed to see another day. And I didn't ever care what another had to say. I come a long, long way. I'm blessed to see another day. All you haters better move, better get out the way. On my knees I pray night and day. See another day. Since birth, was blessed to see this day. Some say it could've went the other way. That's what my mother say. Them damn demons try to take my son away. Since my very first day, not in God's plan. I stand, grown ass man, but okay. Anyway, any day you can get blown away in the streets of NJ. R.I.P. to Nene, another victim of the gunplay. Gun down on a Sunday with the AK, right where a son play. Man, maybe he will understand one day it's a cycle. Gangsters want that title like that nigga Michael. Crashes motorcycle right into a light pole where his head go. Don't nobody know for sure we didn't die slow like that hobo that he got slow for calling Popo. Seen him doing the jukes on the solo. Now we headless, dead as a hobo. Karma flow, you never let the guns blow. You get a harder blow with sip for tat, gap for gap, rat-a-tat-tat. Shouts to J Bro on the track. We putting Jersey back on the map. Bang. I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm from the streets of NJ. I'm blessed to see another day. And I didn't ever care what another had to say. I come a long, long way. I'm blessed to see another day. All you haters better move, better get out the way. On my knees I pray night and day. See another day. Cause they dying fast out here. Kicking out of town is out here. Out of here. Cause they don't know what it's about. Out here, dirty Jersey, dirty, dirty. Niggas on the curb, me. Hustling weed with no seeds. Rocking long white tees and dirty Jersey. Shouts to my niggas in the 30. That nigga James Worthy. My man did his thing for his gang and served 30. Big Shirley, she got some payback for her baby daughter Percy. Show that pedophile, no mercy. Laugh as he screamed out, don't hurt me. R.I.P. to that nigga dead. Rest in his grave. Met a chick, got laid. Overdose at a rave. Then the brave got sprayed. This NJ full of babies, AKs, goons in the hallway. Raw, yeah, all day. Get it served anyway. You get served anyway. Cause these niggas don't play. Feel me, real late. Going hard. R.I.P. to my cousin, move hard. Hit the block, move that rock so hard. New Jersey, home of stolen cars. Bang. I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm from the streets of NJ. I'm blessed to see another day. And I didn't ever care what another had to say. I come a long, long way. I'm blessed to see another day. All you haters better move, better get out the way. On my knees I pray night and day. See another day. I was born in the borough. Bread in the bricks, blessed to be in this bitch. Old styles is the shit. I was on Prince when Prince was the street. Shouts to 18, full of clapper. Shouts to Astor, got my money. Ghosts like Casper, Avon, Lion Junior Chancellor, worth the paradise dancers. R.I.P. the banter, gorgeous dancer. Strangled in the whip by a trick she thought was handsome. Beat rate handsome. And one left her naked abandoned. So much evil I can never understand none. Just blessed to be alive. Many nights I could have died. Drive by, shells fly. ATF, FBI, sticker kids on the ride. New Jersey Drive, so live. R.I.P. to $3 always on my mind. Part of why I'm so blessed to be alive. Who next to die with bullets fly? Same shit. Jersey back to NY. As we mourn and cry, those who had to die gotta feel blessed to be alive.
Idiot is attempting to reach you on your cellular device.
Coast to coast instrumental.
I've tried to keep it humble. I'm trying to move these bundles. I've tried to keep it humble. I'm trying to move these bundles. Y'all get trying to step on your toes. That's not how this shit goes. You get blown with the fucking fofos. You niggas better read the book, better look it up. You make a lot more if you cook it up. People on you fiend that'll hook it up. You niggas need the blueprint, then y'all should look at us. Not in disgust like we on the back of the bus. I'm trying to keep it humble. I'm trying to move these bundles. I've tried to keep it humble. I'm trying to move these bundles. I've tried to keep my sanity, but these young boys like to keep playing with me. I ain't the game, I'm in the game, I run the game. My name ring bells, it's old styles, all my niggas yell. And we in the place, y'all. It's underworld all in your face, y'all. It's the pitch catches baseball, cause I'm home and I'm safe, y'all. Pussies, we the big kids, come to break walls. I'm trying to keep it humble. I'm trying to move these bundles. I've tried to keep it humble. I'm trying to move these bundles.
Ripping the ones and twos with the hottest new joints. Coast to coast mixtape DJ.